You ready? You connected? Okay. John, you ready? Okay. Order, order. Question to Secretary of State for Business, Energy, Industrial Strategy, Sarah Olney.
Question number 1, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Having myself worked in retail sector for a number of years, I sympathise with those consumers who've been targeted by these dreadful scams. Guidance for business on how to spot and avoid getting caught out by scams is available on Business Companion and the Business Against Scams website. Consumers' advice is available at the Citizens' Advice website, and all of these are funded by government.
Sir Alder.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The reported rise in remote banking fraud poses considerable concern to SMEs, which are increasingly accessing online business banking services due to the closure of high street banks in many of our communities. What steps is the Minister taking to ensure that SMEs are well equipped to navigate online banking and, by extension, recognise fraudulent activity?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Businesses and consumers all fall victim to these scams, and we need to be aware of these scams, and it's important that they do have an awareness around all of these online scams, and they can report the matter to Action Fraud. And consumers, as I mentioned previously, can also go to the Citizens' Advice Scam Action Helpline.
Christian Matheson.
Question 2, sir.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My noble friend, the Minister for Investment, met representatives of GKN Automotive on the 21st of May. GKN committed to consider all the viable alternatives to closure, including repurposing the Birmingham plant to produce parts for electrical vehicles. But they concluded this was not commercially viable. Government stands ready to assist the workers at this difficult time. And I would also like to add that Nissan's recent announcement shows that we are actively supporting UK electrical vehicle production and supply chain growth.
Christian Matheson.
Speaker, in April in Westminster Hall, the Minister said that the government are committed to doing what we can to save the jobs of the 519 GKN workers, including, again I quote, investment in capital equipment or in the skills needed to secure the future of vehicle technology. Commitments that were warmly welcomed. Does the Minister understand that if that site on Chester Road closes with 519 job losses, it'll be a hammer blow to those families of those workers, but also to the UK automotive sector at a time when we need to be powering ahead with electric vehicle technology?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And the honourable member makes a really important point, and will know that I have every sympathy with GKN. And will also know that we have been having ongoing conversations recently. My friend will know that. However, it is really a difficult situation, and now the Department for Work and Pensions, the Job Centre Plus, will be Plus Work Coaches will provide bespoke advice and guidance. And in addition, the West Midlands Combined Authority and Greater Birmingham and Solihull Local Enterprise Partnership have several programmes that can support GKN employees to reskill for a new job or help them start their own business.
Right.
Number 3, sir.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Since 2003, various bodies across government have provided innovation funding of £175 million to the wave and tidal sectors, and projects remain eligible to compete in contract for difference auctions. We've also set a target of 1 gigawatt by 2030 for floating offshore wind to stimulate investment. And we're currently assessing the contribution of tidal stream, wave power and tidal range generation following the call for evidence last September.
Stephen Craig.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for that answer. As she knows, and as I hope she will see if she visits Pembrokeshire, my constituency is emerging as an important hub for marine energy, but technologies like tidal stream need the same revenue support that we gave to solar and wind in order to unlock private investment and reduce costs over time. So to this end, could the Minister assure us that the parameters of the CFD auction round later this year will be set to ensure that new tidal stream and other marine renewable projects can be developed?
Minister.
Thank you. I agree with my honourable friend. There is a significant potential for these new marine technologies, and recent market engagement carried out by the Crown Estate showed a high level of market appetite to develop more projects in that area, which is very encouraging. We will be setting out the details of the new technologies part of the CFD round 4 in the autumn, so I hope he can wait that long, and in the meantime look forward to being able to come and visit for myself and meet him in Pembrokeshire with the businesses and those in the community who are keen to progress these projects.
Philip Hollowell.
Number 4, sir.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, in December, the Government aims to deliver its biggest auction yet for new renewables through the Contracts for Difference scheme and aims to launch the Green Heat Network Fund in April next year. Government is also committed to investing £9 billion on improving the energy efficiency of our buildings while creating thousands of green skilled jobs.
Mr
Speaker, with around 30 major wind turbines and several solar farms, the Kettering constituency is doing its bit for renewable energy. So, during last year, how much renewable electricity was produced in Kettering and how many homes would this power?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As at the end of December 2019, the East Midlands region produced over 5,500 gigawatt of electricity from renewable resources, including nearly 1,600 gigawatt from offshore wind. Breaking that down, in my honourable friend's constituency of Kettering, 1,534 of the 88,000 renewable electricity installations were in Kettering constituency itself, including photovoltaic, onshore wind, anaerobic digestion, landfill tax and plant biomass. And this is generating 173 gigawatts, or enough power to power 45,000 homes.
Jill Fence.
Number 5, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government is absolutely committed to ensuring that anyone entitled to be paid minimum wage receives it. Since 2015, we've more than doubled the enforcement budget to almost £30 million and ordered employers to repay £100 million to 1 million workers.
Jill Fence.
The Low Pay Commission has called on the Government to recruit a new Director of Labour Market Enforcement as an urgent priority. But the Government has dragged its feet for almost half a year, while claims are failing and are falling and waiting times are rising. So can the Minister inform this House when this vital post will be filled? And in due course simply does not cut it.
Minister.
Cracking down on non-compliance in the labour market is a priority for the Government, and the new Director for Labour Market Enforcement will be appointed as soon as possible. But the temporary vacancy has no impact on workers' rights. The 3 enforcement bodies themselves are responsible for overall work and enforcement responsibilities, and they will continue to work hard to protect workers and bring enforcement actions against employers who break the rules.
Substantive question to Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With your permission, I will answer along with questions 7, 8 and 9. We have made a commitment to level up all areas of the country. The plan for growth is a critical part of this, and we will go further with the publication of a levelling up white paper later this year.
Let's wander up to Mark Logan. Mark.
Much appreciated, Mr Speaker. And I wrote to the Secretary of State and Minister outlining Bolton's bid to be the home of ARIA, featuring the full support of the Vice-Chancellors of the University of Bolton, University of Manchester, along with Innovation, GM and a wider coalition. I'm sure even my neighbour, but one, the Speaker, would find it difficult to resist Bolton's attraction. We have kindly received a response from the Minister, and now that the advert for ARIA Chair has gone live, where would the Minister like to visit Bolton to support us in our ambition to reinvent Britain's biggest town, in line with the Government's levelling up agenda?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and indeed painting a fantastic picture of Bolton North East. And I thank the Honourable Member for Bolton North East, who really is a wonderful advocate for his constituency and has a keen interest in ARIA, which I am delighted by. And no decision has yet been taken on ARIA's location, and I do not expect a decision to be reached until the CEO and the Chair are in post. But he will be delighted to hear that the open recruitment process for a visionary chair began yesterday, and I'd encourage him and other honourable members to share this exciting opportunity widely to reach as diverse a pool of candidates as we possibly can.
Peter Gibson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Whether it's investing £105 million in Banktop Station, £23.3 million invested through the Towns Fund, or establishing a new beers presence in Darlington, this Conservative government is delivering on its manifesto commitment to level up. Does my honourable friend agree with me that it is therefore short-sighted of LNER to propose to cut services to Darlington?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I am glad that the Honourable Member for Darlington recognises the work that the Government has done to support investment in the town. And I know that DFT and LENR appreciate your desire to ensure your community continues to be well served by rail services across the north. The comments and those of his colleagues are exactly the level of detail the consultation is looking to elicit. And it is important that the industry understands the strength of business case. So I would urge the Honourable Member continues to engage with the consultation process.
We go to Alexander Stafford. Alexander Stafford not here. Let's go to Mark Eastwood, who is here.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I am pleased that alongside my honourable friend, the MP for Penistone and Stocksbridge, we have put forward a £48 million joint levelling up fund bid to support improvements to the Penistone line that runs through our constituencies. Would the Minister agree to work with the Department for Transport and the Treasury in supporting this bid, which, if successful, would help boost local businesses and bring much needed jobs to my constituency, especially in Kirkburn and Denbydale?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My honourable friend has been a tireless advocate for his constituency, most notably in his advocacy of the Dewsbury Town deal. As he will know, the support of members of Parliament is important for bids of in the Levelling Up Fund, but he will understand that I cannot go further than this while the bids are being evaluated.
We now come to SNP spokesperson Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today marks 33 years since the Piper Alpha disaster. 167 lives were lost, many more oil workers were injured. The trauma reverberates right across Aberdeen to this day, and I would like to pass on my thoughts to the friends and families of all those involved in that awful, awful tragedy. Mr Speaker, we've heard 3 questions from members opposite, we've had 3 answers from the Minister, but not a single mention of the fact that rather than being a government which is levelling up, it's one that's cutting back. Indeed, just last week we've seen furlough support sliced away from businesses, many of whom have been unable to open or operate since the start of this pandemic, many of whom will also now be paying back COVID loans despite, of course, never being able to bounce back. So can I ask the Minister, how does pulling funding away from businesses help communities to level up?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I would also like to add my thoughts to the honourable members for the Piper Alpha disaster. Across government, we are investing in Scotland through a number of routes, and including the United Kingdom Community Renewal Fund and the Levelling Up Fund and the future UK Shared Prosperity Fund, to name but a few. And at the budget, for example, we confirmed £27 million for our Aberdeen Energy Transition Zone in the honourable member's constituency, which is helping to support North East Scotland to play a leading role in meeting our zero ambitions.
Stephen.
I don't think the Minister actually answered my question there, Mr Speaker, but let's look at another aspect of the levelling up perspectives, which is, of course, free ports. Now, in Scotland, the Scottish Government have been clear that they want free ports to have a green agenda, to have fair work and net zero at their core. But yet, just last week, the UK Government told us that they will ignore that green port prospectus and will instead seek to enforce their will on the Scottish Parliament and the Scottish people. So can I ask the Minister, when did levelling up become less about empowerment and more about dragging powers from Scotland back to London?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the honourable member for the question. This government is committed to the levelling up process, and we have made it incredibly clear that this is what we are going to do. We will have a levelling up white paper, which is issued in the autumn, and we are ensuring that we are levelling up throughout the whole of the United Kingdom.
Let's go to Beth Winter. Beth.
Thank you, Speaker. UK Government talks about levelling up former coalfield communities like my constituency of Cynnon Valley, yet at the same time it has profited billions of pounds from the mine workers' pension scheme since its privatisation in 1994. This money could be going to miners and their families, many of whom are experiencing hardship and struggling to make ends meet. The government's announcement yesterday not to implement the recommendations of a cross-party base committee to redress this injustice was met with dismay and described as a slap in the face. Will the Minister agree to review this decision and implement the base committee recommendations in full?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Honourable Lady will know that I sent my reply into the Base Committee, but I also had a very constructive meeting with a number of members of the trustees just a few weeks ago, and we have agreed to continue. I've left them with some questions that they need to go and talk to the rest of their trustees about, and my door continues to be open for them to bring back propositions if they want to continue to discuss this.
We now come to Stephen Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 12, please, sir.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will publish our comprehensive net zero strategy ahead of COP26. It will set out the government's vision and how we will meet our ambitious goals as we transition to net zero emissions by 2050.
Stephen Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for her response? And she will know that many infrastructure institutions, including the Institution of Civil Engineers, have called on the government to deliver a system-wide plan for transitioning the UK infrastructure. Can she confirm when she publishes the strategy in the autumn, which I take from her response, that that will provide the policy certainty for infrastructure and the supply chain not to invest and to ensure that the necessary initiatives are put in place so that the government's aim of net zero can be achieved?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The net zero strategy will include a focus on how to better embed net zero as a key consideration across all of government activity. Furthermore, infrastructure will play a crucial role in transition to net zero, and our policies and approach will reflect this. The net zero strategy will continue to build on policies that we have already announced, such as the £1 billion carbon capture and storage infrastructure fund, the £240 million net zero hydrogen fund. We're also supporting underlying investment decisions to mobilise private finance. The National Infrastructure Bank, which was announced in the budget, will have £12 billion of capital and be able to deploy £10 billion of government guarantees.
Minister Matthew Pennincook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 2021 Progress Report published by the Climate Change Committee last month stated the following, and I quote, "A pattern has emerged of government strategies that are later than planned and, when they do emerge, short of the required policy ambition." Now, despite its characteristic politeness, that is a damning critique from the government's own climate advisers. I take from the Minister's previous answer that this House this morning has been given a cast-iron guarantee that a net zero strategy will be published well in advance of COP26. Can she confirm that's the case? And does she also recognise that the credibility of strategy is predicated on a substantive Treasury net zero review that sets out precisely how the benefits and burdens of the transition will be shared fairly?
Minister.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of the 92 recommendations that the Climate Change Committee made in their 2021 Progress Report, 40 have been achieved or partly achieved, and another 32 are underway, meaning progress against over 75% of the recommendations. And our forthcoming strategies, including on hydrogen, transport and our comprehensive net zero strategy, will set out more of the policies that the Climate Change Committee is calling for in their recommendations. Clearly, I cannot speak for the Treasury, who will be publishing the Treasury review, but I know that that is also very, very well advanced.
We now have a substantive question to Minister Trevelyan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government confirmed its commitment to more nuclear power after Hinkley Point C in the Energy White Paper, and we are currently negotiating for Sizewell C. This is a great example of the bright future ahead for our skilled nuclear workforce.
Let's go to Craig Whittaker. Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gathering skills and expertise for building new nuclear power stations in the UK has been a mammoth task, and also at considerable expense to many companies, due to no nuclear being built here in the UK for many decades. Can my right honourable friend give some assurance to the tens of thousands of employees who are worried about their jobs as contracts come to an end on Hinkley Point and a potential lengthy gap before the funding model for Sizewell C is agreed?
My honourable friend is right, Mr. Speaker, that there was a long gap in terms of investment in nuclear, but I am very pleased that the Prime Minister's leadership has really reset that, and we are working very closely with industry and skills bodies to make sure that as we grow our nuclear industry once again, we better understand those skills requirements and challenges faced by the industry. EDF's latest estimates suggest the number of people working on Hinkley project will peak at around 8,500. And of course, this is a fantastic local employment story. And given EDF plans to replicate HPC at its next project, Sizewell C in Suffolk, we expect to see employment benefits transfer to that project, creating thousands of jobs in that local area.
Stephen Morgan.
Question number 15, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Secretary of State for the Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy has until the 8th of September 2021 to take his decision on whether or not to grant development consent for the proposal.
Stephen Morgan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I have long represented Portsmouth's opposition to Ackwind, which would cause untold disruption to our communities and no clear benefits to my city. There are serious concerns about the company, its murky financing and the influence its leaders have over ministers who are responsible for giving the project the go-ahead. Last weekend, I launched a petition to give a real voice to local people opposed to the development. With no Secretary of State here today, will she listen to the weight of concerns from my constituents and reject these damaging and suspicious proposals?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Local communities have had the opportunity to raise concerns during the examination undertaken by the Planning Inspectorate. The Secretary of State will consider all relevant matters, and I will ensure I pass on the message when he takes a decision. But as this is a live planning application, I can't comment further on these issues.
Shadow Minister Dr Alan Whitehead.
Is the Minister aware that we're talking about a company that, as its sole activity, is proposing to build an interconnector with France, that has attempted to get itself exempted from all the rules governing interconnectors, is now extraordinarily seeking government backing to trash parts of Portsmouth to land its cable, but throughout all this has never traded and is completely reliant for its existence on loans from unnamed overseas companies? But it has been active as a company in one other thing, and that is giving huge donations to the Conservative Party and a number of its MPs to the tune of £1,100,000, either from the company itself or through the good offices of its part owner. And now perhaps in return it wants the government to support its rackety scheme through the Secretary of State personally approving its planning application. This whole thing stinks. I would ask ministers to call a halt to the seedy enterprise and certainly not endorse its wild and inappropriate planning proposals.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As previously stated, the Secretary of State for Bays will have until the 8th of September 2021 to take his decision on whether or not to grant development consent on this proposal.
Stephen Kinnett.
Number 18, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for raising the important topic after engaging in a recent Westminster Hall debate, and I know how passionately he cares about this subject. I know he will have welcomed the Government's action on trade safeguards to protect our steel sector and jobs. We are also working closely with the Steel Council, reformed by the Business Secretary, on important matters such as decarbonisation, a sustainable future and procurement.
Stephen Kinnett.
Mr Speaker, for as long as anyone can remember, steel MPs, trade unions and employers have been urging the government to do something about industrial energy costs. And yet our steel workers still face prices that are 86% higher than their French competitors. And that's after the government's compensation scheme has been factored in. So with Ofgem planning to hike network charges even higher, what action is the Minister taking to block this potential hammer blow and to enable our steel workers to compete on a level playing field?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Since 2013, we have provided over £500 million in relief to the steel sector. And on the 14th of June, we published a consultation on the future of the compensation schemes, which will close on the 9th of August. Network charging, however, is a matter for Ofgem as the independent regulator, and decisions on its targeted charging review are for that to make. Government continues to engage with Ofgem to inform our understanding of the reform's policy implications.
Substantive question to Minister Scully.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The recent Uber Supreme Court judgment upheld the law that those who qualify as workers in the gig economy are entitled to the same employment rights and protections as workers in other parts of the economy. The government's got one of the best records on employment rights in the world, and we've just increased wages again for the UK's lowest paid workers.
Let's go to Bel Ribeiro Addy. Bel.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. According to the McKinsey Global Institute, 5 million people in the UK work in the gig economy. That's around 15.6% of the UK's total full and part-time workforce. And that's 5 million people without legal rights to statutory sick pay, holiday pay, redundancy pay, maternity leave or minimum wage. Now, February's Supreme Court ruling in favour of Uber drivers was a momentous step forward for gig economy workers. In the same month, however, the Minister for Small Businesses, Consumers and Labour Markets refused to back Labour's call to enshrine this in law. So I ask the Minister again, for the sake of the millions of gig economy workers, will the government finally step up and enshrine the rights of gig economy workers in law?
Employment law is clear that an individual's employment rights are determined by their employment status, which is in turn determined by the detail of their working arrangement. So government actively encourages businesses to ensure that they're adhering to their legal obligations, ensuring that individuals are treated fairly and in accordance with the law.
Number 20, Mr. Speaker.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer this with question 21. Comprehensive economic response to business is worth over £352 billion, including grants, the furlough scheme, tax deferrals and business rates relief. We've extended the protection of commercial tenants from eviction and debt enforcement due to non-payment of rent until the 25th of March 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Businesses in Luton South, whether they're in the town centre, Bury Park or Hightown, have told me that additional support is required to safeguard their future and local jobs. Small businesses need government to bring forward a plan to support them as we recover, particularly those who've had to take out loans to pay their rent. So does the Minister recognise that a proper debt restructuring plan will be vital in alleviating the burden of debt and to help small businesses get back on their feet?
I thank the Honourable Lady for that question, and it's important that, yes, first of all, we reopen, and I'm glad that the Prime Minister is making encouraging signs about the 19th of July, so that small businesses in particular can welcome back customers to start to recover. That gets into the recovery. We will continue to flex and extend our support for those businesses. Much of that support extends to September and beyond.
Sorry. Mr. Speaker, businesses in Ilford, represented by Ilford Business Improvement Districts, have been absolutely damaged so severely by this pandemic, often closing or finding their revenues down to around 30% of what they would be pre-pandemic. Many of those businesses now have significant debts and rent arrears. I'd like to know, Mr. Speaker, as with the businesses in Ilford, what plans the Secretary of State have to support the thousands of businesses struggling to pay their rent?
I've talked about reopening and recovery. We've got to make sure we build back better. We've got to build back build resilience into our high streets and our ecosystem that makes our communities. In terms of rents, as I said, we've extended the moratorium on rents until next year, so that we can legislate to encourage proper conversations to have with landlord and tenants. We're also reviewing the Landlord and Tenant Act.
We now come to Shadow Minister Seymour.
Mr. Speaker, many businesses on our high streets face financing their reopening in July, whilst dealing with quarterly rents, emergency loan repayments, business rates, VAT deferrals, all while furlough support is being withdrawn. UK Hospitality have now warned that the sector faces coming out of lockdown with over £6 billion worth of government debt, and not all sectors are going to bounce back overnight. They need a government that is on their side at this crucial time. So does the Minister think it's fair for hospitality businesses to pay a £100 million business rates bill from the 1st of July? Why did the government not extend that relief period as the Labour-led Welsh Government has done? And what discussions is he now having on the root and branch reform of business rates to allow the reinvigoration of the high street, promised in their 2015 manifesto, but still not delivered?
Well, in terms of furlough, the different businesses, different sectors have different views on that. The UK Hospitality are explaining that the furlough is starting to become a problem for them. Other sectors want it extended further. In terms of business rates and other support, the Chancellor in his budget deliberately went long. He erred on the side of generosity, so that because it was always about data, not dates, so that was always going to be flexible. In terms of business rates, the fundamental business rates review that we are conducting, the report will report back in autumn this year.
Ms. Green.
23, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I will answer this along with question 24. The Prime Minister has reasserted our commitment to restoring the UK as a science superpower and to increase government investment in R&D to £22 billion. We continue to make progress on the R&D roadmap and are planning to publish the R&D People and Culture strategy alongside the innovation strategy in the coming weeks.
Ms. Green.
I thank my honourable friend for her answer. The life science ecosystem is incredibly interdependent, and clinical trials are a key part of this. So will my honourable friend join me in meeting with key stakeholders to discuss how we can maintain our position as a world leader?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our ambition for clinical research is for the world-leading clinical research environment which capitalises on innovation and is resilient in the face of future healthcare challenges and improves the lives of patients UK-wide. And of course, I would be happy to meet my honourable friend to discuss this ambition.
Paul Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for her answer. But at Net Park in Sedgefield, we have a hub of innovation-led businesses, from space to defence. These include companies like Filtronic and Chromec, who are already established, and many smaller ones like Events and Pragmatic, who are redefining the semiconductor space, along with the Satellite Application Centre of Excellence operated by Business Durham. Would the Minister agree that places like NetPark, with embryonic ecosystems already in place, can be the foundation stones in building back better and levelling up? And would she come and see for herself this amazing asset of the North East?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Net Park is an excellent example of how science parks bring together talented communities to turn ideas into global successes. As home to two of the UK's catapult centres, Net Park is playing a vital role in helping us build back better across the United Kingdom. And of course, I would be delighted to visit not just Net Park, but of course the wider North East in the future to see how the region is capitalising on its innovation and technology strengths to support its local economy and communities. And I know that my honourable friend enjoyed his visit there so much when he went back week after week.
Minister Gilmore.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, on Friday, I visited Newcastle University's Dementia Research Centre and spoke to the wonderful scientists striving to cure this terrible affliction. But I also heard of the desperate conditions early career researchers face. Government funding commitments abandoned, grants ending as COVID devastates medical research charities excluded from government support, institutes closed as government's international development funding is slashed, postdocs eking out funding from project to project with no job security, working 2 jobs at once or working for free, unable to apply for funding in their own name. And the most disadvantaged are hardest hits. How can the Minister say she is supporting science when she is throwing the next generation of scientists to the wolves?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member, I always appreciate her candid questions. But she will know that we have been working on the People and Culture strategy. And within that People and Culture strategy, it very much takes into account around early research. It takes into account career progression. It takes into account all of the important things that we need to consider to enable that our R&D system really is allowed to thrive and flourish. And just to add, in May we announced that BEIS was going to fund £50 million from BEIS together with £5 million from Department for Health and Social Security, which will support early career researchers supported by charities, helping to protect the pipeline of research superstars, have a fantastic impact to improve patients' lives in the future.
Substantive question to Minister Trevelyan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Independent Climate Change Committee agree that the UK will need oil and gas as we deliver net zero by 2050. No other significant oil and gas producing nation matches the UK's action on hydrocarbons in the economy, and our withdrawal of support for international fossil fuels, our North Sea transition deal and our new checkpoint for licensing provide a global exemplar. Our climate compatibility checkpoint will also operate from 2022. Any reduction in domestic production would need to be replaced by increased imports.
Let's go to Caroline Lucas. Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The International Energy Agency report is clear that there can be no new investment in fossil fuel projects if the world is to meet its climate targets. Yet the government is set to approve the Cambo oil field, which, thanks to a loophole, won't even be subject to its derisory climate checkpoint because the original licence was granted over a decade ago. Is it really the Minister's understanding that this new North Sea oil project won't add to global heating because of the date on the original licence? And will the government think again about approving this new oil project when it's meant to be showing global leadership ahead of COP26? Or, as with the Cumbria coal mine, is it waiting for the US climate envoy to intervene instead?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The checkpoint will apply to all future licence rounds. Those projects already licensed are already accounted for in our projections of future oil and gas production. So, projects like Cambo, which the Honourable Lady identifies, are already licensed and are going through normal regulatory processes. Estimated emissions and production from all those existing licences are already accounted for in our forward projections.
Alan Hayes.
Question 27, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, solar is key to the government's strategy for low-cost decarbonisation of the energy sector, and we will need sustained growth in capacity over the next decade as we move to net zero. It already accounts for 28% of installed renewable capacity in the UK. Large-scale solar PV projects are eligible to compete in the next contracts difference allocation round in December of this year, and government also supports rooftop solar through the Smart Export Guarantee and energy efficiency schemes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Community energy is vitally important in delivering renewable energy and in engaging communities in contributing to net zero. But the sector has suffered since the government cancelled the Urban Community Energy Fund in 2016 and excluded it from the Social Investment Tax Relief in 2017. This evening, I'm meeting with Sustainable Energy 24 in my constituency, who are working hard to deliver new solar installations and to engage our local communities, despite the government's lack of support. Will the Minister commit to meaningful support for community energy?
Thank you. We are absolutely supportive of community energy, and the £10 million Rural Community Energy Fund provides grant funding to help communities with the upfront costs of project development. We've also funded dedicated officers at 5 local energy hubs to provide one-to-one support, and we intend to set out our future plans for community energy in the forthcoming net zero strategy.
Substantial question to Minister Scully.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Ministers in this department have regular and productive discussions with the automotive sector and opportunities in the UK. Through our efforts, just last week, full 5 years after the EU referendum, a new electrical vehicle hub in Sunderland was announced, which will benefit the whole sector. Nissan still remains in the UK. Nissan is investing in the UK.
We now go to Gerald Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The automotive sector has been through a hugely difficult time impacting on the industry and the supply chain right across the UK, including in my constituency in Merthyr Tydfil and Rumney. With the recent announcements of new opportunities supporting jobs and job opportunities in England, which I very much support, can I ask the Minister what recent discussions he's had on this issue with the Welsh Government to ensure that support and opportunity for the automotive sector reaches all parts of the United Kingdom?
Indeed, my colleagues across the department speak with the Welsh Government on a regular basis, and I indeed have quad meetings with my counterparts in Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland. We absolutely recognise the importance of the automotive sector to the UK's economy and the Welsh economy indeed, and are continuing to invest in it. By supporting innovation in the sector's transition to zero-emission technologies, we're securing existing jobs and creating jobs for the future.
Richard Holden. Not here. This is not very good. Bob Seeley. Not here. This is the worst school register anybody could have. Catherine West.
Number 31, Mr Speaker.
I will pass on your displeasure, Mr Speaker. I agree. I had some very interesting answers to share with them, so I'm as disappointed as you. Mr Speaker, with your permission, I'll answer this question along with question 32. Our 10-point plan lays the foundation for the transition to net zero with key commitments and action, including in offshore wind, zero-emissions vehicles and, of course, building our green economy. Ahead of COP26, we will also publish a comprehensive net zero strategy. It will set out the government's vision for transitioning to a net zero economy, making the most of new growth and employment opportunities across the UK.
West.
Mr Speaker, could I press the Minister on the Equine scheme, which I believe the Minister may have an interest that she may need to declare on, which was raised by the member for Southampton Test. How many green jobs will be provided by the proposed scheme, and what national security assessment has been carried out where this project is sponsored by an oligarch who has donated £1 million to the Conservative Party?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm unable to answer any of the Honourable Lady's questions because I have recused myself from all matters to do with the Aquid Interconnector because Northumberland Conservatives received some funds from one of the owners of the company.
Steve Brown.
The retrofitting of existing housing stock, Mr Speaker, has to be a key component of our net zero drive. We've had the Green Deal and we've had the Green Homes Grant. I think the most diplomatic way of putting it is that neither have realised their potential. So can I ask the Minister what comes next and when might we have sight of that? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government is continuing to fund a number of schemes as part of its commitment to retrofit homes to cut energy bills for the poorest households and make them greener on that path to net zero. The Green Homes Grant Local Authority Delivery Scheme, which is supporting projects to install energy efficiency measures for low-income households, has already provided £500 million to local authorities and low-income households across England, being delivered up to the end of this year. In June of this year, we launched the Sustainable Warmth Competition, enabling local authorities to apply for further funding under the £200 million Local Authority Delivery Phase 3 scheme.
Mr Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I and my officials have regular conversations with the Competition and Markets Authority on a wide range of issues. Though open banking is normally handled by my honourable friend, the Exchequer Secretary, we support independence as a key criterion for the future open banking governance model.
Mr Speaker, I'm delighted to hear that the independence of open banking is a core principle. And would my honourable friend agree with me that open banking potentially creates a much wider idea or direction of travel for open everything? All sorts of other sectors could benefit from this approach to allow switching to be done much more easily, much more quickly, and to open up to competition many more sectors of our economy.
I agree with my honourable friend, and he's absolutely right, because we want to continue the UK's lead in open banking, but there's so much more to do with smart data, and we'll learn the lessons that allow us to lead in open banking to apply to all those other areas that he mentions.
Final question, Dr. Julie Lewis.
Much to my surprise, Mr Speaker, number 35.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The National Security and Investment Act delivers important reforms to the UK investment screening powers, helping to keep this country safe. The Government looks forward to working with the BEIS Select Committee to enable them to provide the same effective scrutiny of the Investment Security Unit as they do for the rest of the Department's work. And we're in the process of developing an MOU to allow them to do just that.
Julie Lewis.
My honourable friend the Minister kindly explain the practical arrangements that will be made to ensure that the BEIS Select Committee can scrutinise the top secret documents involved in the work of the Investment Security Unit. Specifically, will the committee's members and staff be cleared to see and handle such documents, and will they be given access to secure premises in which to read and discuss such highly classified papers? And I think the answer is fat chance.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We will make sure that the BEIS Select Committee has the information that it needs to fulfil its remit and scrutinise the work of the Investment Security Unit. As my right honourable friend will be aware, the Osmo 3 rules set out how secret and top secret materials should be handled with respect to committees and other than the ISC. I can assure the House that we will regard to those principles as we develop the Memorandum of Understanding with the BEIS Committee.
We now come to topicals. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. After a very long and difficult year, things are looking up. Our economy is in better health than many had predicted, and the vaccine rollout continues apace. While some are keen to talk down Britain, across the economy, optimism is returning. Last week, Nissan and Envision announced a £1 billion investment to create the UK's largest gigafactory, creating 1,600 new jobs in Sunderland and 4,500 more in the supply chain. Today, Stellantis has announced over £100 million of investment at its Vauxhall plant in Ellesmere Port to become the first mass-volume, fully battery electric vehicle plant in Europe. This will safeguard the future of the site and its supply chain for the next decade. These are both huge votes of confidence, Mr Speaker, in the UK post-Brexit and show our green industrial revolution in action. With COP26 fast approaching, the Secretary of State and I will continue to drive forward the Prime Minister's 10-point plan, growing our economy, levelling up the country and, of course, tackling emissions.
Paul Holmes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I welcome my right honourable friend's announcement last week that he is bringing forward the date to remove unabated coal from the UK's energy mix by a whole year to 2024. Does he agree, or does she agree, that this shows how the UK is leading the world in consigning coal power to the history books, showing that we're serious about decarbonising our power system so that we can meet our ambitious world-leading climate targets?
I fully agree with my right honourable friend. Closing Britain's remaining coal units by 2024 will mean we'll have reduced coal's share of our electricity supply from a third to zero in only 10 years. This is a huge achievement that reinforces our record on climate action.
Secretary of State Ed Miliband.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As my honourable friend said earlier, The Climate Change Committee's report card on government 2 weeks ago was devastating, and I quote, "This defining year for the UK's climate credentials has been marred by uncertainty and delay. The policy is just not there. We continue to blunder into high-carbon choices." And the chair of the committee, Lord Deben, when asked to give the government marks out of 10 for policy, said somewhere below 4. On any measure, Mr Speaker, they are failing grades. Who does the Minister hold responsible?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, I think as we are world leading, and a number of world leaders, and I think Mark Carney at a select committee yesterday stated that we are doing as well as anybody else across the planet, I would have to respectfully disagree with the honourable gentleman, because I think we really are making huge progress. The policy that is rolling out at incredible pace. Businesses, and I am hugely impressed, businesses are leaning in so hard to help as their contribution to the decarbonisation challenges that we face. And as we move towards the net zero strategy, he will be able to see that whole holistic approach that we are taking, which ensure that all of us who are going to help to solve that will meet that challenge.
I think that's what we call the dog ate my homework excuse, Mr Speaker. And this is where the problem lies. When it comes to investment in a green recovery, the UK government's plans per head of population are less than a third of Germany, a quarter of France and just 6% of the US. That's why the Climate Change Committee says we are just 1/5 of the way to meeting our targets in terms of policy. Isn't the truth that because the government isn't matching its grand rhetoric with public investment at scale, they are failing to tackle the biggest long-term threat our country faces?
Mr Speaker, we are 1/5 of the way, and if this is a journey to net zero 2050, we put into law, in fact I did just 2 weeks ago, the Carbon Budget 6, which has brought forward the challenge that we face to decarbonise our power industry, really by 15 years. We are literally world leading in doing this, and other countries are talking with me day by day to help to follow the path that we are taking to make sure that we all do our part to meet net zero. This isn't only about the UK, this is of course a global challenge, and the work that my honourable friend CPD is doing to help drive that across the world is critically important to success.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Independent businesses are the beating heart of our high streets, and we are fortunate in my own constituency, the cities of London and Westminster, that it's brimming with independent shops ready to sell everything from artisan food to emerging fashion brands. Last weekend we marked Independent Shop Day, and I visited Marylebone, where I was delighted to meet Paul Roth and Son Deli, Penton's hardware shop and Sanford's flower stall. Does my honourable friend agree with me that we must do everything in our power to support independent businesses this summer and encourage people back to the city centres like central London and every other city centre in the United Kingdom to take advantage of these brilliant, unique shops?
Thank my honourable friend, and she's a doughty champion for small business, independent businesses in her constituency, but also the big ones that everybody knows around the world, not just around the country. And she's absolutely right that if people come into the centre of London, which has been remarkably quiet and has been slow to recover, then they will see the benefits of these independent shops, as well as being able to enjoy everything that the most fantastic global city that she represents has to offer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. CF Fertilisers at Billingham in my constituency run the 2 remaining primary ammonia plants in the UK. And with the Department of Transport anticipating that 80% of UK domestic shipping will rely on ammonia for fuel by 2050, CF will have a critical role to play. They've been hugely proactive in reducing emissions, but are reliant on CCS to decarbonise further. So can the Minister tell me what plans she has to select and progress ammonia decarbonisation within phase 1 of the CCS cluster sequencing process?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As the honourable gentleman will know, the process is in full swing, and we will be making an announcement before too long on those first clusters who will be able to lead in the CCUS programme. And of course, bringing in Carbon Budget 6 means that we have brought in the challenges of getting to grips with the aviation and shipping fuels, and the DFT are focusing on how that will be part of the net zero strategy.
Let's go to Bob.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Following the regrettable decision by the Chancellor to exclude new nuclear power from our clean energy programme, can my right honourable friend update the House on what action she's going to take to ensure that we commission and develop urgently needed new nuclear power stations so we can keep the lights on and provide base level energy right across the grid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is absolutely committed to new nuclear power, as we set out in the Energy White Paper last year. We have entered into negotiations with the developers of Sizewell C to look at the financing to set 2 on building that next one after Hinkley Point C, and we've committed £385 million for developing advanced nuclear technologies, including small modular reactors, for deployment in the 2030s.
Maryland.
Mr. Speaker, in November 2019, the Prime Minister promised he would end the government raid on miners' pensions. But yesterday, the government flagrantly rejected the unanimous cross-party BES Select Committee report, which said it was right to tackle this injustice. Why has the government betrayed the Prime Minister's promise to coalfield communities?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned in an earlier answer, in the questions, I met with a number of the trustees a few weeks ago, and we discussed a number of issues in detail, and I've left them with a number of issues to consider so that they can go away. But the proposition as it stands at the moment is one that the government doesn't wish to take forwards, but I have asked the trustees to come back to me once they've considered the questions we discussed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am absolutely delighted that Dewsbury has been awarded £24.8 million in its town fund bid. Could the Minister outline the benefits this investment will have for retailers and other businesses in my hometown?
In just 18 months, the honourable gentleman, my honourable friend, has shown the impact of his work across his hometown. And he's absolutely right. Dewsbury's transformative £24.8 million investment is going to make a more attractive place to live, work and invest by supporting projects that deliver that enhanced business environment, like the arcade to be reopened to small independent businesses, and Dewsbury Market to be transformed to a modern-day market with fibre network improvements and repurposing underused sites. This is really going to boost Dewsbury reputation as a place for starting and growing a business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In November of last year, the government report on the first statutory review of the pubs code was published. It proposed certain changes that could improve the operation of the code. Would my right honourable friend update the House on whether these changes have been implemented, and does he believe further statutory provisions are required to adequately protect the interests of tied tenants and ensure a future for thousands of pubs throughout the country?
My honourable friend for his interest in a really important area supporting pubs. We're shortly going to be publishing a consultation to seek views on detailed options to improve the practical operation of the pubs code. It's important that all interested parties are able to comment on those, given the code's complexity and its potential impact on property rights. It covers just over under 8,700 tied pub tenants in England and Wales, so it's only a small proportion of businesses in the hospitality sector, but a very important proportion. We're going to next year launch a second statutory review to seek stakeholders' views on the effectiveness of the pub code as well.
Let's go to Dame Diana Johnson. Diana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could one of the ministers tell me whether they agree that it's wrong for companies that have received millions of pounds of support from taxpayers to seek to now fire and rehire their staff?
Lady, for that, for continued interest in this important area. And I've talked time and time again that it's not right and not acceptable for employers to use these as bully boy negotiating tactics. ACAS has done the work on the quantitative work on fire and rehire. We're asking them to write guidance, but also to do some more detailed work as well. If we need to act, we certainly will act.
Pauline Lethal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard from pilots at the Travel Day of Action about the disaster facing their industries if coronavirus restrictions are not relaxed soon. As he will know, our aviation, transport and travel and tourism sectors were the first to be impacted as a consequence of COVID-19, with passenger numbers collapsing from March 2020, and with recovery likely to take a number of years. These will also be the last sectors to revive. Can my right honourable friend tell me what help he will be giving to the transport industry
after, or the aviation industry after July the 19th if the Transport Secretary does not open up the airways?
Travel has impact beyond the sector itself and the impact of reopening our cities as well. And we will continue to work with the sector to offer them support and flex our support as ever. But she mentioned weddings, and on the 21st of June, the restrictions on weddings were eased, which I was pleased to see. And it's now the number determined by how many the venue can safely accommodate with social distancing measures in place. And I'm looking forward to the day when those final social distancing measures can melt away.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning the government tweeted to tell us that about 1.7 million businesses had been allowed to borrow money under the various coronavirus loan schemes. Do they also intend to send out a tweet to tell us how many jobs have been lost and how many businesses have been destroyed by the decision to exclude 3 million business owners from any coronavirus support whatsoever?
I think I've continued to converse with, whether it's in person or on social media, with some of the people that have been leading the campaign on those in this area. And as I've said before, a lot of these schemes that we've put in place have been reverse engineered so that we could deliver them quickly, at pace and at scale. And that has meant that we've not been able to save every business and every job, but clearly we will look to not only reopen and recover so we can bounce back better, protect as many jobs as we can, but create new jobs as well.
Is there anything that ministers can do to ensure that small builders get access to building materials that are increasingly in short supply?
There is a shortage of building materials just due to global demand for materials outstripping supply. We're working with the Construction Leadership Council's Product Availability Group to identify and resolve these challenges.
Greg Morris.
The government's refusal to act on the recommendations of the Business Select Committee's report is nothing short of a complete and total betrayal of retired mine workers and their widows. Notwithstanding the Minister's reply about ongoing discussions on the surplus sharing arrangements, why is the government blocking the transfer of 1.2 billion of the miners' own money from the reserve fund to immediately uplift the pensions of miners and their widows struggling to make ends meet?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That particular fund is there as one might describe it as a backstop to help support if there was a need to increase pensions. And as I say, I continue to be pleased to continue discussions with the trustees as we look at what potential solutions going forwards in the years ahead as the number of miners reduces and therefore the investment pot needs to be looked at in a different way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree that the £1 billion investment package recently unveiled by Nissan UK and Envision is a further post-Brexit mark of confidence in UK science, technology and manufacturing? And will the Minister do more to ensure this type of investment is forthcoming over the next few years?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend that the investment that Nissan has, and the confidence that Nissan has shown in this country, and indeed, as we've seen where the Secretary of State is up in Ellesmere Port talking to Stellantis about their investment in this country as well, is a ringing endorsement.
Go to Weira Hobhouse. Weira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Community energy has manifold advantages, but its full potential cannot be unleashed, mainly because of regulatory barriers. Will the Minister meet with me and Power for People to discuss how we can work with government to find a way forward?
Thank you, Speaker. As I said in an early answer, we already have a number of funds working in community energy, and I would be very happy to meet with the Honourable Lady to discuss her perspectives at any point.
Speaker, yet again we've heard about the need for nuclear baseload. The reality is that Dungeness nuclear power station just shut down 7 years early, and 75% of the existing nuclear fleet will be offline before Hinkley Point C can even be up and running. So either nuclear baseload is a myth, or can the Minister tell me when the lights are getting turned out?
Mr. Speaker, we continue to invest in new nuclear. I have set out earlier in some answers, and we are working to grow our renewable energies at an extraordinary pace, world-leading with an offshore wind capacity already world-leading at 29% of the total, but we continue to grow that from 10 gigawatt to 40 gigawatt by 2030.
These questions.
It is, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier on, at question 31, I raised a question regarding green jobs. with a particular scheme called Aquind, which is sponsored by Mr Tomoko, who is a funder to the Tory party, to the tune of £1 million. The Minister quite rightly recused herself from answering the question because she has an interest. However, is there anyone else on the front bench who can answer my question about green jobs, and has there been a national security assessment done on the Aquind project, which is an interconnector between France and the UK and has data implications?
The Minister, Minister Scully.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Obviously, my honourable friend was right to recuse herself from the decision to ensure probity, and we will find an answer for you from the Secretary of State.
Right. I am now suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable necessary arrangements for the next business to be made. Order. Order. I call the Secretary of State, Sajid Javid, to make a statement. Secretary of State.
Mr Speaker, with permission, I'd like to make a statement on the pandemic and the roadmap to freedom. Freedom is in our sights once again, thanks to the protective wall of this country's vaccination programme and the huge advances we've made in getting this virus under control. Yesterday, I stood at this dispatch box and I set out the details of what Step 4 in our roadmap will mean for this nation. After the arduous 18 months that we've all endured, it was so wonderful to describe a world where we can no longer have to count the number of people that we're meeting, where theatres and stadiums are busting with people once again, and where care home residents are able to see their loved ones without restrictions. Now, of course, Mr. Speaker, I understand that some people are cautious about the idea of easing restrictions. But we must balance the risks. The risks of a virus that has diminished but not defeated against the risks of keeping these restrictions and the health, social and economic hardship that we know they bring. This pandemic is far from over, and we will continue to proceed with caution. But we're increasingly confident that our plan is working and that we can soon begin a new chapter based on the foundations of personal responsibility and common sense rather than the blunt instrument of rules and regulations. Now today, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to provide an update on another area where we'll be able to ease restrictions, the rules on self-isolation. Self-isolation has played a critical role in helping us to get this virus under control by denying the virus the human contact that it needs to spread. And I'm so grateful to the many, many people right across the UK who have selflessly done their duty, making sacrifices so they can help keep the virus at bay. Even though we've done everything in our power to support the people who've had to self-isolate, and yesterday we announced that we'll be extending financial support until September, I'm fully aware of how difficult it has been. But we can take hope from the fact that science has shown us a solution, just as it's done so many times in our fight against this virus. And that solution is our vaccine, which we know offers huge protection. The latest data from Public Health England shows that our vaccination programme has saved over 27,000 lives and has prevented over 7 million people from getting COVID-19. And it shows that both doses of COVID-19 vaccine can reduce symptomatic infection by almost 80%. That protective wall, because that's what it is, a protective wall, it means that the odds have shifted in our favour and we can look afresh at many of the measures that we've had to put in place. Now, this is especially important when almost two-thirds of adults, that's 64%, have had both doses of a vaccine and so have got the maximum protection that the vaccine can offer. As a result, we will soon be able to take a risk-based approach that recognises the huge benefits that the vaccines provide both to people who get the jab and to their loved ones too. So, Mr. Speaker, from the 16th of August, when even more people will have the protection of both doses and when modelling suggests the risks from the virus will be even lower, anyone who's a close contact of a positive case will no longer have to self-isolate if they have been fully vaccinated. If someone gets their second dose just before or just after the 16th of August, they'll need to wait 2 weeks, after which their second jab can take effect and give them these new freedoms. So this will allow the vaccine time to build up the maximum possible protection, those 2 weeks. Now, as we make this change, we'll be drawing on the huge capacity we've built for testing and sequencing and advising close contacts who are fully vaccinated to take a PCR test as soon as possible so they can get certainty about their condition. And of course, anyone that tests positive will have to self-isolate whether they have had the jab or not. This new approach means that we can manage the virus in a way that's proportionate to the pandemic while maintaining the freedoms that are so important to us all. As honourable members will be aware, we're not currently offering vaccines to most people under the age of 18. So we thought carefully about how we can make sure that young people get the life experiences that are so important to their development, while at the same time we're keeping them safe from this deadly virus. So in line with the approach for adults, anyone under the age of 18 who is a close contact of a positive case will no longer have to self-isolate. Instead, they'll be given advice about whether they should get tested, dependent on their age, and will need to self-isolate only if they test positive. These measures will also come into force on the 16th of August, ahead of the autumn school term. Now, I know that people will have questions, colleagues in the House will have questions about these changes and other questions around Step 4 on our roadmap and how it impacts schools and colleges. And my right honourable friend, the Education Secretary, will be updating the House immediately after my statement. We're also looking at the self-isolation rules for international travel, so that we can remove the need for fully vaccinated arrivals to isolate when they return from an amber list country. And the Transport Secretary will be providing an update to the House later this week. Mr. Speaker, step by step, jab by jab, we're replacing the temporary protection of the restrictions with the long-term protection of the vaccine, so we can restore the freedoms which we cherish and the experiences that mean so much to us all. Let's all play our part to protect ourselves and to protect others as we enter these crucial few weeks, so that in this battle between the vaccine and the virus, the vaccine will prevail. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State Jonathan Ashworth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement. Now, this morning, the Secretary of State was warning that he expects infections to hit 100,000 a day. So could he confirm if he is saying that will be the peak, and when will we hit it on his expectations? And can he confirm that with infections running at 100,000 a day, that will translate into around 5,000 people a day developing long-term chronic illness, long COVID? So what will the long COVID waiting list look like by the end of the summer? Now, he justifies allowing infections to climb by pointing to the weakened link between hospitalisations and deaths, and that we are building a protective wall. But of course, the wall is only half built. And we know from outbreaks in Israel and research that the Delta variant can be transmitted through fully vaccinated people, even if they don't get sick. And indeed, data in the last 24 hours or so from the Ministry of Health from Israel points to the Pfizer vaccine being just 64% effective at stopping symptomatic and asymptomatic transmission of the Delta variant. So sadly, being double jabbed means you are still a risk to others. And yet he's releasing controls on transmissions at the time when infections are rising, and then hospitalisations will rise as well, given we know what he's doing. So can he tell us what are the percentage of ICU beds and general and acute beds that will need to be occupied before, in his view, wider NHS care is compromised? Because we've heard him in the last week or so tell us that he wants to unlock, because he rightly wants to focus on the monumental NHS backlog. But the rising hospital admissions that are baked into the plan, into the path that he has chosen, will mean operations cancelled, treatments delayed, and waiting times increasing. So will he now be clear with patients waiting longer and at risk of permanent disability that the increase in admissions to hospital will mean that they have to wait longer, and what is his assessment of the waiting list, and what will it hit by the end of the summer? Now, I understand the rationale for his announcement today, but I've got to tell him again that the biggest barrier to an effective isolation policy hasn't been the inconvenience, but the lack of financial incentive to stay home. And if we are going to live with this virus, the days of people soldiering on when unwell are over. Sick pay is vital to infection control. Will he please now fix it? Now, getting back to normal, which we all want to do, depends on people feeling safe. So does he appreciate that those who are immunocompromised, or for whom the vaccination is less effective, will have their freedoms curtailed by ditching masks on public transport? Blood Cancer UK yesterday warned that people with blood cancer will feel like their freedoms have been taken away when mask wearing lifts. What's his message to those with blood cancer? And it's not good enough to simply say travel or go to the shops at less busy times. Now, of course, he understands the importance of masks, because I've now read his pandemic paper from Harvard that he likes to refer to. And he praises the use of masks in this paper. But he also warns in this paper that changing course on policy making is an essential feature of good policy making. And he goes on to say, yet politicians find it hard because of the tendency for decisions to become psychologically and emotionally anchored. Well, I agree with him, and I hope he still agrees with himself as well. So let's have a U-turn on mask wearing. Yes, let's have freedom, but not a high-risk free for all. Keep masks for now, fix sick pay, and let's unlock in a safe and sustainable way.
Mr. Speaker, let me turn to the right honourable gentleman's questions. First of all, he asked about infections, and as I said yesterday from this dispatch box, that we do expect, for the time being, infections to continue rising for the reasons I set out yesterday. By July the 19th, the point when we enter into step 4, the advice that we receive and the modelling suggests they could be as high as 50,000, to double what they are now on a daily basis. And as the right honourable gentleman said, that beyond that, that we believe they will continue rising as the modelling goes out further. It's less certain, but they could go as high as 100,000. I've been very upfront about that. But what I've also been very clear about, the reason that we can make the decisions that we've made and set out yesterday, and the decision I just announced today on self-isolation rules for those that are double vaccinated if they come into contact with someone that is infected. The reason we can do this is because of the vaccine. The vaccine has been our wall of defence. Jab by jab, brick by brick, we have been building a defence against this virus. And the vaccine, whilst no one can say at this point that the link between cases and hospitalisation has been definitively broken, there's not enough evidence for that. What there is enough evidence for is to show us that the link between cases and hospitalisation and deaths has been severely weakened. And the honourable gentleman has asked about how many hospitalisations there have been or there may be. What I can tell him, I think will help demonstrate how this link has been severely weakened, is that at the moment we have, in the last 24 hours, approximately 27,000 reported new infections, and the total number of hospital in England with COVID-19, total number of people is just under 2,000. And the last time we had infections at that level, we were certainly above 20,000. And so that is a demonstration of how much the link has been weakened. And in making sure that it stays that way, we of course want to see more and more people getting vaccinated. We've announced a booster program that will start in September to make sure that immunity that comes from the vaccine remains. And the honourable gentleman also talked about non-COVID health problems, and he's right to raise that. A number of honourable members raised that, and I would like him to just try and understand that one of the reasons we have so many people that wanted to go to the NHS with non-COVID health problems, such as cancer and heart disease and mental health problems, but they were prevented, was because of the restrictions that we had in place, and how that prevented and how that impacted. Those restrictions caused many of those problems. If the honourable gentleman thinks about the mental health problems that have been caused, for example, by those restrictions. And so if we want to start dealing with those non-COVID health problems, then we have to start easing and moving away from these restrictions because of the protection the vaccine has provided us. And he, as the shadow health secretary, he should be just as concerned as I am about non-COVID health problems as he is with COVID health problems. And then the right honourable gentleman also asked me about the immunosuppressed, and again, he and other colleagues that have raised it, they're absolutely right to raise this issue. The vaccines are there to protect everyone, and including many of those people that are immunosuppressed that can take vaccines, but also for those who can't take vaccines, the fact that the rest of us do helps protect them, and we would want to see them take the same precautions that they would usually take in winter, for example, in trying to protect themselves against colds and flus and other viruses. And also I would encourage people to make sure they're in contact with their GP to see what other measures they might be able to take, what other precautions. And then lastly, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman asked me about masks. He referred to a paper that I authored before I took this position. But he should understand, it's a strange question for him to ask. There is a role for masks in dealing with a pandemic, in particularly when you have a pandemic with no wall of defence against that pandemic. When you have a vaccine, and when that vaccine works, and when you've got the best vaccine rollout programme in the world, then you need to start moving away from these restrictions, including on masks.
The Select Committee, Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of those other illnesses, apart from COVID, that has been very badly affected by the pandemic is cancer. And my right honourable friend will know that last year 40,000 fewer people started cancer treatment, which will sadly lead to a number of preventable deaths. So will he be looking at the workforce required to deal with the cancer backlog? Will he also look at the capital requirements of many hospitals, including in my own area, the Royal Surrey County Hospital, trying to build a cancer institute, but many of my honourable friends and honourable members will have similar stories. And can I make him a bold and generous offer to come in front of the Select Committee in September to talk about those plans? He can come for a couple of hours, but we do up to 7 hours, should he so wish.
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend is absolutely right to raise the issues of cancer, and of course it is a huge priority for this government. I've just mentioned, Mr. Speaker, earlier that how sadly, because of the rules that we've had in place now for well over a year, there are many people that would have come forward to the NHS with cancer or suspected cancer, and they have not been seen, and that has really built up a terrible problem, and that is an absolute priority for me to tackle with workforce, with capital, and of course I look forward to coming and sitting in front of his Select Committee. I'm not sure about the 7 hours. I'd hope he'll be a bit more lenient on me than that, but I do look forward to it.
We now go to SNP spokesperson Martin Day. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that this government has repeatedly got things wrong on COVID, from the timing of lockdowns, which allowed the Kent variant to spread, the lack of border controls, which allowed the Delta variant into the UK, the delay on red listing of India, and now we have cases of the Delta variant surging while millions of people are still to be fully vaccinated and over 1 million are already living with long COVID, many will be concerned that the UK government is actively trying to snatch defeat from the jaws of a vaccine victory. What confidence can the public have that the latest round of measures, abandoning all restrictions, is not another reckless gamble in the face of an increasing transmission? In a poll by New Scientist, a majority of disease experts said that some form of mask wearing would be required until 2022, and others thought 2023 or later. Was the correct time to lift mask requirements? Then agreed with the government's position of ending the requirements this year. Can the Minister, for the sake of clarity and honesty, confirm that the UK government has stopped listening to the science on its COVID policy? Tragically, we have 150,000 people dead already, and the Prime Minister has said we must reconcile ourselves, sadly, to more deaths from COVID. So perhaps the Secretary can enlighten us as to how many more deaths the UK government thinks are acceptable.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman refers to the announcement we made around masks yesterday about moving away from rules and regulations to guidance and personal responsibility, and he's asking, how can we make such a decision? And the answer is the vaccine. The vaccine is working. We have more people vaccinated than any other large country in the world, thanks to the work of the NHS and the volunteers and everyone else involved, including, of course, in Scotland too. And that has weakened the link between cases, hospitalisation and deaths. And these decisions have been informed by the science. Contrary to what the honourable gentleman said, they've been informed by the science. The science is working.
For withdrawn, shall we go to Layla Moran? Layla.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State said in his statement that he was grateful to the many people across the UK who have selflessly done their duty. We all are. Well, last week, a friend of an NHS intensive care doctor emailed me in despair. The doctor contracted COVID-19 on Christmas Eve while doing her duty in hospital and has been unable to work since, as COVID then developed into long COVID. Now, HR have issued her with papers to file for statutory sick pay at the job centre, and she stands to lose her salary entirely. Surely this is completely unacceptable and an insult to NHS workers' sacrifices during the pandemic. Does the Secretary of State believe this is fair? I hope he doesn't. And if not, will he look into this and similar cases urgently so that the frontline staff, the heroes of this pandemic, receive the proper financial support they need while they recover?
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased the Honourable Lady has raised this issue. First of all, my own personal thanks to the doctor in her constituency that she's just referred to, and to the many other doctors and clinicians for everything that they've done for the country and they continue to do throughout this pandemic. She's raised the issue of the particular doctor she's referred to. Obviously, I'm not aware of the details, but if she writes to me, I would certainly respond to her and look at it carefully.
David Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all recognise that the tremendous success of the vaccine programme has changed everything, and my right honourable friend has made that point eloquently again this morning. But it's also clear from the recent daily figures that take-up appears to be falling. Can my right honourable friend explain why that's happening and what he's doing to make sure that as many people get vaccinated fully as fast as possible?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, what I can tell my right honourable friend is that, first of all, in terms of take-up, compared to any other large country, it's the best in the world. That said, we of course would like to see even better take-up. At the moment, 4/5 of adults have had at least one jab and 3/5 have had 2 jabs. We are seeing many vaccine centres move into sort of walk-in vaccine centres. I visited the one at St Thomas's myself just last week, and that has certainly encouraged more people to come forward. And also, yesterday I announced that we are shortening the gap between the first dose and the second dose for all under 40s to 8 weeks, and I think that will help as well. So we continue to push take-up, but every time this is raised in Parliament, it's a good thing. There's an opportunity for all of us as parliamentarians to ask our constituents to come forward, take up the vaccine and help build up that wall of defence.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Secretary of State for his statement today and for all that he and his staff in the NHS have done on behalf of us all. I recognise, as the Secretary of State has said, that there must be a risk-free approach in place and welcome that. But can the Secretary of State outline what steps his department are taking to meet the psychological needs of young people with cancer to ensure that they can access timely, high-quality support regardless of the COVID statistics and variants which has seen their treatment delayed, causing additional mental health strain? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman is right to point out that there's no risk-free way forward. The whole world with this pandemic, it's unprecedented, and leaders across the world are having to balance up risks and take the approach that they think is right. And he's also right to raise the challenges created by this pandemic and our response to it that are not directly linked to COVID itself. The mental health increase that we've seen across the nation, including in Northern Ireland. We have provided much more funding for mental health, but we do need a long-term sustainable plan to deal with mental health challenges that have sadly increased.
Dr. Andrew Mercer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much welcome the statement of my right honourable friend to his place. It emerges that AstraZeneca vaccine made in India, particularly batches 4120, Z0012 and 3, may not be recognised by the European Medicines Agency, despite, of course, being recognised by the MHRA. That has implications for the digital COVID certificate that will enable many constituents to be able to travel to Europe this summer. Can the Secretary of State clarify negotiations with Europe about this, and also say whether regulatory bodies in other jurisdictions, notably the FDA, are taking a similar line as the EMA is?
Mr. Speaker, what I can tell my honourable friend is that the AstraZeneca type vaccine being used in India is, I think it's referred to as Covishield. We have not used Covishield in the UK, and we are in intensive discussions with our European friends to make sure that they have the facts on hand and they can respond accordingly.
Let's go to Debbie Abrahams. Debbie.
Mr. Speaker, today's Health Foundation COVID report adds to evidence from Professor Sir Michael Marmot on the UK's high and unequal COVID death toll. It shows that the UK has not only suffered high levels of COVID mortality, the second highest excess deaths for working age people in Europe, but that people of colour and disabled people were 5 and 6 times respectively more likely to die than their white counterparts, as well as non-disabled counterparts. On top of this, those in poverty were nearly 4 times more likely to die from COVID than more affluent groups. So following my question to the Health Secretary yesterday, when I asked, is the government committed to levelling up or not, I'm asking when will they implement the Sir Michael Marmot's and the Health Foundation's recommendation to address these inequalities and build back fairer?
Mr. Speaker, I am looking closely at those recommendations. I want to look at the expert advice of everyone out there that's providing good, sensible advice about how we can come together and tackle this pandemic. And the Honourable Lady is right to point out that the pandemic, sadly, has been disproportionate in certain communities and its impact, including, sadly, with disabled people, people from ethnic minorities. That's true not just in the UK, I think it's true across the world. And we do need to work out a plan to deal with that, and also in the future, if there was ever a future pandemic, to make sure that we've learnt the lessons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, our protection against further waves of the virus depends on uptake of the vaccines. Will my right honourable friend look at how the daily infection, admission and death statistics can be broken down by age group and by vaccination status so that everybody can see the benefits of vaccination for themselves and for others?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the vaccines are our wall of protection. That is what is allowing us to make the decisions that we have to restore our freedoms and continue down that road. And I think providing more information, more detail on the take-up, especially by age group and locality, can be helpful.
Let's go to Tulip Sadiq. Tulip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The flu season we've just been through was the mildest on record, thanks in no small part to the fact that we've all been wearing masks to protect against coronavirus. Public Health England has warned that we could see a flu surge in winter, as we haven't had much recent exposure and therefore immunity to other respiratory viruses. What is the Secretary of State doing to prepare for this? And does he agree that we should keep masks compulsory in public transport to keep COVID cases down and prepare for flu season?
Mr. Speaker, I think the policy on masks is the one we set out yesterday is the right policy, but the Honourable Lady is right to raise the concerns around flu this coming winter for all the reasons that she said. She asked what we're doing about it. Well, one of the things that we are doing about it, and by no means all, is that when we recently announced that we plan to have a COVID vaccine booster programme in September, starting with the more vulnerable cohorts, our plan, based on the advice of JCVI, is also simultaneously offer the flu vaccine, which will mean that the take-up of the flu vaccine should be at record highs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I welcome my right honourable friend's statement. One of the things that I get contacted by in an increasing number is access to GP appointments, with many constituents still struggling to go and see their GP face-to-face. And we know the impact that will have on early diagnosis and treating other illnesses. So could I ask what steps the department is taking to encourage and support GPs see patients face-to-face, which will help address many of those other challenges?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is essential, as my honourable friend says, that we get GP access back to normal. I think we can all understand why during this pandemic GPs have had to also do other jobs like help us get the vaccines, that they haven't been available in the normal way because of social distancing rules and other reasons. But I think gradually we are starting to see things going back towards normal. I think the changes that were announced yesterday will help with that. But also, as the vaccine programme, which will continue for a while as we set out, as that settles down and we get more people dedicated to that, we can release GPs from some of those duties, and I think all of that put together will help.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State has already acknowledged the importance of dealing with the mental health problems that we've seen arising in this pandemic. And it's now urgent that that's addressed. So when will the government publish a clear statement on where Public Health England's vital public mental health and suicide prevention role fit? Where will it sit in the new arrangements for our national public health system?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable lady is absolutely right to draw attention to this. One of the worst outcomes of all the restrictions we've necessarily had to have during the pandemic is there's been a significant rise in depression and many other public health problems. And we do need to start making that much more of a priority and tackling that now that we can move past what I hope is the worst of this pandemic. And I do want to come forward as quickly as I can with a new plan on mental health to set out what more we can do, both to clear the sort of backlog of cases, as it were, because we do need to put more effort and resources into that, but also looking forward about what more we can do, both through investment in skills, but also investment in capital.
Dr. Jamie Wallace. Jamie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for this statement? Many constituents are asking me about the role booster vaccines will have in ensuring we don't have to go back into lockdown at a future date. Does my right honourable friend agree that providing additional booster jabs to the most vulnerable and all those over 50 will strengthen the protection and gains made by our current vaccine programme?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do agree with my honourable friend. The vaccine programme, that is our wall of protection, and every jab is building that wall higher. As immunity wears off, we do need to make sure that people get a boost of that with a third jab. And as we've announced, that programme of boosting will begin with the most vulnerable cohorts in September.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your indulgence allowing me to acknowledge the passing of Father Sam Swami from COVID last night. He is a humanitarian Jesuit priest who has been held in custody in India since October of last year, and I hope the House will join me in expressing our condolences to all who knew him. With regards to the statement today, there's a fundamental weakness to the Secretary of State's comments. The COVID virus did not get the memo and has not read his statement. And whilst vaccines are really important, if he wants to build a ring of defence around the continued spread of this virus, then surveillance is absolutely key. Last week I was promised evidence from Porton Down supporting the continued use of intravenous flow devices across the country. That information has not been passed to me. I also asked for the MHRA's letter recommending the extension of the exceptional usage authorisation. Again, that has not been forthcoming. When can I expect to receive this very important information?
Mr. Speaker, can I first associate myself with the honourable gentleman's expression of condolences? And turning to his substantive question, I'm not fully aware of the information that he has requested, so I have noted it now, and I will look into it and write to him.
Let's go to Gagan Mahindra. Gagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the statement from the Secretary of State and take this opportunity to welcome him to his place? Does my right honourable friend agree that the UK's portfolio of 517 million vaccine doses is evidence of the world-leading effort of this Conservative government in securing our route out of this pandemic, allowing restrictions to be lifted?
Mr. Speaker, I agree absolutely with my honourable friend. I think it is fair to say our effort on vaccines as a country has been world-leading. It is the best, certainly in Europe, in terms of number of people that have received the vaccine. It is the biggest and largest of any of the large countries, and that is down to the efforts of so many people, especially the scientists, the vaccine task force, and all the NHS workers, the doctors, the nurses, the volunteers, and it is a group effort, and it is something I think when we look back ultimately at this pandemic will be one of the things that we will know has saved so many lives.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some experts are warning that easing COVID restrictions too quickly could contribute to the emergence of a new, more dangerous variant which may well be resistant to the vaccine. Can the Secretary of State inform the House of any contingency planning by his department or the UK Government about how the UK Government will cope in the event of such an alarming eventuality?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady is right to raise the risk that absolutely exists. This pandemic is not over of new variants. We've seen the impact of variants already. And no one knows what's going to happen. And of course, the reasonable experts will have different views on this. In terms of the measures that we're taking, I'll point to a couple. We are keeping border controls in place. Yes, we are making some proportionate and balanced changes, but border controls are staying in place. We are keeping the test, track and isolate policy in place. Again, some sensible changes being made, but through that policy and the huge amount of tests that will still be done with our genome sequencing program being the best in the world, the largest in the world, it will allow us to detect any changes in the virus sooner than perhaps other countries. And then lastly, the team, both in my department, in Public Health England, the Chief Medical Officer, they're very much aware of this issue. It's not just an issue for us about new variants, it's an issue around the world, and we'll continue to work with our international partners.
Let's go to Henry Smith. Henry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The UK's world-leading COVID-19 vaccination programme has been phenomenal, but unfortunately there are some immunosuppressed and immunocompromised, such as people with blood cancer, for whom the efficacy of the vaccine is nearly as effective. Can I have a commitment from my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, that those who fall into that category will be properly informed and advised by the NHS as to how to protect themselves better?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I can give my honourable friend that assurance, and he's absolutely right to raise this. And as we go forward with our plans and develop those plans, we are absolutely thinking about all those more vulnerable cohorts and the impact that it may have on them. And that is why when we set out the details of Step 4 regarding those that are immunosuppressed, there will be new guidance, and it will be something that GPs can use in working with those patients.
Nero.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's clear from comments made by the Chief Medical Officer, the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State over the last 24 hours that it is their view that it is better to have a third wave of COVID now than it is in the winter when the NHS is struggling. So could the Secretary of State please confirm explicitly whether that is the policy aim of the government? And if so, could he confirm how many excess deaths and additional cases of long COVID officials estimate that third wave will result in?
Mr. Speaker, no one wants another wave of COVID cases, and as the Honourable Lady would have heard, what is different this time, as we do see, sadly, cases rise, is the vaccine. The link between the case numbers and hospitalisation numbers has been severely weakened, as I've set out in the House, to the House in quite some detail, and that is what matters.
Sir David.
My right honourable friend's appointment as Health Secretary and his sensible statement today further easing restrictions. But following on from previous points of colleagues, would my right honourable friend confirm to Southend residents that the booster vaccine will be available this winter and that enough centres will remain open to efficiently administer it?
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to confirm that to my right honourable friend that the booster programme, which will start in September. We still have to get the final advice from JCVI on exactly how it's going to work, but it will be throughout the United Kingdom, and that, of course, includes his constituents in Southend.
Catherine West.
Speaker, parents in my constituency have been in touch regarding ventilation in their children's school. What advice will health officials give to the DfE about putting ventilation into schools and paying for extra measures, which might mean that children can stay in school longer without the fear of transmission of COVID, and that staff will be protected as well?
Mr. Speaker, another very good question, and the Education Secretary will be speaking right after me about some of the changes that we're making and how it will affect schools and school settings. And when it comes to ventilation, there has been, during the course of this pandemic, more funding to schools to make certain adjustments, and I think that kind of support will continue, but also I think some of the measures that we're announcing today will help with schools and school children.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll start by welcoming my right honourable friend's statement. Earlier today, I spoke with the fantastic Chief Executive of one of our local NHS trusts in Stoke-on-Trent, Tracy Bullock, who oversees the Royal Stoke University Hospital. Tracy's told me there has been a significant increase in emergency department attendances above those usually seen in winter. So can my right honourable friend outline what additional resources can be given to help our NHS get on top of this, because winter is coming?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend will know that the reason that across the country we've seen an increase in demand for A&E is because many people haven't been able to go forward to their GPs in the usual way, and quite understandably, when a problem they have gets to a point which in normal circumstances it should not have had to reach, they go to A&E. And that is what I mean, Mr. Speaker, when I talked earlier at this dispatch box about the backlog of cases. I've mentioned yesterday we believe that some 7 million people that would have, in normal circumstances, come forward to the NHS, either through their GP or otherwise, that did not because of the rules and restrictions around the pandemic. And now, as we ease those restrictions, that's going to make a big difference.
Let's go to Florence Eshalomi. Florence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over a quarter of my Vauxhall constituents are aged between 20 and 29, and many of them have not had a chance to come forward for their second vaccine. And obviously this lockdown will ease again in 2 weeks' time. The Secretary of State has this morning confirmed that numbers are expected to go up after July the 19th. And he will be aware that it's still the case that a number of young people, 1 in 8, are still vaccine hesitancy. We know that there's no link between cases and hospitalisation, and that link isn't breaking. And young people are fearful of getting long COVID. Can the Minister inform the House what specific resources are being made available through the NHS for those suffering with long COVID?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I mean, first of all, throughout this pandemic, the government has made, I think, over £90 billion more available to deal with the consequences of the pandemic, and much of that has gone to the NHS and to other parts of the healthcare system, and that is helping in every aspect, but including with those sadly suffering with long COVID. In terms of younger people, the Honourable Lady will know that first of all, younger people are less affected. They are affected, of course, by this virus. No one can pretend otherwise, but they're less affected, less impacted by older people in their communities, and that's why that's been the priority in vaccination programs. But now, with the July 19th date, one of the reasons that date was set is that it allows everyone, every adult, to get their first jab, and also the reason I announced the decision yesterday, which was to shorten the time period from 12 weeks to 8 weeks between jabs, was that some more people, including all the younger people that she's referred to, can get the full protection of a double dose by September.
Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for his statement today? And he will obviously know there is the normal winter preparedness programme just about to start. Could he confirm whether or not he will examine the medical evidence for vaccinating people under the age of 18 as part of this year's programme, and what extra measures he might be putting in place with social care and discharge, so that the beds that normally increase, the pressure on beds normally increases, will be taken care of this winter?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right to raise the normal pressure that comes in winter, and as we look at this winter, because of the measures that we had for the pandemic, it does mean there's less immunity for flu and other viruses that tend to come around in winter, and so we are actively making plans for that. There were plans already in the department when I arrived, and I'm reviewing those plans, and it's something that will be a priority.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State quite rightly last week stated that he was looking at the numbers very carefully immediately after being appointed. He'll have looked at Japan and Korea, no doubt. Well, you've seen that the death rates are something like 2% or 5% of the UK death rate. Case rates are currently 8 or 9 per 100,000 in Korea and Japan. Yet they are still wearing masks, mandating to wear masks, certainly in Korea. What does the Secretary of State think, in the light of that, we should be doing? Because clearly they're having success.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that the impact of this terrible virus has been very different across the world. The honourable gentleman has talked about countries in the Far East. The impact if you look at in South America or India or in Europe, it's very different. And I don't think you can simply draw a conclusion that the reason for that difference is the policy on masks. The reason why, the primary reason we were able to announce what we did yesterday in terms of the Step 4 measures is the vaccine. And if the honourable gentleman looks at the countries he mentioned, particularly Japan, he'll see that their vaccination rates are a lot lower than the rates that we have, and that will partly explain why they may be taking a different approach in how they're tackling the vaccine, the pandemic at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I congratulate my right honourable friend on his new role, and I warmly welcome his statements about the importance of addressing non-COVID health issues. Sadly, for the last 17 months, our children have been not seen and not heard, and I know from my own children and those of my constituents the devastating impact that lockdowns have had on the well-being of our children and young people. So can my right honourable friend set out what measures he is taking as we return to normal to focus on the physical and mental health of our young people and make sure that the anxiety and the physical inactivity of the pandemic is not leaving permanent scars?
My honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this, Mr. Speaker, and sadly, because of the necessary measures that we've had to take, the impact on children has been immense in the negative ways that she's just set out. And she will know, just from my own research that I did before coming back into government, we've seen, for example, a huge rise in reports of child abuse. And the reporting, for example, to the NSPCC's Childline has rocketed during the course of the pandemic, and that is a direct cause of children not being in school, not having enough people to report that kind of activity to. And so we need to absolutely respond to that. And in terms of the measures, what I hope and what I know, and the Education Secretary will have more to say about this in a moment, the measures that we've already announced between yesterday and the measures today, I think will make a dramatic difference to children's well-being.
Let's go to Charlotte Littles. Charlotte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The pandemic is not over, and learning to live with the virus means putting in place measures to reduce risk. Flamefast, based in Woolston Grange in Warrington North, manufactures CO2 monitors, which alongside measures such as air filtration and improved ventilation, can help to dramatically reduce the risk of indoor transmission of the virus. So why has the Secretary of State ignored calls from the Labour Party to put in place measures such as air filtration, improved ventilation and CO2 monitoring to reduce the risk in indoor confined spaces, particularly in hospitals and care homes for the most vulnerable in our communities, which could help to save lives and to give a vital boost to our manufacturing sectors?
Mr. Speaker, I think it's not right for the Honourable Lady to suggest that the government has ignored the need to combat this virus with better air filtration, with better ventilation. A lot of the funding the government has provided during the course of this pandemic, so for example, extra funding to care home providers, has been there precisely to introduce and help fund some of these measures.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome my right honourable friend to his new place. I know that he will share the view of many of my constituents in West Berkshire that we must do all we can to avoid another national lockdown. In the event that the vaccine efficacy should falter as we head into the winter months, say because of a new variant, could he set out what extra steps his department is taking to ensure that this winter won't be a repeat of last?
Mr. Speaker, what I can tell my honourable friend is that one of the measures, just one that we are taking, is that we do have, we have a huge number of tests that take place here, over 500,000 a day, and that does give us a certain insight into how this virus is changing, if it is. And the genome sequencing resources that we have are the best in the world. We do almost half of the genome sequencing in the world, and that is fed directly to our scientists and our world-leading vaccine program and taken into account as we develop new vaccines. And the Honourable Lady knows about the booster program. I think the booster program will continue into next year, and who knows how long, but every time we have a booster, we will be doing everything we can to take into account changes in the virus itself.
Let's go to Sir Tony Lloyd. Tony.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Health Secretary has already referred to the pressures on our GPs and our hospitals from non-COVID patients, and that, of course, is real. Most health professionals, doctors, nurses and others, have been double jabbed and regularly use at least the lateral flow test to ensure that they're not infected with COVID. But one of the local hospitals that affects my constituency, Fairfield, tells me that there are something like 30% of doctors who were not available recently because they'd been pinged, they'd come into contact, not surprisingly, with somebody with COVID. Not because they found they were infected, but because they then had to go and quarantine for that 10-day period. We do risk, Mr. Speaker, a build-up of cases which will increase the number of times our medical professionals like to find themselves pinged. Could the Secretary of State have a look at this and see if there's some way, at least for medical staff, of bringing forward that August date?
Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman has raised this issue of understanding people that are pinged, so to speak, that if, by having come into contact with an infected person, they do have to self-isolate. The announcement that I've made today will clearly make a huge difference to everyone that is pinged in such a way, including all those fantastic people that work in our health service, the doctors, the nurses and others. And as I've said, it will come into force from August 16th. We did think carefully about whether we could do it earlier than that, and it's a fair question, but the reason we decided not to was based on the best public health advice was that by August the 16th, there'll be many more people, even more than now, that are double jabbed, and that extra layer of protection makes us more comfortable to stick to this August the 16th date.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I welcome the Secretary of State's statement. Primary care has shouldered the brunt of the vaccine deployment, and many GP surgeries in Stoke-on-Trent South are not yet back at full capacity with general appointments. A number of my constituents have raised the difficulties of getting to see their GP, so will my right honourable friend do all he can to ensure primary care services are able to fully recover?
Well said.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Speaker. I can give my honourable friend that assurance, as well as the extra resources we're putting in. Even if you think about the measures that I've announced today about self-isolation and no need to self-isolate if you have if you've been in contact with an infected person but been double vaccinated, that will help across the board, and certainly that includes our NHS and our primary care providers.
I now suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable necessary arrangements to be made for the next business. Order.
Order! I call Secretary of State Gavin Williamson to make a statement.
With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to make a statement regarding restrictions that will be lifted for schools, early years, childcare, colleges and universities when we move to Step 4, which is currently anticipated as the 19th of July. The Prime Minister announces that Step 4 will be able to remove swathes of restrictions on daily life, and that after 16 months of sacrifice by those across society, we will return ever closer to normality. We have faced down together a historic public health emergency, and that we all owe a great debt of gratitude to pupils, parents and teachers who have given up so much as we have taken action to save lives. I do, however, want to highlight to everyone that Step 4 does not mean the end of a pandemic, and some restrictions will be kept in place while we move towards more of a population being fully vaccinated. While the pandemic is not over, we are moving into a new phase of managing COVID from strict rules and towards ever more greater personal responsibility. When I came to this place last week, I again set out my priority to put the interests of children first. We know from our own experience and evidence that children are better off in classrooms with their friends and teachers. Millions of children and young people have been back in the classroom since March the 8th, learning with their friends and teachers. This is hugely valuable for their well-being as well as for their education. I also made clear that I do not think that it is acceptable that children should face greater restrictions over and above those of wider society, especially since they have given up so much to keep older generations safe during this pandemic. So, having balanced the risks, I'm pleased to tell members across the House that key restrictions on education and childcare will come to an end as we move to Step 4. Though keeping children in consistent groups was essential to control the spread of a virus when our population was less vaccinated, we recognise that the system of bubbles and isolation is causing disruption to many children's education. That is why we'll be ending bubbles and transferring contact tracing to the NHS test and trace system for early years settings, schools and colleges. Where there are outbreaks, schools and colleges may be contacted by NHS test and trace, and they will also work with local health teams as they currently do now. We're also setting out new rules that mean that from the 16th of August, children will only need to isolate if they have tested positive for COVID-19. I'm also pleased to be able to say there will be no restrictions on in-person teaching and learning in universities unless students are advised to isolate or impacted by local outbreaks. From Step 4, a more proportionate set of controls will apply in early years, schools, colleges and higher education institutions. These will maintain a baseline of protective measures in education settings while maximising attendance and minimising disruption to children and young people's education. In addition to ending bubbles, it will not be necessary to stagger start and finish times. Schools and colleges may, of course, continue with these measures until the end of the summer term, if they so wish. My right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, outlined earlier today that we can ease restrictions on the rules of self-isolation for close contacts of someone who has tested positive for COVID-19. In education settings, all other existing measures, including guidance on isolation of contacts, will stay in place until the end of this term, in line with isolation rules for the rest of the population as more adults are vaccinated. Settings will continue to have a role in working with health protection teams in the case of a local outbreak. Where necessary, some measures may need to be reintroduced. From August the 16th, those under the age of 18 years old will no longer be required to self-isolate if they are contacted by NHS Test and Trace as a close contact of a positive COVID-19 case. This will balance the need to keep children safe at the same time as allowing them to get the education that they deserve and need. Instead, children will be contacted by Test and Trace, informed they have been in close contact with a positive case, and advised to take a PCR test. 18-year-olds will be treated in the same way as children until 4 months after their 18th birthday to allow them to have the opportunity to get fully vaccinated. Having listened to teachers and balancing the risks to health and education, to maximise attendance and minimise disruption to children and young people's education, some protective measures, including enhanced hygiene and ventilation, will remain in place for the autumn term. From Step 4, face coverings will no longer be advised for pupils, students, staff and visitors, either in classrooms or in communal areas, and social distancing will no longer be necessary. As I mentioned earlier, testing programmes remain important as we move cautiously out of restrictions. With this in mind, secondary schools and colleges will be asked to provide 2 on-site tests to their students at the start of term, with regular home testing continuing until the end of September, when this will be reviewed. It is vital that secondary school and college students continue to test for the last few weeks of this term and throughout September. Education settings were still operating over the summer will continue to test twice a week, with asymptomatic test kits still available to families over the summer break as well. I also want to encourage all teachers, educational staff and eligible students to get their vaccines. It is incredibly important for all staff to get the second dose of a vaccine as soon as they are eligible, so they secure the strongest possible protection against COVID-19. In line with wider changes to isolation from August the 16th, if in close contact with someone who has tested positive, fully vaccinated teachers will be able to remain in the classroom from the autumn term. My department has just set out more detail and published new guidance for arrangements in education settings from Step 4, covering both a summer period and the following term when children will return to school. I want to take this opportunity to assure members that head teachers in their constituencies can contact the Department of Education if they have any questions about the new guidance that we have published. Madam Deputy Speaker, no government would want to restrict people's freedom in the way we have had to since the spread of COVID-19. We have prioritised education since the start of this pandemic. We made sure that schools and colleges were the last to close, but the first to open. We kept school and college places open to vulnerable children and those of key workers throughout the pandemic, and procured millions of laptops and tablets for children to learn at home. None of this could have been achieved without the incredible work of our inspirational teachers and wider educational staff. And I'd like to thank the parents and students who have shown patience and flexibility over the last 18 months. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that many colleagues will agree that today, as a nation, we prize the role of schools, colleges and universities more than ever before. With the ending of these restrictions, children and young people will be able to get back on with their education and lives while we continue to manage this pandemic. I commend the statement to the House.
Thank you. We now go to the Shadow Secretary of State, Kate Green.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his statement and for advance sight of it. I'd also like to echo his tribute to the education staff, pupils and parents who've done so much over the past 15 months to keep children and young people learning. Just over an hour ago, the Department for Education confirmed that last week 623,000 pupils were not in school because of coronavirus. And while 471,000 of those pupils were out of class because of a bubble collapsing, there were still over 150,000 who were not in the classroom with confirmed or suspected cases of coronavirus or because of potential contact with a case outside the classroom. It's not just bubbles that have driven pupils from the classroom, it's the Conservatives' negligence in letting the Delta variant take hold at the same time as they fail to support schools with the necessary precautions. I've always said that school is the best place for children, for their learning, their well-being and their development, and that's why we must do everything we can to keep them there safely. Many parents will be relieved to hear that the chaotic bubbles policy is coming to an end, but the Secretary of State hasn't given us confidence that his alternative will keep more children in school without driving up infections. His department has piloted using testing instead of the bubble system, but he didn't mention this in his statement. Can he tell us the results of those pilots and using daily testing in some schools? Did it mean more hours in the classroom? Did it mean more cases? Did it mean an unmanageable workload for school leaders? Can he confirm how many schools pulled out of the pilots and if the reasons for schools' withdrawal is informing his department's planning for next year? He said bubbles will end when we reach stage 4, but that there won't be any on-site testing until September. So what support is he putting in place to keep pupils in the classroom for the remainder of this term? He said bubbles need to end in order to support summer schools. Can he confirm that they will have mitigations in place in addition to testing so that children can learn and not just isolate over the summer? And separate to summer schools, his department has promised a holiday activities and food programme. Can you tell me what measures will be in place to ensure this programme can run so that children don't miss out on the opportunities it offers? The Secretary of State spoke of a baseline of protective measures when schools return in September. Can he say more about what they are? He mentioned better ventilation. Will all schools receive support from his department to put this in place? And specifically on masks, can you explain to me why masks were required in schools in March and April, but aren't required now when case numbers are much higher? Will he publish the scientific evidence that I'm sure he's received to underpin his decision? And if he can't do that, will he reconsider it? We know that the vaccination programme delivered by the NHS remains our route out of the pandemic, but we still don't know if it will be available to children. When does he expect to receive this advice? And when will he make it public? If the JCVI do propose vaccinating older children, can he guarantee that the infrastructure will be in place to begin that process before the return to the classroom in September? And as we look ahead to the new academic year, can he guarantee that schools, staff and pupils will know his plans for assessments next year by the 1st of September at the latest? The Secretary of State mentioned on-site testing in colleges, but what other measures will be in place? Have they been supported, for example, to implement better ventilation? I'm sure students will welcome the return of in-person teaching and learning in higher education, but can the Secretary of State say what protective measures will be in place in these settings and what steps will be taken to support the return and safe learning of international students? Madam Deputy Speaker, I want nothing more than for children to be in class, learning and spending time with their friends and their teachers. And it's right for their learning that we move away from the chaotic bubbles system. But we can't simply wish away the real challenges of the pandemic. Today's statement offers no clarity on how the government will stop infections spiralling, the Conservatives' inadequate testing regime, lack of action on ventilation, and their recklessness at the border have put our children's education at risk. This must not continue.
Secretary of State.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the Honourable Lady touched on a number of areas there. In terms of universities, we of course are always supporting universities in terms of international students, but also supporting them to get back to face-to-face teaching, welcoming youngsters back into the lecture theatre, which is, I know, something and part of the university experience that so many students have dearly, dearly missed. The Honourable Lady does seem to have missed probably actually the biggest point and the biggest thing that has actually changed over the past few months. And I do appreciate that the Honourable Lady is probably wedded, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the European Union vaccine programme, and she probably feels a sense of disappointment that actually this country decided to go out on its own and actually procure our vaccines. But the biggest difference is that actually in this country we've seen over 80 million vaccines already delivered into people's arms, giving them more protection, and so much more protection today, Madam Deputy Speaker, than we actually had back in March and April of this year, as this incredibly successful programme that has been led by the Prime Minister has had a real impact in terms of saving lives, keeping hospitalisation down, and ensuring that we can take these important steps back to normality, and both adults and, most importantly, children can get back on with their lives.
Robert Halford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I strongly welcome this government announcement today, and I thank my right honourable friend. We need to keep our children in school, not out of them. We know that in secondary schools, COVID-related absence was 10.4%, up from 6.2% on the 24th of June. And other analysis suggests that on an average year, 10 pupils due to sit GCSEs next summer have missed 1 in 4 days of face-to-face teaching this year. So what assessment has the government made of the impact on children not at school in exam years, and what remedial action are they going to take to ensure that there's a level playing field for these children who've missed so much school, they have a level playing field for next year's exams?
Well, I know my right honourable friend raises a very important issue, and something that is, of course, concern to teachers, parents, but most of all pupils who will be looking towards 2022 and assessment and awarding of grades. It is our intention to move back to an exam system, but we do recognise that we need to ensure that there are mitigations that are put in place for pupils who will be taking that assessment in the next academic year. We will be looking at sharing more information as to what those mitigations are before the summer, and we'll obviously update his committee and the House accordingly.
We now go by video link to Vicky Foxcroft.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And many young people are extremely worried about next year's exams. And one young constituency recently told me, "I have never felt less confident in my ability to take part in next year's exams, if there even is that opportunity. And I'm sure many others are struggling. I ask for 2022 GCSE exams to be simpler, easier, and adapted to our lack of necessary education out of compassion." What does the Minister say to them, and when will schools get certainty about changes to next year's exams and assessments?
I think the Honourable Lady may not have heard the answer to my right honourable friend, the member for Harlow's question, but what we did say to my right honourable friend is that we'll be looking at giving further guidance and information to schools imminently, and we are very much looking at what are the measures to put mitigations there, but recognising the best form of assessment is always examination.
Sir Edward Lee.
Thank you for putting children first. In the last year, the education of children has been trashed. Now, whilst every death of a child is tragic, we have to understand there are 12.7 million children in this country, and sadly, every year 6,000 die. So can we have a sense of proportion? Will the Secretary of State reassure parents that the chances of any child falling seriously ill from COVID are, quote, vanishingly small, and there is no risk to children by what he's announced today?
My right honourable friend is right to point out how, as Professor Chris Whitty has pointed out so many times, that children have very little adverse effects of COVID on them if they're unfortunate enough to get it. And this is why we think that the steps that we have outlined today, combined with the vaccination programme that we are rolling out right across the country, means that it is right to take this next cautious but important step forward in light of the scientific, medical and health evidence.
Munira Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today's announcement about the scrapping of bubbles and self-isolation for pupils will be welcome news to many parents, pupils and teachers across the country. But he made very passing reference to the importance of ventilation, and we know now how we know about the importance of ventilation because it's an airborne virus. Therefore, what more is he doing to support schools to put better ventilation in place? I visited Richmond upon Thames School in my constituency yesterday. They've spent £15,000 alone on improving ventilation. Many schools simply can't do that. They're struggling to balance the books already. So what more support will he put in place and follow the example of Germany and New York City?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, at every stage during this pandemic, we've provided support for schools as part of their measures that they've needed to put in place in order to be able to restrict the transmission of COVID and ensure that they're able to be open. We recognise that good hand sanitisation and good hygiene along with ventilation are important. We continue to offer advice to schools as to how best to deliver that.
Alexander Stafford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Digital inclusion is a huge issue for pupils across Rother Valley. However, both the government and local businesses such as AES Seal have stepped in to eliminate this barrier. AES Seal has provided computers for over 1,500 households across Rotherham, and this government has provided 1.3 million laptops and tablets to disadvantaged students during the pandemic across the country. Can my right honourable friend confirm that pupils will continue to benefit from this record investment in IT equipment?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend not only highlights the amazing work that we've seen in terms of distribution of laptops by the government right across the country, but the wonderful work of local businesses such as AES Seal, who have gone out of their way to support their communities, help children and make a real difference. And that really does show about how communities have come together to be able to support not just the elderly but also our children. It's a great testament, and I very much hope that the investment that AES Seal but also the government has made in terms of laptops and education technology will have a long and lasting legacy in terms of bettering people's education, not only in my honourable friend's constituency but in every one of our constituencies.
Christian Matheson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I press the Secretary of State on the question of exams that other honourable and right honourable members have mentioned? My constituent Ian is a teacher who points out that every time there's been changes to the exam system in the last couple of years to cope with the pandemic, it's been at last minute with very little time for schools and pupils to prepare. If the Secretary of State is considering changes to the exam system, can he have an open consultation with school leaders and teachers and get the plans in place as early as possible so that there isn't this sense of teachers being dumped upon at the last minute?
Well, I can absolutely assure the honourable gentleman that we talk to schools, teachers, school leaders, teachers and so many within the education sector continuously on these issues, and I can reassure him that, as has been mentioned to a couple of those who've raised questions, is that we're going to eminently be sharing further information in terms of assessment in the next academic year.
Damien Hines.
Speaker, can I strongly welcome my right honourable friend's statement and this return to normality, to stability with the contingencies and safeguards that he has set out. And I wonder would he agree with me that although sometimes people talk about a balance between education objectives and health objectives, actually overwhelmingly they go together. because being in school is so important for children's mental health, as we know, but also their physical health, and indeed for some children as a safety protective factor as well.
My right honourable friend is exactly right, and the benefits to mental health, the greatest single act that we can do in supporting children in their mental health was welcoming them back into schools on the 8th of March. That was the single act that anyone could have done to help every single child. And I notice that members opposite shake their head. I mean, they probably would like the situation where maybe schools remained empty and children just remained at home. And on this side, we recognise that the beneficial effects, not just in terms of the education, but also in terms of children's welfare, are delivered by children being in school.
We now go by video link to Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know that the Secretary of State is familiar with Hull and he knows about the educational challenges that we faced in the city before COVID. So I just want to press the Secretary of State on whether he really believes that less than 1 hour of tutoring a fortnight over the next school year is really enough to make up for the 115 days of in-school teaching children in Hull have missed this year.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, she's right to say that I do know Hull very well, having my family coming from Hull, and and I do recognise that there's been a great amount of challenge that schools, not just within the great city of Kingston upon Hull, face, but right across the country. And that is why our support for schools is not just about tutoring, though, as the Honourable Lady will be aware, there's actually small group tutoring. There's so much evidence to point out that it delivers some of the best educational catch-up and the best results in terms of the money invested out of any intervention. But actually there's the recovery and COVID support in terms of premium that's gone to schools, so they're able to build on further actions and further interventions that they themselves can take to support children in order to be able to catch up on the work that they've missed.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I also welcome and thank my right honourable friend for his statement today, and thank everyone who's worked so hard, the families and the staff, to ensure that education's been delivered to children over the course of the pandemic. But can I ask him to clarify a point around the self-isolation requirements? I think, as every parent knows, children, particularly very young children, have coughs and colds to a penny and temperatures. And at the moment, a temperature leads to a self-isolation, family self-isolation requirement, causing huge disruption for the child's education and development and impact on families. Can he unpack a bit what the requirements will be around children developing coughs and colds, particularly in early years, and what guidance and protocols will be taken forward, whether isolation will be necessary, whether testing will be necessary, or whether it can be moved over and put as just a simple cough or cold?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, what we'd always encourage people to do if they are poorly or ill in order to be able to remain at home, in order to be able to get better. For clarity, those who have been in contact with someone who has had COVID, they're still able to access education, be able to come in to school, but if they've had that contact, test and trace would then be in touch with that individual and advise them to take a PCR test. But that individual is able to continue to attend school during that time, unless, of course, they're demonstrating symptoms of COVID. We would always advise people to self-isolate if that was the case, or, of course, they had had a positive PCR test. But other than those reasons, they were able to attend school.
Clive Afford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State for Health has told us that there will be a spike in infections following the relaxing of restrictions. And there are 150,000 school pupils currently with suspected COVID that are out of school. So we know that that figure is going to go up. So this isn't about children dying of the infection. It's about schools being a vector for infection. And what is the Secretary of State going to do when the winter months are coming? We have increasing numbers of infections, to ensure that that doesn't happen by improving ventilation and assisting schools with the resources that they need in order to deliver a safer environment.
Well, I don't wish to sort of contradict the honourable gentleman, Madam Deputy Speaker, but, schools haven't been vectors of transmission. They have been reflective of the wider rates of COVID in the community, and they've been sort of reflective of that. And so we continue to, this is why we continue to have measures in place, including the testing that will be in place for schools as they return after the sort of summer period, and the continued twice-weekly testing that will run through September for children of secondary age to be taking those tests at home.
We now go by video link, or rather audio link, to Mark Harper. We don't.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. When schools return in
We will try to.
When schools return in September, every adult will have had the chance to be.
No, we will try to come back to the right honourable member as soon as we can. Meanwhile, Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If you look at the data in York, infection rates are soaring, particularly in school-aged children. People are poorly, and as a result of that, we're seeing major disruption in young people's education. So as we see infection rates soar across the country, it means education will be further disrupted, and I hope the Secretary of State recognises that. So how will he ensure there is effective testing put in place, working with our public health teams on the ground locally to mitigate against this spike in infections and ensure that young people are supported and families are supported as they're having to isolate and also miss school?
Secretary of State.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is absolutely right that schools have and should continue to have a close and strong working relationships with local public health teams, not just in York, but right across the country. We have emphasised that as part of our guidance that we have issued and made available to schools, because we can recognise that we still have more to do, and the work in terms of defeating this virus will continue for past the summer and into the winter.
And now we go by video link to Nigel Mills.
Thank you. Can I welcome today's announcements? Could the Secretary of State confirm that the easing in restrictions won't affect his plans to provide high-quality tutoring alongside normal education in schools?
I can absolutely reassure my honourable friend that will be the case. I mean, their high-quality tutoring and the rollout of a national tutoring programme to have a positive impact on so many is one of the absolute top priorities of this government. It's the single thing that can probably have the biggest impact in terms of helping children to catch up on the lost learning. That's why we're making such a substantial investment into it.
And now we go by video link to Emma Hardy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What is the government doing to prevent the chaos of last year by ensuring that all higher education students can receive both vaccinations before moving around the country to their university? And how will the Secretary of State ensure that those turning 18 late in this academic year are offered both vaccinations before they move to university?
The Honourable Lady raises an important point, and this is why we're so pleased that we've been able to say to all those who are 18 and above that they have access to a vaccination, and we are working very closely with the university sector to really get through that message about how important it is that youngsters, students are out there getting their vaccine. It not only protects themselves, but it also protects their friends, their families and their community.
Richard Graham.
Madam Deputy Speaker, having called for this in last week's debate, I warmly welcome the Education Secretary's statement today to prick the school bubbles and self-isolation system with effect from July the 19th. But could my right honourable friend just confirm the timing and whether it's entirely up to the schools themselves, whether they implement any or all of these measures in the last week of term? What will happen during the summer schools? And how does the timing of this combine with his statement that children only need self-isolate if they test positive after August the 16th?
So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Member for Gloucester asks and then it's delivered for him. So it goes to show the power of the Honourable Member. We're leaving it to the discretion of schools for the final few days of terms. We're not expecting bubble systems to be operating during summer schools, including the holiday activity and food programme. This will be purely a test and trace approach, as they currently do with the whole adult population. And as we move to the 16th of August, this will be the moment that we're able to move to the system of not having to self-isolate for children, as they were able to just go for a PCR test and get that confirmation that they don't have COVID, or if they do have COVID, then sadly they will be in a position, and understandably, where they would have to isolate.
Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you. School children have had a pretty miserable year, and COVID is a pretty miserable disease that tackles, that doesn't recognise the inequalities in society and disproportionately affects some of the poorest, most disadvantaged communities, the same communities that often need extra resource and help to get that educational attainment. So what more is the Secretary of State doing to tackle this inequality that was there before COVID but will still be there after it and exacerbated by it, to ensure that those children have the best start in life? They're our country's future. What more can we do to help them catch up and excel?
Well, the Honourable Member for Denton and Reddish and myself share that same passion to deliver that sort of change and deliver that sort of opportunity for so many children. It should never matter where you grew up. It should never matter as to what your personal circumstances. The ability for every child in this country to be able to access the world's best education, the very best opportunities, is something that I think drives us on all sides of this House. And there is, we've talked about the investment that we're making in terms of supporting children, to be helping them to be able to catch up. But we mustn't lose sight of the fact that the drive in terms of raising standards in education, making sure that there is that knowledge-rich curriculum, that we're pushing every child, no matter their background, to their absolute maximum in order for them to be able to excel and have the opportunities that every single one of us would want for our own children, we want for the nation's children, and that is where the focus will be. And we are looking forward, as we cast our eyes further to the year ahead, as to spelling out a longer plan as to where we are going to deliver this in education, ensuring that we deliver for not only his constituents but all our constituents, regardless of their background.
Felicity Buck.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I warmly welcome my right honourable friend's statement today. I understand that testing will continue in secondary schools until the end of September, and at that point it will be reviewed. Can my right honourable friend update the House as to what criteria we will be looking at the end of September? Because I don't think any of us want to see testing in schools in perpetuity.
None of us wish to see testing in perpetuity in schools. We are, though, as the Prime Minister has at every stage set out, taking a cautious, gradual approach to ensure that as we are able to lift restrictions, we're not in a position of having to reimpose them. So we feel that this is a prudent and sensible step that needs to be taken. If there are concerns and there is a continued need in order to be able to have testing in schools, then we would of course look at doing this, because the most important thing I think for all of us is to ensure that schools remain open and pupils are in those schools.
Tim Farron.
Madam Deputy Speaker, just a couple of weeks ago I was at the Bendrick Trust Outdoor Education Centre in my constituency. It was a massive joy to be able to see residentials beginning to slowly start again and young people getting the benefits from outdoor education. But it's a reminder of two things. Thing one, 6,000 of the 15,000 people working in outdoor education at the beginning of the pandemic have now lost their jobs. And because of the lack of a specific bespoke package to support those centres, there are many that have closed and many more that are on the cusp of doing so. But the other thing that it reminds us of is that our outdoor education specialists in Cumbria and around the country have a unique set of skills that we need to deploy at this very moment to encourage young people to re-engage with learning and reignite a love of learning. What will he do to specifically commission outdoor education centres to do that out in mainstream schools? And will he meet with me and some outdoor education specialists to make sure we can explain how it could be done?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's like as if his constituency neighbour, the Honourable Member for Barrow, and him sort of think incredibly alike. I'm sure not on absolutely everything, but certainly on this issue. And the Honourable Member for Barrow and Furness was meeting with myself just last week, and we're talking about this exact issue. Of course, the best thing that we can do in terms of helping those outdoor centres is making sure that their doors could open, not just to be able to welcome day visitors, but those who want to stay there on a residential basis. And we'll continue to look at what other measures we can do to support this sector. I know that the value and enrichment that comes as a result of doing so many activities, whether it's beyond Lake Windermere or so many other excellent locations around the country, bring real benefit. And I'm sure that my right honourable friend, the Minister for School Standards, would be happy to meet with him and some colleagues.
Jonathan Gullis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I strongly welcome my right honourable friend's statement and the 4 schools in Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Talk, that received condition improvement funding, such as Golden Hill Primary Academy. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, rather than flogging the dead horse of exams, which I was going to do, I'm going to jump to a different one instead, which is let's lock off 10% of pupil premium funding. Let's make sure that funding goes into high-quality extracurricular enrichment activities, as laid out by myself previously in the House and with the Challenger Trust, who do excellent work up in Gateshead. And let's ensure that we can give those disadvantaged pupils the access to high-quality enrichment activities that many enjoy, such as the type of schools that I attended, which were private schools such as Prince College.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Member for Stoke-on-Trent North and Tork and Kidsgrove is a man that does like to chew a Secretary of State's ear off, especially when it comes to condition improvement funding for his schools. And it was great to see that 4 schools benefiting from his assiduous lobbying on this matter and making sure that he's delivering for his constituency. The Honourable Gentleman raises an important point about the use of pupil premium funding, and we do want to see schools looking at how this is more effectively targeted, especially at those pupils who are from the most disadvantaged background, especially at those pupils who need that extra support. And in the past, far too often, it's been just seen as another stream of funding going into schools, and I think we do need to get schools to be looking at how this is delivering for those pupils that it was targeted at.
And we now go by video link to Tahir Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Secretary of State explain how children will access free school meals if they have to isolate away from holiday activities and food programmes during this summer? And does he agree with me that a cash transfer system enabling parents to get the fund and supplies that are right for the children would actually ensure better support reaches all those that need it?
The Honourable Gentleman raises a valuable point, and this is why the support provided by the Department for Work and Pensions through local authorities being able to provide free school extra assistance in order to be able to ensure children are fed through the summer is such an important part of our programme, sitting alongside our holiday activity and food programme, which of course is going to be delivering not just food for so many students, but also activities, which is just as valuable.
In the hope that communications have improved in the Forest of Dean, yes, we'll try to go back to Mark Harper.
I'm grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. When schools return into September, every adult will have had the chance to be vaccinated once at least, which provides the bulk of protection. So why is regular testing still going to continue, perhaps forever? Last week, the Secretary of State said he wanted to see it end. What's changed?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, not only do we get his voice, we get his picture as well, so enhanced in every single and possible way. Of course, we want to see schools returning to as much as normal as quickly as possible, but we have always taken the view that we need to take a cautious and careful approach, because we always want to see things being in a place where we're not having to take steps backwards. We had one of the most successful testing programmes that have ever been run in this country that was delivered in schools on the week commencing for March the 8th, and we have seen this play an important role in terms of containing COVID and dealing with COVID, but most importantly ensuring that we can keep schools open and welcoming to pupils.
Tom Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Whilst all these huge issues are going on, the largest teaching union in the country, the National Education Union, has said there is an urgent need to decolonise the curriculum, and how classroom layouts are in fact represent colonialism. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that actually probably more of an urgent need is for the largest teaching union in the country to finally focus on this urgent need to get kids catching up their learning, and to work, perhaps for the first time, constructively with government to try and ease these remaining restrictions?
Balfour resign.
My honourable member is a new member and arrives here with a lot of optimism, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to reassure my honourable friend that we have a broad and balanced and knowledge-rich curriculum that we should be very proud of, though we always work to make sure it's even better. But it is with some sadness, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's the National Education Union, first of all, started off by saying that they didn't want teachers to teach pupils in person. Then they said they didn't actually want teachers to teach students online. It starts to make you question as to whether the National Education Union really actually believes in education at all. But we will wait and see, and hopefully they'll be more cooperative and hard-working in the next academic year.
So now we go by video link to Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Regular testing for pupils and staff is going to be a vital part of stopping the spread of COVID-19. But the decline in testing numbers shows that home testing currently isn't working well. Tackling this with on-site testing would mean some schools in my constituency having to test 600 children a day, which they tell me they simply don't have the resources to do. Will the Secretary of State give schools the resources they need, including external support if they need it, to make sure they're able to carry out testing and keep children safe?
I would like to reassure the Honourable Lady that we will be supporting schools as they roll out the testing. Schools have delivered the asymptomatic testing on school premises incredibly successfully already in this academic year, and we'll look at providing the same level of support to schools as we did earlier on in March, and we have every confidence that we're able to deliver that right across the country.
James Wild.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome these changes that will mean that healthy pupils can spend more time in the classroom. And following my recent visit to Ashwickham Primary School, can I urge my right honourable friend to ensure, as part of the recovery plan and with an eye to the spending review, that schools get the special educational needs funding that is required now more than ever, so that every child's needs are met.
Well, I know that my right honourable friend is a great champion for not only his schools and his constituency, but also children with special educational needs. We all have a very shared passion to do more for. He's tempting me into sort of public discussions with Her Majesty's Treasury, maybe a sort of over the dispatch box straight to the Chancellor. While I'm tempted and he's desperately trying to lure me down that path, I'm going to decline on this occasion to sort of enter that public discourse. But of course, children with special educational needs are a top priority for us. I would certainly be expecting that that is properly reflected in any future settlements.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the end of mandatory bubble isolation, which has caused such disruption to parents, teachers and children. But the impact of COVID continues and the poorest are hardest hit. Over the last 5 years, child poverty in Newcastle Central has risen by 13 percentage points to 45%, 6 times the national average increase. So what additional support can children in Newcastle Central expect, apart from the catch-up plan which the government's own Educational Recovery Commissioner described as feeble?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the things that we can do to best help all children across the country is the continued drive to raise standards across our schools. Of course, she sort of dismisses a over £3 billion investment that we've made. But this is an important investment targeted at the interventions that will deliver the biggest benefit to her constituents.
Steve Bryan.
Thanks. Last Monday I made clear my view and those of many in my constituency, the unfairness of the bubble system and the consequential isolation, so I welcome today's confirmation. But isn't it the case that sending the whole bubble home because of one positive case is no more necessary now than outdoor sports days being cancelled or held behind closed doors, or end-of-term events being ruined, things that we never get back? How can the Secretary of State and his team help colleagues across all educational settings feel supported to get the balance right come the new term?
Secretary of State.
Well, my honourable friend picks upon the issue of sports days, and let's be absolutely clear, the guidance is absolutely there in black and white, saying sports days can proceed. Parents should be able to attend, and we really encourage schools to be able to do that, because he rightly points out these are things that you can't get back. So this is why we wanted to be able to lift those restrictions at the very earliest possible moment. If members, and I know my honourable friend is familiar with his regional schools commissioner, if there are challenges, having that local dialogue with regional school commissioner teams are an important part if they are having challenges in terms of dealing with their school directly.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Early years and nurseries, like the fantastic Grasmere Nursery in Luton North that I had the pleasure of visiting recently, are a vital part of our education system. While primary and secondary schools have had some of their COVID costs compensated, nurseries have not had a single penny of costs incurred during the pandemic reimbursed. Why are nurseries always an afterthought for this government? And will this unfairness be rectified? And if not, why not?
I'm sure the Grasmere Nursery is reflective of many nurseries right around the country that actually had the sort of benefit of being funded at pre-COVID levels, and we carried on that level of funding, recognising the fact that they were operating in truly exceptional times.
So no, then.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I warmly welcome my right honourable friend's statement and the step back to normality and letting children be children that the scrapping of the bubble system brings. But there continues to be an anxiety that affects people on both sides of this particular debate, and that is whether the vaccination programme will be extended into those under 18 years of age. So can I ask my right honourable friend to redouble his efforts to work with colleagues in the Department for Health and Social Care so that we can push the JCVI to come forward with their recommendations, so one way or the other a decision can be made that takes away that additional anxiety from young people?
My honourable friend is right to highlight the important nature to ensure that we have the correct and best information to inform decisions on the matter of vaccination of children. It is my hope that JCVI will be forthcoming in imminently with their report, and that will obviously inform decisions that government makes very much in the best interest of all our children.
And finally, Liz Twist.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For many months now, school leaders have been spending a lot of their time on weekends making contacts where they're notified of someone having COVID-19. So I'm glad to say that some of that responsibility will be shifted to NHS Test and Trace. But can the Secretary of State just clarify exactly what that relationship will be, given the references to settings still having a role to play in that situation?
Secretary of State.
Of course, and the Honourable lady is right to highlight the amazing and important role that schools, head teachers, the whole education team have played in terms of supporting the efforts on test and trace. We expect the contacting to shift from schools having to do it to shifting to test and trace to do it. But of course there will still be contact and information that will sometimes be asked of schools. But we don't imagine that the current burdens that schools have to face will be, we see this being scaled back considerably, very much to head teachers and teachers' benefit.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Point of order. Mark Tammy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Friday, the Secretary of State for International Trade visited Airbus at Broughton in my seat. Her office gave me 14 minutes notice before the meeting was due to take place. 14 minutes, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just wonder what she can advise we can do to ensure that the rules that apply to the rest of us also apply to government ministers.
Well, I thank the Honourable Gentleman for having given me notice that he intended to raise this point of order, and I can say very simply and in a straightforward way that such behaviour by a minister, or indeed any member, is wrong. Just quite simply wrong. Members may not be aware because things have not been operating normally here this last year and a bit. There is a little booklet called Rules of Behaviour and Courtesies in the House of Commons. I seriously advise everybody to look at this little booklet. It's not some ancient tome hidden away in the library about the way in which things work here in this ancient parliament. It's bang up to date. And it says quite clearly, on a matter of courtesy between one member and another, that you should notify colleagues whenever you intend to visit a colleague's constituency, except, of course, on purely private visits. And I take it that the Honourable Gentleman is certain that this was not a private visit. I take it that the Honourable Gentleman has informed the Right Honourable Lady to whom he refers.
I have.
Excellent, that he intended to raise this point of order, then she will be aware of the situation. And I can simply say to all members that it says in this booklet, and Mr. Speaker takes this very seriously, failing to inform colleagues of your intention to visit their constituency is regarded as very discourteous. And that's what I can say to the Honourable Gentleman now. It is discourteous for a minister to behave in this fashion. I'm quite sure that an apology will be forthcoming. Point of order, Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, the government rejected the cross-party proposals from the Business Select Committee into the Mine Workers Pension Scheme. Can I ask through you, Madam Deputy Speaker, whether the government will come to this chamber and give a statement and explain their disgraceful decision to continue to take billions of pounds from the pockets of retired miners?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her point of order and for having told me she intended to raise this point of order. I'm not at all surprised, as I've heard her speak many, many times about this subject with passion here in this chamber. The Honourable Lady will know, of course, that the decision of ministers to whether or not to come to the House to make an announcement or to respond to a report is not a matter for the Chair. But I can advise the Honourable Lady that there are various ways in which the Table Office will be able to advise her that she might endeavour to bring a minister here to the chamber to answer the questions which clearly to her and to her constituents are important questions. Thank you. I will now suspend the House for 3 minutes in order that arrangements can be made for the next item of business. Order! Order! Presentation of Bill, Secretary Sajid Javid.
Health and Care Bill.
Second reading, what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Presentation of Bill, Secretary Priti Patel.
Nationality and Borders Bill.
Second reading, what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Thank you. We now come to the 10-minute rule bill. Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to establish an independent public inquiry into the government's response to concerns about fire and building safety. This bill would not duplicate or undermine the ongoing and essential work of the Grenfell Tower inquiry,
nor would it repeat any of the Hackett review into building and fire safety regulation. What this bill does seek to do, however, is to compel the government to establish an independent inquiry into its handling of the fire safety crisis. It is now more than 4 years since the horrific loss of life at Grenfell Tower, yet this government's handling of the fire safety crisis has itself now become a national scandal of epic proportions. Tens of thousands of innocent people deserve to understand how and why, after 4 years, they are still trapped in homes that are not safe and which they cannot sell. They deserve to know why they are facing bankruptcy from bills they cannot afford with their mental health left in tatters. And they deserve to know the government's real motivations, because for 4 years, fire safety victims have had to battle with the government again and again at every twist and turn to get help to solve a problem that is not of their making, and for which there is still no end in sight. There are scores of questions that the government must answer, but they relate to 3 broad areas. First, the government's failures to date. Second, the faulty design of the Building Safety Fund. And third, the gaping hole between the Prime Minister's promises and his government's actions. Let me start with the government's failures to date. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is incomprehensible that 4 years on from Grenfell, we still don't actually know the scale of the building safety scandal. That's because this government has no complete data on how many mid-rise buildings below 18 metres have been built with dangerous materials and fire safety defects. It was revealed more than a year ago that the government had been told by its own advisers that the most dangerous forms of ACM cladding and insulation are unsafe on buildings of any height. And yet, the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government admitted it did not have the data on the number of buildings below 18 metres which have cladding systems, or what proportion of the buildings which do are likely to be clad in ACM. The government could have taken immediate action, but it failed to do so. An inquiry is needed to find out why. The second area of the inquiry would be to look at how the government has designed the Building Safety Fund, because on the face of it, it appears as though the Building Safety Fund has been deliberately designed by this government to exclude a huge amount of issues and a huge amount of people. Housing associations with non-ACM cladding are excluded. Properties below 18 metres are excluded. And non-cladding fire safety remediation works are also excluded. Anybody who really wanted to solve this crisis would not design a remediation fund that excluded all of this. The Secretary of State has ignored recommendations from the Housing Select Committee that social housing providers should have free and equal access to the fund. This is in the face of a national housing shortage, when social housing providers should be investing their funds in new affordable homes. On the 18-metre threshold, how did the government reach the conclusion that buildings below 18 metres should be treated differently and not be eligible for the Building Safety Fund? Because the Secretary of State himself has described height as a, quote, crude factor when determining risk, and we all saw the video of a top civil servant working on the cladding scandal admit that the crucial 18-metre rule had been picked simply because ministers didn't have time to come up with a better number. And yet the government is still using it. Why? There has been no explanation of why this arbitrary figure has been applied. And the perverse nature of this 18-metre rule is demonstrated perfectly by the decks in Liverpool. To the casual observer, it is a development of 6 identical blocks. 3 of these are just above 18 metres and might qualify for help from the government, but the other 3 are just short of 18 metres and left out in the cold. So why does the government persist in using this 18-metre threshold when it's clearly unfair and in some cases outright absurd? An inquiry is needed to look into this. And then there is the size of the Building Safety Fund. The Housing Select Committee estimates that the cost to remediate cladding will be in the region of £15 billion. So how did the Secretary of State arrive at the very precise initial figure of £1.6 billion and then his revised position of £5.1 billion? Fire safety experts have repeatedly said that this fund is a mere drop in the ocean. So why is the government refusing to budge? And why has the government excluded all other fire safety issues that aren't caused by cladding from the Building Safety Fund? Flammable balconies, missing fire breaks, defective fire doors, dangerous insulation. These are all issues that have been identified as critical safety failings. And like cladding, none of these are the fault of leaseholders, yet they are still not being addressed by the government's schemes. And that's even before the huge cost of waking watchers, which are needed to make sure that people's homes don't go up in flames. And finally, the third area relates to the gaping hole between the Prime Minister's promises and his government's actions. Last autumn, the End Our Cladding Scandal campaign put forward a very simple 10-step plan. In essence, it called on the government to stump up all the cash to remediate fire safety problems, to get rid of all the problems by the end of 2022, and then to use its weight to recoup that money from those who are responsible. That plan would meet the government's own test of not letting the cost fall to the taxpayer or to innocent building safety victims. On the 3rd of February this year, leaseholders were given fresh hope that their nightmare was finally over, because the Prime Minister stood at that dispatch box and told this House, and I quote, "We are determined that no leaseholder should have to pay for the unaffordable costs of fixing fire safety defects that they did not cause and are no fault of their own." But that fresh hope turned to false hope, because the Prime Minister and his government spent 10 months fighting members of this House who tried to protect leaseholders from these costs when we tried to amend the fire safety bill, but the government fought tooth and nail to stop us. On Sunday, with much fanfare, the Secretary of State announced he was bringing forward measures in the Building Safety Bill which would give leaseholders 15 years to take action against those who are responsible. Fire safety victims have already said that most of them won't benefit from this, either because the 15-year limit has already expired or because the potential defendants no longer exist or are insolvent. For everyone else, they now have to add the prospect of years of litigation to their woes. But what's really disturbing is that the Secretary of State has announced this in the full knowledge, and I quote from a National Audit Office report, that the legal costs of taking action are likely to outweigh the costs for remediation works in a significant number of cases, and I quote, that enforcing cost recovery from the outset could impact the pace of remediation. So does this government really think that it is acceptable for leaseholders facing bankruptcy and mental ill health to have to start legal action against huge, powerful housing companies, builders and others, when they know that the legal bills could cost more than the remediation work itself and then delay that remediation? This is Alice in Wonderland stuff. And it's not just that the Prime Minister and his government are falling short on this promise. They're doing exactly the opposite of what they promised, because this government is actively legislating to effectively protect the guilty whilst letting innocent victims hang out to dry. A public inquiry is now needed to rigorously investigate why this government has comprehensively failed to put any serious system in place to protect innocent building safety victims or recoup the costs from developers, builders, suppliers and contractors. And what precisely is this government's relationship with these potential defendants, such that it is so determined, time and time again, to put the interests of big developers and others ahead of innocent tenants and leaseholders? Madam Deputy Speaker, this public inquiry is desperately needed, because when we said never again, some of us actually meant it. Fire safety victims have faced 4 years of delays, obfuscation and broken promises. This has become a national scandal of epic proportions, and we need an independent inquiry to tell us why.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Ed Davey, Tim Farron, Munira Wilson, Sarah Olney, Leila Moran, Vera Hobhouse, Sarah Green, Alistair Carmichael, Wendy Chamberlain, Christine Jardine, Jamie Stone and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Daisy Cooper.
Fire and Building Safety Public Inquiry Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 10th of September, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Friday the 10th of September. Thank you. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Dissolution and Calling of Parliament Bill, second reading.
Now.
I have to tell the House that Mr. Speaker has not selected the reasoned amendment. We therefore go directly, the Minister, to move the second reading. Mr. Michael Gove.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a real pleasure to move the second reading of this bill. This bill contains within it provisions to ensure that we supersede the Fixed Term Parliament Act with appropriate, democratic and timely reform in order to ensure that we restore to this place and to the people an opportunity to ensure that the government that governs in their name can command the confidence of this House and the confidence of the public. The legislation that we are bringing forward, I hope, will command support across this House, because it was both a manifesto promise in the Conservative Party manifesto, but also in the Labour Party manifesto as well. And as well as both front benches being committed to this legislation, it's also the case that this legislation follows on from an excellent report by the PACAP Committee, chaired by my honourable friend. It also follows on from recommendations made by the Constitutional Committee in the other place, and it's also received extensive scrutiny and indeed support from a joint committee of both the Commons and the Lords. So with both front benches and three important committees all in favour of this legislation, we can see already that the arguments that have been lined up for it are powerful and command wide support. And I sincerely hope that nothing I say this afternoon undermines that consensus. Very good advice from the member for Rhondda. He, like me, believes that brevity is the soul of wit. But I'm more than happy to give way to the honourable lady and to the honourable gentleman. Yes.
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman giving way. Could he give us a definition of democratic in the light that it's moving power from this chamber, democratically elected as to call general elections, to royal prerogative?
Well, it gives power to the people. And fundamentally, all of us sit here at the pleasure of and at the disposal of our electorates. And fundamentally, as we saw from the addled Parliament or the paralysed Parliament or whatever you want to call the Parliament of 2017 to 2019, we actually saw parliamentarians frustrating the will of the people, both in attempting to overturn Brexit and also in attempting to sustain and empower a government which needed to seek confidence both from the electorate and for the maintenance of its programme. And so for that reason, what we're doing is restoring power to the people which had been taken away by the FTPA. Happy to give way.
So I'll try to answer what I was going to ask him in his reply to the earlier intervention. But considering that there's been 2 snap elections in the last 4 years, what problem is the government trying to solve?
Well, it is precisely because there have been at least 2 elections of the kind that the honourable gentleman draws attention to, that the Fixed Term Parliament Act has not done what it said on the tin. It has failed the Ron Seal test. And for those who advocated the Fixed Term Parliaments Act in the first place, all sorts of argument were made in terms of the importance of the predictability of election timing. And of course the bill palpably failed to achieve that in the way that it failed to achieve so much else. And what we are doing with this legislation is restoring a tried and tested method by which Prime Ministers can command the confidence not just of this House, but of the country. I'm more than happy to give way to the honourable gentleman, a distinguished member of the Joint Committee.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. Would you agree with me that any legislation in this area must work with any parliamentary arithmetic? And that was the problem we saw in the previous Parliament, and that is what going back to the status quo ante before 2010 would achieve. Yeah.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. We had an approach towards the dissolution of parliaments and the calling of elections before the Fixed Term Parliament Act, which was robust, successful and effective, and ensured that our democracy worked as it should. And what we are doing is ensuring that those tried and tested procedures are restored, and in so doing, fulfilling not just our manifesto pledge, but also, and it's a pleasure to do so, fulfilling Jeremy Corbyn's manifesto pledge, and making sure that democracy in that way is underpinned. Very happy to give way.
Will my right honourable friend not agree with me that probably the Fixed Term Parliament Act was the single worst piece of legislation the coalition government introduced? Fortunately, I didn't vote for it then, but I will certainly be voting for this repeal tonight.
Well, if we look back at the coalition years, I think others are better placed, given that I served in the government for 5 years, to decide which was the worst piece of legislation that it passed. But the one thing that I will say for the Fixed Term Parliament Act is that it was very much a child of its time. And the Fixed Term Parliament Act was introduced, and it did achieve one purpose. It was introduced at the request of our Liberal Democrat coalition partners in order to ensure that for the 5 years of that Parliament, neither party could collapse the government in a way which might secure for either the junior or the senior coalition partner perceived political advantage. So it did serve that purpose for those 5 years, and notwithstanding the points made by my honourable friend, I actually think there are a significant range of achievements that the coalition government can take pride in, but nevertheless, it was specifically a child of its time, and while it worked in that narrow sense in cementing the coalition and ensuring that it could achieve the policy gains which I believe were gained during those 5 years, nevertheless, its utility beyond those years in tougher circumstances, I think, has been tested to destruction. Very happy to give way.
The Government Minister, in on a secret, not of all of us supported everything that was in the Labour manifesto in the last general election. But isn't there a worrying issue here, which is precisely what he refers to as the child of its time, which is that if the government can always reconstitute the Constitution every time it can pass a law, we have a problem here, because the government is most likely always to do so in its own interests.
Well, I take very seriously the points that the right honourable gentleman makes, because there are few people who are deeper scholars of our constitution or parliamentary history than him. But I think there are two things that I would say. The first thing is that sometimes there are constitutional experiments or innovations, and it's understandable that they will have partisans who can see benefits from them. But then we can see in real time and in real circumstances whether or not those constitutional innovations are right and work, or whether or not it is appropriate for us to go back to the situation that prevailed before, which is actually proven over time in a variety of circumstances to be both more robust and more effective. The second thing, the second point he makes is that, of course, there's always a temptation for governments or for any administration in power to seek to look to the rules and to seek to derive advantage perhaps from changing them. But the critical thing here is that ultimately the decision on whether or not an election has been called and Parliament has been dissolved appropriately rests with the people. And if we look at historical examples, we can see examples, as is the case in the 1970s, when Edward Heath decided to go to the country to ask the question, who governs? He believed that in choosing the timing of the election, he was doing so to his party's advantage. But when he asked who governs, the country replied, well, not you, mate. And on that occasion, it was the case that a miscalculation on the part of the Prime Minister resulted in the electorate deciding that Edward Heath's administration should end and that Harold Wilson's should take over. Yes, of course.
But in which case, one could conceive of a situation in which the government was aware of something that the public wasn't aware of that was coming up. So, for instance, a report or a major security breach that had not yet been made public. Or, for instance, the government might choose to hold a general election before boundary changes because they thought that that might be to their disadvantage or to their advantage. Would it not make far more sense for the House simply to be able to vote at that moment?
Well, I think in both the cases that the honourable gentleman mentions, if it were the case that there were to have been jiggery-pokery, if it were the case that the government were to be acting in a way that the electorate considered to be heedless or reckless, then electoral punishment would occur sooner or later. And I think that attempting to rig the rules in that way, as we've seen in the past, is something that the public are always alive to, always wise to, and always ready to punish. And he mentions, very happy to give way.
I'm grateful to the Councillor for giving way. Surely the biggest difference, though, between the situation today and that facing Edward Heath in the 1970s is the amount and the nature and the regulation of the spending of money. Heath did not have a long period before a short period of expenses, and there were not those controls. Effectively, this bill will allow the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister alone, to be the only person who knows when that long period starts and to pile the money in. That's what this is about, isn't it?
No, it's not what it's about. I'm sure that thinking about money spent in elections, one of the things that I would say is this is an issue in which Liberal Democrats and other parties have long had an interest. But more broadly, the point that I would make is that the choice of election timing should ultimately depend on the capacity of the Prime Minister to command the confidence of this House. And we saw, during the course of the 2017-2019 Parliament, the consequences of the Fixed-Term Parliament Act in a way that worked against the interests of democracy explicitly. Let me just make a little bit of progress and then come back to the Right Honourable Gentleman. Because we saw then what happened when Parliament attempted to sustain a government in office, to deny a Prime Minister the dissolution that he requested, and yet at the same time would not allow that government to get its business through. So we had a paralysed Parliament. We also had a Schrödinger's government. It was simultaneously in power and not in power, in office but incapable of carrying forward its legislation. Now, we saw in the December 2019 general election the consequence of that. The party which argued that there needed to be a dissolution, there needed to be an election, and there needed to be a refreshed mandate, secured that refreshed mandate, and as a result we saw our democracy working as it has so successfully in the past and as it deserves to again in the future. Very happy to give way.
If, as the Minister says, this is about the point at which the Prime Minister can command the confidence of the House, surely that is something which can only be determined by this House and not the Prime Minister. So the point made by the Honourable Member for the Rhondda is a good one.
Well, the point made by the Honourable Member for the Rhondda is always a good one, but on this occasion it is nearly always a good one. But on this occasion it is wrong. Because ultimately, the decision about whether or not it is right to call an election and the decision on whether or not the Prime Minister and the administration should return to power rightly rests with the people. And we saw during the course of the 2017-2019 Parliament that when parliamentarians sought to frustrate the Prime Minister in seeking an election, that when that election eventually occurred, an appropriate decision was taken by the voters. And we also saw during the 2017-2019 Parliament the reputation of Parliament, much to my regret, diminished in the eyes of the public because of its failure both to deliver on the original Brexit vote and to allow government to carry on its business in making sure that we return to a situation where we don't have the Fixed Term Parliament Act. We're keeping faith with democracy. We're also keeping faith with the basis on which this government was elected and indeed on which the opposition argued for office. Now, yes, delighted to give way.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman giving way again. The reality is that government hold privileged information, and in the light of the economic challenge which is coming down the path, surely this bill before us today is simply a cut-and-run bill so the government can call an early general election before it has to deal with that crisis.
Exactly right.
I completely disagree. I think that if we're looking at the broad economic situation which we face and what may happen in the future, we have, I believe, a well-informed and judicious electorate that will make a judgment whenever an election is called about the fitness of this government to be returned to office, or indeed the readiness of the opposition or indeed any other party to assume office. As has been seen in the past, when governments have sought to cut and run, when they have sought to manipulate the electoral timetable to their advantage, they've been punished. It was the case not just in 1974 with Edward Heath, it was also the case in the early 1920s with Stanley Baldwin, when he sought to cut and run at that time, using the formidable advantage that he had, indeed the support of press barons and the wealthy. It was nevertheless the case that what we saw was the return of the very first Labour government under Ramsay MacDonald, supported for all too brief a period by the Liberals of that time. Oh, yes, please.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for allowing me to intervene. The case that he's making in historical terms is absolutely incontrovertible. The fact is that the legitimacy of previous elections has barely, if ever, been questioned, and as soon as we brought in this wretched legislation, we ended up in what he rightly described as a paralysed parliament. However, is he satisfied that Clause 3 is strong enough to ensure that the Parliament doesn't get paralysed in the future by political uses of the court to try and interfere with the process of dissolving Parliament? Professor Eakins, in particular, I believe, has certain suggestions that might make this provision a little stronger.
Well, really good to my right honourable friend. And I do believe that Clause 3 is robust and fit for purpose, but it is also the case that Professor Eakins of the Judicial Power Project attached to the think tank Policy Exchange is a brilliant legal mind, and we will pay close attention to his arguments and to those of my right honourable friend and others in order to make sure that Clause 3 is robust enough. And reference to Clause 3, I think, means that it is appropriate for me to turn to the specific clauses in this short and focused bill. But before I do so, I just wanted to thank again the work of the Joint Committee under Lord McLaughlin and others who did such a service to this House and indeed to the other place in scrutinising the legislation. And when reviewing the original 2011 Act, the Joint Committee found that the 2011... I'll give way in just a second. That the 2011 Act did fulfil, as I mentioned earlier, its immediate political purpose of maintaining the coalition government for 5 years, but it did not succeed in enforcing a supermajority constraint on the calling of early general elections, given what happened in 2017 and 2019. A mere repeal of the Act, without any form of replacement, hence the need for the legislation today, would create uncertainty and what the committee called a constitutional lacuna. The government should allow sufficient time for Parliament to explore the full implications of any replacement legislation, and indeed the committee's own work and the work of other committees has been a service to that cause. This constitutional legislation should secure, forgive me, a wide degree of cross-party agreement, and that exists in the support that's been given from the opposition front bench and from others. Any replacement should be equally suitable for whatever the parliamentary arithmetic provided by the electorate, which I believe this legislation does. Any replacement should consider allowing the date of any early election to be stipulated in the motion triggering that election, which of course we will, and that any replacement of the 2011 Act should not contain supermajority provisions. And they also made the point that future administrations might consider that if they introduced fixed parliamentary terms, they should consider whether the political gridlock which characterised the 2017-2019 Parliament is a price worth paying for the perceived benefit of a fixed-term Parliament. I think all of those arguments were powerful. I'd like to thank the committee again for their work, and in particular, and I should have mentioned it earlier, forgive me, I'd also like to thank the Minister for the Constitution and Devolution for the fantastic work that she's done in preparing this legislation and engaging with committees. It's the first time that the Minister has been back on the front bench in this House since her recovery from cancer. She's shown remarkable fortitude, and I know that across this House we're all absolutely delighted that she's back in her place. And with that, I'm very happy to give way.
I'd certainly echo the comments of the Secretary of State in relation to his colleague. On the issue of confidence, a vote of confidence in this House, the legislation as it currently stands means that if a vote of confidence is lost by the government, there's 14 days to form a government, and if not, that leads to an election. What would be the position following the passing of this bill? Would a loss of a vote of no confidence in the government immediately trigger a general election?
In the circumstances, the Prime Minister could immediately and should immediately request a dissolution of Her Majesty, and an election would follow. An example, of course, one of the most powerful in our recent parliamentary history, was the loss of a vote of confidence in 1979 by James Callaghan. which of course led to the general election that followed. And indeed, some might argue, and indeed it's a counterfactual, the truth of which we cannot know, that had James Callaghan sought to refresh his mandate in 1978, when he was in a stronger position politically, then he might well have been returned. And again, the perception on the part of the Labour Party at that time, although they'd lost the support of the Liberals just beforehand, the perception on the part of the Labour Party at that time that it was in their advantage to continue was, of course, undone by a decision of the electorate. Yes, of course.
Just on the point of what counts as a motion of no confidence, because historically, many different things have counted as motions of no confidence. For instance, losing an amendment to the Queen's speech, or the loyal address following the Queen's speech, or an amendment to the finance bill, or refusing to grant supply for a military intervention, or refusing to allow a military intervention. Does he still think that all of those things would count as a motion of no confidence?
The formal motion of no confidence, traditionally requested by the opposition and which has to be granted within a day, that is a classic example of confidence. But I think on the question of military intervention, I personally, but again it's for the House to take a view, I personally believe that that is a proper exercise of the prerogative power in certain circumstances, and I think that, again, it's for debate perhaps in other fora, that would not count in the way in which he mentions.
Would he give way?
Yes.
I thank the Chancellor for giving way. Does he not agree with me that in that situation it would be open to any member of this House to ask the Minister, the Prime Minister at the dispatch box, whether he or she considered this to be a matter of confidence, and then what followed from that would indeed bear that out?
Yes, Right Honourable Friend, I should say, is exactly right. And if it were the case that any Prime Minister felt that the House's decision not to grant supply, or the House's decision to censure perhaps an individual minister, or the House's decision not to authorise support for military action might mean that it would be appropriate to request a dissolution at that point. There are, not for a little bit, because I just wanted to run briefly through the clauses in the bill. There are 6 clauses in one schedule. The first clause repeals the Fixed Term Parliament Act. The second revives the prerogative power and allows the Prime Minister to request a dissolution from the monarch. The third clause is specifically there in order to ensure that that decision cannot be reviewed in the courts. It's what might be called an ouster clause. It's there explicitly to say that proceedings in this House relating to the exercise of the prerogative should not be justiciable. And I think it's very important, following on from the points made by my right honourable friend, that the House understands, appreciates and supports the bill on that basis. It has been constitutional practice since 1688 and the Bill of Rights that it should not be the case that these matters should be reviewed in the courts. Let me say that judicial review is an important part of keeping governments honest, but there needs to be an absolute limit on what is considered justiciable, and it should not be the case that the courts can prevent the request for a dissolution on the part of a Prime Minister. If that decision is mistaken, then it is for the people to decide in a general election what is appropriate. And I was very pleased that in the reports of the Joint Committee that they confirmed that it would be appropriate for Parliament to affirm that. Very happy to give way.
What if the courts sought to test the ouster clause?
Well, I don't think they would necessarily. I think there are people who might seek to. But again, one of the things that we can all do in this Parliament, and one of the reasons why his question is so helpful, and indeed the Joint Committee's deliberations were so helpful, is if Parliament affirms that is the case, then it would be remarkable indeed for any court to attempt to do that. It would be constitutionally unprecedented, and it would be, to my mind, risking the understanding of the balance between Parliament, when its will is clearly expressed, and then the court's interpretation of the law. But I think that when we come to committee and to third reading, and indeed perhaps later in this debate, I hope that all members will affirm the importance of the non-justiciability of the exercise of these powers. Yes, very happy to give it.
One of the things that came out of the Joint Committee report was a very clear interpretation that actually the Prime Minister requests a dissolution rather than advises the monarch on a dissolution. And I'm pleased the government have accepted that advice in the committee. But in light of that, does not that make the ouster clause completely superfluous? Because the monarch acting in conjunction with Parliament is indeed non-justiciable already.
That is definitely my understanding of constitutional practice. But without getting into the details of it, there have been one or two recent decisions by the courts, which might be thought by some to have moved one or two goalposts on the constitutional playing field. Lest there be any doubt, the ouster clause is there to affirm it. It is a new pair of braces to join the sturdy constitutional belt to which my honourable friend refers. Clause 4 makes it clear that the maximum length of any parliament should be 5 years. Clause 5 contains some minor updates, taking account of the way in which the FTPA modernised our electoral law. And, of course, it contains the schedule attendant to the bill. And Clause 6 makes it clear that this bill covers the whole of our United Kingdom.
Can I just confirm, I think it's Clause 4, my right honourable friend just referred to, that a maximum 5-year term would mean that the latest we could have a general election in this Parliament would be January 2025.
I believe that is so, but I think I would defer to others for fixing the precise date, but I do believe that is so, yes. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In addition to, of course, what is in the bill, in this matter we have to discuss what is not in the bill, which are the conventions that we are seeking to restore and the dissolution principles that were published alongside the draft bill. As you will know, the draft committee considered conventions and the paramountcy of confidence and all those things quite extensively. What conclusions have the government made from reading our report about the nature of confidence and in which circumstances calling a general election would not be an appropriate thing for a Prime Minister to do?
Again, my honourable friend makes a very important point, and we've produced alongside the bill a brief statement of dissolution principles. He's absolutely right. Our broad understanding of dissolution principles derives from a letter, actually, that was written by Sir Alan Tommy Lascelles, pseudonymously to the, glad I was able to use that word in the House of Commons, to the Times in the 1950s. And he argued then that a dissolution should not be granted if the monarch thought that there was a viable alternative that could command a majority in the House of Commons, or indeed if it were a time of economic crisis or peril, which it would be inappropriate for a general election to be called. We think that it is very difficult, and my right honourable friend, the Minister for Constitution and Devolution, made this clear, I think, in evidence to the committee and others, to provide an exhaustive list of examples in which it would be inappropriate for a dissolution to be granted when requested. And I think one of the things that we would like to do in committee in this House is to have a proper consideration of those. I think it's important that our Constitution always remains flexible and agile. And I think that I could conceive of circumstances, for example, immediately after a defeat in an election when a Prime Minister is still perhaps clinging on, seeking to form a coalition or a confidence and supply arrangement, failing to do so, when they might seek an immediate other dissolution shortly afterwards. I can see circumstances such as that in which it wouldn't be appropriate for a dissolution to be granted. But as I say, this is a matter in which I think it would be helpful for everyone to take part in the debate to outline those circumstances which they think should guide the operation of these principles. Yes.
I thank the Chancellor for giving way. Is it not also the case that if there were a vote in the Commons that many consider to be a confidence vote, but actually the government refused to accept that, it would be open to the official opposition to table a confidence motion, which then there will be no doubt whatsoever?
Exactly. And it's absolutely important, as my right honourable friend points out, that we stick to the principle that immediately upon receipt of a request from the opposition for a vote of no confidence, that such a debate is granted, and that the Prime Minister of the day, of course, would make their case. It was the case, following on, I should say, from the defeat of an earlier attempt by the member for Maidenhead to secure support for her withdrawal bill, that a motion of no confidence was put by the then leader of the Labour Party. That motion of no confidence was defeated, and then allowed the Prime Minister to consider other ways of fulfilling that mandate. Yes.
I'm very grateful, and I don't want to test everybody's patience, but the one time when that is not available to the opposition is immediately after a general election, before Parliament has got on to actually meeting. And it's the government, and only the government, that decides when the House meets, what it decides to debate. And I note that we still have no formal process in our system of knowing when, after a general election, the House will meet to transact substantive business other than elect a Speaker and have the swearing in?
It is an important point, but it is also an important point to recognise that no newly elected government can effectively govern without Parliament. It would be impossible without a vote of supply. It would be impossible without a Queen's speech in order to ensure that the basis on which it was elected and the effective governance of the country could continue. And I think it's important that we recognise that that is the principle that's prevailed beforehand. It's the principle that we should adopt now. I just wanted to briefly conclude, because I recognise that there are a number of honourable and right honourable members who wish to speak in this debate. And I return to the point that I made at the beginning. Those who brought forward the Fixed Term Parliament Act were motivated, I think, by two entirely reasonable motivations. The first was to ensure that the coalition government, the first coalition that we'd had since 1922, was able to proceed and govern in an effective way. And of course it was against the backdrop of economic crisis. And as a member of that coalition, I don't resolve for a moment from the many decisions that were taken during those 5 years. And let me take this opportunity to thank the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Orkney and Shetland, and others who served in that coalition for putting the national interest first at that time. The second thing that, of course, the Fixed Term Parliament Act was designed to do was to make sure that our constitutional arrangements became more predictable. And while the FTPA succeeded in the unique circumstances of the coalition years, it emphatically has not made our constitutional arrangements more predictable, as what happened in 2017 and indeed between 2017 and 2019 reinforced. And indeed the circumstances of the 2017-2019 Parliament reinforced in the public mind, and certainly that was reflected in the general election result of 2019, the need to move to a more flexible, more responsive, more agile, more familiar and more tried and tested set of constitutional arrangements. And it's for that reason that I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be now read the second time. Shadow Minister Cat Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just want to begin by saying how lovely it is to see the Minister back on the front bench after a reasonable absence, and how well she's looking, and how much, without wishing the entire debate away, Madam Deputy Speaker, how much we're looking forward to her contribution at the end of our second reading this afternoon. This bill seeks to do two things, as the Minister has set out. It repeals the Fixed Term Parliament Act of 2011, and it also reinstates the status quo as it was before 2011 and before that Act came into place. Effectively, it is turning back time. And it's on those 2 points that I will kind of focus my remarks. Now, I suspect there's going to be quite a lot of debate in the second reading about whether or not it's considered that the Fixed Term Parliament Act worked. The Minister set out quite clearly that he believes the Act did not work. But I think there's an equally valid argument that aspects of that Act did work, although, of course, it was not without its pitfalls and flaws. Of course, in the best example of that, the 2015 general election took place 5 years after the 2010 general election, so therefore it works in the sense of holding that coalition government to that timetable. But I'd argue you could also say that the 2017 election proves that the Act worked, because there were clauses within that Act for having an early election, and those were gone through in the 2017 election. The debate about whether or not this Act works in a moment probably centres around the 2017 to 2019 Parliament, about whether or not that worked. And I think that probably highlights the flaws in the Act. Indeed, the fact that the Act said that the Prime Minister could control the date of the election, I would argue, was actually arguably one of the most sticking points of the Act, because of course at that point the opposition felt that the Prime Minister might abuse this Act in order to leave the European Union with no deal, and therefore the Act was not without flaw. There's also the issues around confidence motions and the questions that that raises, and I think that's probably going to be explored in quite a lot of detail. Does the Member Wilder wish me to give way?
For giving way, and I concede her point that the Act did work as far as holding the coalition together till 2015 was concerned, but it didn't work in 2017, and if it hadn't been for the fact that the Scottish Nationalists and the Liberal Democrats, for political reasons of their own, decided to allow the dissolution, that stasis could have gone on for months or years longer than it did, and the Parliament would have been paralysed endlessly till the end of the 5 years. That cannot be right, surely.
I will let other parties answer for their own actions, and I certainly don't seek to speak there. But I think it would be a misinterpretation to say that the Fixed Term Parliament Act of 2011 was purely for the purpose of holding the coalition together. I think that was a huge reason for support in certain parts of the then government, but actually it was an idea that had been battered around in politics long before. In fact, it had been, I believe, a matter for various private members' bills before the coalition government came into force. So it's certainly not an idea that was just thought up in order to hold the coalition together.
Thank you, Honourable Lady, for giving way. Look forward to sparring on another constitutional bill. Just to come back to the point the Honourable Lady made about trying to set the date of the last election. What the Honourable Lady may recall is that 24 hours before the one-line bill was passed, the Fixed Term Parliament Act failed again to cause the election, and that one-line bill was put through. And the irony of that was that it was a two-thirds vote of the House for this one-line bill, which undermines the Fixed Term Parliament Act because it shows it was just being used to play games.
It's a pleasure to see the Honourable Gentleman in his place, and indeed I do look forward to sparring with him again on constitutional matters. And I don't disagree with that. I'm certainly not stood here to mount a defence of the Fixed Term Parliament Act. I was perhaps outlining some ways in which I feel the Act did work, but I'm also highlighting there are huge flaws in the Act. Indeed, there's a reason why in the Labour Party manifesto of December 2019 we said we would repeal the Act, and the point that he raises around the Prime Minister being able to control the date of the election is a huge reason why the Act is indeed flawed. However, I'm arguing that the principles of having fixed terms in itself is not necessarily a bad principle and a very pro-democracy principle in which to begin. I give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. Something occurs to me that while the benches opposite, the government benches, might see what they described as stasis for 2 years, perhaps the public expect of the politicians that rather than just fix into positions and refuse to compromise, they should debate and find a way ahead for the country, and that the way is not always to jump, and that it should not always be the government alone who decides what is best for the country. That is Parliament's role, surely.
I would say that it wouldn't be at all like the Liberal Democrats to dig into a position and hold it. But the truth of the matter is that, you know, that Parliament, I don't believe, hit the troubles that it hit because of necessarily just the Fixed Term Parliament Act. I think if the Fixed Term Parliament Act had not been in place, I think that there would still have been huge problems because, of course, the governing party could not command confidence within its own members and have its own majority for its flagship policy. And I believe that that was the sticking point for that Parliament, and I think that the Fixed Term Parliament Act has been used as quite an easy scapegoat to be blamed for all of the ills of that Parliament. Whilst, of course, it's not a perfect piece of legislation and I support it being repealed, I certainly can see that the principles of having fixed terms is not in itself necessarily a bad thing to have. Indeed, I believe that the then Prime Minister David Cameron said 10 years ago when the Act was passing that this was the biggest move of powers from the executive in several centuries, which raises the question, if today we are to repeal that Act and go back to that status quo, is today the biggest transfer of powers from the legislature to the executive if we are going to go straight back to the old way of doing things? Indeed, the Conservative Manifesto of 2015 celebrated the Fixed Term Parliament Act's success, stating, we also passed the Fixed Term Parliament Act, an unprecedented transfer of executive power, which raises the question, today, are we transferring power to the executive? And if so, is that something that this House really wishes to do or give way?
Well, lady, for giving way, because this is such a therapeutic exercise. It's 10 years of hurt. I'm like a dog with the bone. The problem with the Fixed Term Parliament Act in 2011 was it transferred responsibility for keeping the coalition together away from the leaders of each of the coalition parties to Parliament. It was never any of Parliament's business to keep that coalition going. It was the responsibility of David Cameron and Nick Clegg, and I feel so much better for having got that off my chest for the second time in a decade. Thank you.
Wow, Madam Deputy Speaker, if it doesn't work out as a politician, perhaps I've got a career as a therapist. I do find it quite remarkable, though, that the Treasury bench, of course, has ministers sat there today who filed free voting lobbies to vote for the Fixed Term Parliament Act 10 years ago, and, of course, today, presumably, will be voting in quite the opposite way. I will give way.
The Honourable Lady for giving way. She asks who the transfer of power is to, but as my right honourable friend said, it's a transfer to the people, and I enjoyed her exchange with the Liberal member opposite just now, but the problem with that Parliament is that Parliament did not trust the people, and that is why we ended up where we did, and that is why we had to have the election we eventually did, and that's why we had the result we did. So if we will just trust the people, I think we will all be much better served.
Yeah. The member is right in saying this is about power and where power lies, and I think where we disagree and diverge is probably about the definition of where this power is moving to and from. The legislation that we have before us is transferring all the power into the hands of one individual, the Prime Minister. Where power lies currently in terms of how we call an election lies with all 650 members of this House who are elected by the people. I would argue that the power to the people is more keeping a fixed-term Parliament Act, of course, which I disagree with the Act and I support its repeal, but I disagree with what the government has come forward with as the replacement for that. And now, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to make a little bit of progress as I'm conscious of time. I just want to say a few words about comparisons, because I think it's always important to look at this House and how we do things and compare it to perhaps other countries or parts of the UK. And it's about the principle of who has the power to decide when an election is or whether or not that should be fixed. I believe, and the opposition believes, that the democratic position to take is the starting principle that these things should be fixed. Indeed, this is what's already the case for our Scottish Parliament, the Senedd Cymru, and Northern Ireland parliaments, as well as, of course, our local councils in England and English elected mayors. We know, and the people know, the voters know, when those institutions and individuals are up for re-election, when they can re-elect them to do their jobs or reject them if they disagree with them. The only question mark lies over this House, and when this House goes to the people and goes to the country. So we are out of step even within our own United Kingdom. The most parliamentary democracies, dissolution is controlled by the legislature with varying degrees of involvement from the executive. Now, I'd argue this is good for democracy. The advantages are, of course, it's good for planning legislation and getting a government's manifesto through, which, of course, the people would have voted for if they were of the government. And it helps civil servants be able to work with politicians to plan that. It helps with our electoral administrators, who, quite frankly, have been put under an awful lot of pressure in recent years. It helps with us as political campaigners in terms of when does a long campaign spend start. When you know when elections fall, you know when spending limits can start kicking in. But it's also good, and most importantly, for voters to know when they can either re-elect or reject a politician. And actually, as the UK, we've got a strong tradition of parliamentary sovereignty, and I believe that Parliament should be central to any decision to dissolve. I will give way one last time to my friend.
Grateful for the Honourable Lady. And just to probe the point she's saying about when to have elections, is she saying there is a period of time where the opposition would not want to fight an election?
Well, I think that's the point, is that of course, an opposition will, under most circumstances, always want to have an election. And if he's referring to the 2019 situation, it wasn't not wanting to have an election, it was, of course, not wanting the situation to be that a government could take the country out with no deal of the European Union. That was the sticking point, and that was the issue with the day. I think that in most situations, an opposition would always want an election. Indeed, I could say quite confidently now that I think I do a damn sight better job than the member for Surrey Heath, but he knows that. And certainly, I'll give way to my own friend.
Might not there be a point where the opposition just wanted to form the government? Because the government had lost the confidence of the House, but the Prime Minister would want to have a general election. because the numbers in the House might allow two different kinds of government.
I find it very difficult to disagree with my honourable friend, and indeed I think that the points that he's made, not just in that intervention but his early interventions on the Minister, have raised some important points that I hope that the House will consider, and I'm very grateful that this of course will be a committee of the whole House and we can have the advantage of my right honourable friend's insights and considerations at that stage, as well as his contribution to the joint committee there. There is no way that this legislation would be before us this afternoon if it didn't provide an electoral advantage. When governments decide when elections happen, there is absolutely no doubt it can be played to advantage. And as has already been made clear, the government can call an election before bad news is about to be delivered. They could call a general election if they felt that their opposition was in disarray. And Professor Petra Schleiter from Oxford University did a comparative study of 27 Western and European democracies and found that on average, when governing parties had a power to control when elections happened, they gained on average a 5% electoral advantage. Now, those of us who live and breathe this politics understand that that is the difference between potentially forming a government or falling out of government. So that is why it's so I'd argue anti-democratic to allow all the power to lie in the hands of one individual. And I will give way.
Sorry to interrupt the Honourable Lady, but I mean that argument is somewhat of a straw house of an argument, because you could still use that at the end of a 5-year term of a parliament, whereby the government stacks the legislative programme to be so in the interest of its constituent base that it would win anyway. So I'm not entirely sure that that's an argument that holds water, because either way, the government of the day, whatever colour, is able to do whatever it wants in legislative terms that is most beneficial to its constituents.
And I suppose the difference there would be that when it was a 5-year parliament and all parties knew when that election was happening, then it is a level playing field. But when a government can call in a general election unexpectedly, the advantage is lying entirely with the governing party and not with any of the opposition parties. So the bill today therefore skews power towards the executive and towards incumbent governing parties. It also, of course, gives Prime Ministers the power to haggle with Parliament by threatening early dissolution and early elections. And I'd argue that the Fixed-Term Parliament Act, whilst flawed and certainly support its repeal, it did put us more in line with other democracies which do constrain the power of Prime Ministers. Turning to the monarch and the attempt to restore a royal prerogative with legislation, if the Crown is left as the only check on untimely requests for dissolution, it does inevitably draw the Crown into controversy if such requests were refused. And I struggled to see the circumstances, and perhaps the Minister in her closing remarks might shed some light on this, by which a sovereign might decline a request for an election. I'd argue that the most effective way of avoiding such a constitutional crisis would be to leave decisions on dissolution with Parliament, which is the right place, I'd argue, for a quintessentially political decision. As the Lords Constitution Committee said when it was publishing its report on the Fixed-Term Parliament Act in September, reform of the Fixed-Term Parliament Act must keep the Queen out of politics, and I sincerely agree with that. The proposal that the monarch should be the only check on a questionable request for dissolution and the government's proposals inevitably risk dragging the monarch into politics. The easiest way out of this, I would argue, would be a parliamentary vote on dissolution, which would protect the monarch from being dragged into politics. It might just make a bit more progress, and I'm happy to give way. I would like to put on record my thanks to Dr Meg Russell and Professor Robert Hazel for their comments into the Joint Committee, which I've certainly found very useful, as well as their very informative podcast, of which, of course, my right honourable friend was a feature of. The arguments that I've heard around leaving dissolution in the hands of Parliament prove to me that this would be the easiest way to keep the courts out of these decisions. And I know that Clause 3 is going to be a topic of quite heated debate, and it is impossible to imagine the crack through which the courts could intervene if there had been a recorded decision of the House of Commons to trigger a statutory power of dissolution. If this approach was adopted by the government, I believe that we could see the need there we could remove this ouster clause, which in terms of how it is currently in the Act, I would argue would be self-defeating, because So long as prorogation continues as a prerogative power, one way to avoid Parliament being prorogued against its will would be to make the prerogative power exercisable at the request of Parliament rather than on the advice of the Prime Minister. An alternative would be to abolish the prerogative power and put prorogation on the same footing as the power of adjournment, enabling Parliament to be prorogued when the House of Commons passes a motion to that effect. Ultimately, though, I believe that dissolution should remain in the hands of Parliament and not the executive. This bill is very much about the question of where power lies. I believe that the Fixed Term Parliament Act was problematic, and there were certainly aspects of it that I would be quite happy to see the back of. But the principle of having fixed terms in itself is not necessarily a bad thing. Indeed, it puts us on a level footing with many of the Western and progressive democracies around the world. It puts us in line with our own parliaments here in the United Kingdom, and prorogation should be in the hands of Parliament and not the executive. So as we move into the second reading debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd urge all colleagues to consider where power should lie and how checks on that power can be put in place. And indeed, if we are to place power in the hands of people, I would argue it's far stronger to have a situation where it lies in the hands of elected representatives of this House rather than the hands of one Prime Minister. Thank you.
William Wragg.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I first of all welcome my honourable friend, the member for Norwich North, back to her rightful place on the Treasury bench, and just to say how appreciative I have been for her attendance at committee over recent months as well on this subject and indeed on others. And also thank my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, for the mention of our report on the subject, though perhaps it gave a slight difference of emphasis to that which came from the Joint Committee. But as he's in the gallery today, I pay full tribute to Lord McLaughlin from the other place for so ably chairing that distinguished committee. And indeed, there are many minds greater than mine in the House that have given this lots of thought on this subject certainly, if I can be self-deprecating. But as Badgett would have it, we are discussing and indeed now legislating for the at once solemn but also practical interaction between the dignified, as he put it, and the efficient. That is to say, the transaction between the monarch and the Prime Minister. And on that note, I was pleased to see that the draft dissolution principles were changed on the advice of the Joint Committee, such that the Prime Minister shan't advise the monarch of the need to dissolve Parliament, but rather to make a request so to do. Now, how have we reached this point? The disputatious nature of politics in recent years are too easily given as a reason, I might suggest, but the real reason I would contend is, at least partly, that the lesson of not tinkering with the Constitution to suit immediate circumstances. And that brings me on to the Fixed Term Parliament Act. Was it a high political ideal, as advanced by some, or a case of political expediency? I'd humbly suggest the latter. It was, of course, necessary for a smaller coalition partner to have the assurance that they weren't going to be cast off partway through a term when it might have been to the larger party's advantage to seek an election. And with all of this, motivation is key, and perhaps it's therefore helpful to briefly consider the dissolution principles, which have been mentioned already as the Lascelles principles. In May 1950, Senex being his pseudonym, Lascelles, the King's private secretary, wrote to the Times to suggest 3 instances at which no wise sovereign would refuse a dissolution. We've heard them already, but if an existing parliament was still viable, if there was a general election, would be detrimental to the national economy, and the third, and perhaps most interesting and still relevant one, that the sovereign could find another prime minister who could carry on government for a reasonable period with a working majority in the Commons. Do they all stand today? I think, as I've said, the latter one certainly does. Now, most people's knowledge of Tommy Lascelles, I'm afraid, comes from the Crown series. That's how we learn history these days, and of course it's a flawless representation of the truth. And they know that rather than his letter to the Times some 70-odd years ago. And here I seek to make a tangential link to the world of drama for all our players in our unwritten constitution. Each has a role set for them even if it is unscripted. The actors must conform to the expectations if we are to avoid the play that goes wrong, or indeed the Parliament that goes wrong. And in recent history, I'm afraid that at times some have gone off the unscripted script, if such a thing were possible. Because, of course, politics is a numbers game, and the reason why we had such a quagmire in the last Parliament was that the numbers didn't quite add up. And this is not surprising given that the testing circumstances of the 2017 Parliament. But it is also a reflection of the, if I can be charitable, the constitutional short-sightedness, and if not, vandalism, done by the Constitutional Reform Act of 2005. Add to this the novel action of the prorogation, if I can put it that way, the prorogation that never was, combined with the actions of the former Speaker of this House. In short, everybody went off script. But fortunately, the ultimate safety valve of our Constitution, a general election, worked. Now, I support this bill, but I do question, in my view, of course, all in my view, the member for Rhondda from a certain position, in the people's view. He'll have, the House will have a chance to listen to his utterances later on, and we look forward to it immensely. But I do fear, he will teach us a thing or two, but I do fear that clause 3, the so-called ouster clause of this bill, may be superfluous. Its inclusion could be seen by those of a cynical bent as being a hangover from the intervention of the Supreme Court in 2019. We should hold more surely to the Bill of Rights of 1689.
Yeah.
After all, the Queen in Parliament is not justiciable. At least that's my understanding.
The SNP spokesperson, Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I too say how pleased we are to see the Honourable Member for Norwich North back in her place. And I look forward to many confrontations in the coming weeks and months with her. But let me say from the outset, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we in the SNP will be opposing the second reading of this bill when the House divides this evening. And we'll do so not because we are particularly wedded to the Fixed Term Parliament Act, but because we believe that this bill is a much wider part of a fundamental attack on our democracy. Madam Deputy Speaker, one should not view this bill in isolation, and I believe that when members look at this in the wider picture and place it alongside the voter suppression bill, the government's plan to neuter the Electoral Commission, the draconian police crime and sentencing courts bill, they will reach the same conclusion that many of us have, that this bill is simply another part of a brazen attempt by this government to further centralise control, give more power to the executive, strip parliamentarians of their powers, deny the judiciary the ability to scrutinise what they're doing, while at the same time eroding the public's right to protest against them. This is an unashamed power grab by the executive, and we believe that will be seen as such when it is seen in the context of this wider picture. I will give way.
Surely just reinstating the status quo before 2010.
Of intervention, and no, we're not, and I'll come on to exactly why we're not. And while I acknowledge that the 2019 Labour Manifesto said that they would repeal the Fixed Term Parliament Act, and I understand that they intend to abstain in tonight's division and amending committee, I would caution that any support for this bill has to be contingent on what is coming to replace it. And I say to anyone who might not like the current Act and wish to see it repealed, to be careful what they wish for. Because while in and of itself, and addressing the Honourable Gentleman's point, repealing the Fixed Term Parliament Act might look fairly innocuous, and if taken in isolation might even be seen as trivial and almost unimportant. But I would caution that if it's viewed as part of that wider, much larger strategy to centralise power and control with the executive, this is a far cry from a benign piece of legislation that they'd have us believe. So I dislike how... Yes, I will.
In this House, and indeed in this administration, there's a distinction between the role of Director of Public Prosecutions and, of course, Attorney General. It is the case that the Lord Advocate, I understand, in the Scottish Government combines both roles. That's a centralisation of executive power, is it not? Would the Honourable Gentleman advise his colleagues in the Scottish Government to move away from that centralisation of power towards the higher constitutional principles that we have here in the UK?
Another piece of absolute obfuscation from the Minister, a ridiculous piece of obfuscation, and I'll return. So, no matter how intense the Fixed Term Parliament Act, it is not a sufficient reason to support this bill, because what this government is proposing is the stripping away of one more pillar of parliamentary or judicial oversight. And it is not simply a return to the position we had in 2011. Mark Elliott, Professor of Public Law at Cambridge University, said, "The statements of principles accompanying the bill appear to presume that the Queen will dissolve Parliament as a matter of course when the Prime Minister so requests, thus implying an intention on the part of the Government not to restore the pre-FTPA position, but to usher in a regime under which its latitude is greater than before." Madam Deputy Speaker, prior to 2011, as we've heard, the monarch was able, under certain circumstances, to deny a Prime Minister's request to dissolve Parliament and seek an early general election. Because of the weaknesses of having an unwritten constitution, the prerogative power of the monarch, exercised, as we heard, through the Lascelles principles, was one which was never able to be enshrined in statute. The Lascelles principles asserted, as we've heard, that the monarch could deny dissolution under certain circumstances, including the viability of the government, being detrimental to the national economy, and on being able to find another Prime Minister who could govern. If this bill becomes statute, however, what becomes of the Lascelles principles and the monarch's ability to deny a request for a dissolution of Parliament? Because as I understand it, this place may be able to create statutory powers by enacting statutes, but it cannot create prerogative powers, which by definition derive from a source other than statute. So those prerogative powers that the monarch has to seek a dissolution are not coming back, meaning that this bill is little more than an attempt by the executive to circumvent even the minimal gatekeeping function exercised in the Lascelles principle by the monarch, meaning that all the power will be concentrated in the hands of the Prime Minister. In 1 second, as Professor Elliott says, the very legal uncertainty as to whether the prerogative can be revived means that it would be irresponsible simply to legislate to repeal the Act to try and revive the prerogative without being sure if you could. Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Gentleman, for giving way. It's more of a clarification point, which is that if the Lascelles principles are in place, and the government were to call a general election but an alternative grouping could come together to be able to create a government, would that not therefore be able to allow the Queen to appoint a new Prime Minister under the principles that were referenced by the Honourable Member?
Well, as I understand it, and reading what Professor Elliott says, that the Lascelles principles would go, and therefore we are not returning to exactly the position that we had prior to the Fixed Term Parliaments Act being introduced in 2011, and that the Lascelles principles, because they are royal prerogatives, are not part of statute, and therefore there is nothing to say that they will remain and that they will go. And therefore all the power will be on the Prime Minister, and when a Prime Minister requests a dissolution and a general election, the Queen or the monarch will have no power in which to refuse. Yeah.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for being so patient with me on this, but reading the bill, I don't see in the bill where there would be the rescinding or the taking away of the Lascelles principles.
But I think the fact that they're not there suggests that they will not be there. But I understand that there's no statute, there cannot be, and therefore there will be no Lascelles principles on which to act. And you know that things are pretty bad when I, of all people, stand here discussing the right of an unelected head of state to use prerogative powers to act as a check on the excesses of the executive. I will.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving way, because this is perhaps where we see the significance of Clause 3. If there is to be nothing in this bill, or no decision which would be justiciable, then surely the implication is that, in fact, there is only one decision that can be made by the monarch, and that's to grant the application.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for that intervention, and I absolutely agree that what is happening here is the Monarch will not be able, or will not, because of that very dangerous path of going into the political arena, be able to refuse under any circumstances. And although something of a constitutional anachronism, the Lascelles principle did at least provide a degree of constraint on a Prime Minister who opportunistically may have wanted to cut and run mid-term and to hold a snap general election when their popularity was in the up, or perhaps more importantly and more pertinently, when they know future events, like say perhaps the result of a particularly unhelpful public inquiry, would be guaranteed to put a major dent in their approval ratings. and the Honourable Gentleman shouts, my Senate President, that would never happen to the SNP. And indeed, it's absolutely, the SNP could not cut and run in the Scottish Parliament because we work to a fixed term. And the next Scottish Parliament elections will be on the 7th of May 2026. And no matter what befalls the government between now and then, the Scottish Government will be held to account on that date. Yes, I will.
Presumably in that case, as with the OECD report on Scottish education, you just don't publish the report till after the election.
Well, the Scottish Government will and has stood by its record and has been accountable on the day of the Scottish election at every Parliament. So the Scottish Parliament knows when the next election will be, and every government will be accountable on that day. And if the Chamber want to look at the success of the Scottish Government, the SNP Scottish Government, as put forward and as verified by the Scottish public just 2 months ago, then I'm sure there is not a member of this House, particularly on the benches behind me, who would not give their eye teeth for such an endorsement. But I move on, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can see I'm testing your patience somewhat under these. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll come to the gentleman in a moment, but I will take the advice of Madam Deputy Speaker and move on. Madam Deputy Speaker, Section 3 of this bill includes an ouster clause, which aims to effectively put the government's action beyond the reach of the law, meaning that decisions made by the government in relation to these matters are non-justiciable. This is clearly the action of a government that is still smarting from the humiliation of the Supreme Court's prorogation judgment in 2019, which said it was not within the power of the Prime Minister to suspend Parliament for such a long time at such a critical moment. In January this year, Baroness Hale and Lord Sumption gave evidence to the Joint Committee, and they both expressed serious reservations about Clause 3 of this bill, which renders, as we say, non-justiciable those powers given to the government in Clause 2. Those non-justiciable powers include controlling the space of time between the dissolution of one Parliament and the general election, and the general election and the first sitting of the new Parliament. All of that would be in control of the government, whose previous attempts to undermine parliamentary democracy through prorogation in 2019, as we've seen, were deemed unlawful. The difference this time is that they hope that the Supreme Court could not intervene. Back in January, both Lord Sumption and Baroness Hale were unequivocal in saying that the minimum safeguard that this bill needed in the event of that ouster clause was a time limit being put on the moving of writs for parliamentary elections, and it hasn't been done. I'll give way if it's on that point.
Very much on that point. That case was, of course, brought by the member for Edinburgh South West, his honourable and learned friend. Why was she sacked from the SNP front bench?
In the name of the wee man, Madam Deputy Speaker, I attempt not to waste your time. I attempt to not waste this House's time. I will ignore, yet again, the Secretary of State. In her evidence to the committee, Baroness Hale advised the Government that the Fixed Term Parliament Act had a provision that limited the time within which writs for parliamentary elections could be moved. And it is the latter that I think you would be wise to introduce into this bill. Lord Sumption also warned the Government at that meeting, saying that I suspect if a Prime Minister was effectively attempting to rule without Parliament by simply failing to issue writs of summons, the Court might well intervene for precisely the same reason as they intervened in the case of prorogation. He continued, I think it quite likely that the reasoning in Miller 2 would be applied to that situation, but because this is a very undesirable state of affairs, I would very strongly urge you to introduce the bill, into the bill a provision with a time limit. They could not have been clearer, but yet 6 months later, the government still hasn't introduced anything of the sort, and the original Clause 3 remains as it was back in January, which in effect allows the government to decide on the length of a period of prorogation, of how long the gap will be between dissolution and an election, and indeed the gap between an election and the first sitting of a new parliament. They've been warned by learned judges this is not an acceptable state of affairs, and they've had 6 months to do something about it, and it still does not appear on the bill. And if this bill is passed as they wish, they'll be able to do all of that in the hope of not having the courts look at it. Until now, the only vague explanation I've heard as to why the government haven't taken on what's been advised by the former Supreme Court judges seems to be on a basis of, trust us, do you really think we would do such a thing? To which the very obvious answer, Madam Deputy Speaker, is yes, because you've got form for doing exactly that, and you've been found to be acting illegally. So when the Minister replies to the debate, perhaps she can explain why the government has not taken the advice of these judges, the former Supreme Court judges, and will the government indeed finally seek to amend it? Madam Deputy Speaker, under normal circumstances, a debate on whether this Parliament does or does not choose to fix a term between its general elections isn't something we would get overly het up about. Indeed, we do not intend to be here much longer, and hopefully Scotland's participation in UK general elections will be a thing consigned to the history books. Children will learn alongside Robert Burns, William Shakespeare, the moon landings, and how England became so close to winning the European Championships. And I hope, and I have little doubt, that when established, our independent Scottish Parliament will continue to use the current arrangement, the one whereby everyone knows, as I said, that barring the collapse of the government, the ability to follow create a new one, that Scottish Parliament elections will take place on the first Thursday of 2026, and that's how it should be. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill once again exposes the absurdity of the UK not having a written constitution and reveals the inherent weakness of a system which simply hopes that the executive branch doesn't do the things that, as a matter of legal and constitutional theory, they are actually allowed to do. And unfortunately, Madam Deputy Speaker, when the executive does decide to flex their muscles at the expense of the legislature and the judiciary, the failure to have adequate, entrenched legal constitutional constraints become all too apparent. As I've said several times, this bill cannot be seen in isolation and has to be viewed as part of a concerted and coordinated power grab on the part of the executive, one which, if they are successful, will give them even greater powers over Parliament and the courts, and that is why we will vigorously oppose.
Robert Goodwill.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I first put on record how much I welcome this bill, and indeed, having served as a member of the Joint Committee chaired so ably by the noble Lord McLaughlin, who has gone on from a distinguished career in this House to even greater things, I would hope, in the other place. I think I can probably own up to knowing more about the constitutional convolution surrounding this particular subject than it's healthy for any person to know, with the possible exception of the honourable member for Rhondda. I've got to say that I was slightly confused by the points made from the opposition front bench, who have a manifesto commitment to repeal the Fifth Term Parliament Act. And I'm not sure whether we're going to see some backtracking. The other point which I was also confused about, she said that the Prime Minister of the day could take the opportunity of the opposition being in disarray to call a general election. I have to say I could probably pick any day in the last 5 years, and no doubt in the next 4 years, when that particular situation could be in force. When we started out on this journey, I took the view that we should go as far as possible, restore the situation as it existed before the Fixed Term Parliament Act. At the end of our deliberations, I remained of the same view, but we all came to understand better the historical and constitutional context. It is important that we restore the royal prerogative, Less important is the academic discussion about whether it was merely in abeyance or could be restored or had been abolished. The Lascelles principle were discussed, reasons why the King or Queen could refuse the initiative from number 10, and of course the discretion around a request to Her Majesty, or should that have been advice. And indeed the honourable member from the SNP talked about whether the Lascelles principles would still be in place. And we learnt about the Golden Triangle, the communications between the Queen's Private Secretary, the Cabinet Secretary and the Prime Minister's Private Secretary, which would head off an embarrassing situation for the monarch, who might have to turn down an election because it was too soon after the previous election, or because an alternative government could be formed, or other situations that might meant it was inappropriate to call that particular election. Yes, of course I give way.
Thank you. Just to amplify the points my honourable friend has just made, isn't that the truth? The truth is that it's not that a monarch would never be put in a position where she had to say no, but that actually what happens within our constitution means that question is never put until it's acceptable time for a general election. And actually putting it in rules in the Fixed Term Parliament Act actually got in the way of functioning electoral democracy.
That's right. You know, I'm a big subscriber to the view, if it ain't broke, don't try and mend it. And the situation that we had worked for many years during constitutional crises, during world wars, during great political events in this country, and the system worked. And the people of this country have a great regard for Her Majesty the Queen, and I feel that if anyone was going to be put in that position, she is probably the best person, with advice from those around her, including the Golden Triangle, to make that decision. I have to say, having been a member of the coalition government, that the Fixed Term Parliament Bill worked well during the coalition, steadying the nerves of our Liberal Democrat partners against a snap election. And if the same situation were to happen again, maybe a Labour SNP coalition, probably not any time soon, but I'm sure it could be dusted off. I'm not sure whether those two coalition partners would make very good bedfellows. Certainly Morecambe and Wise sort of sat reading their bedtime books doesn't come to mind, but who knows, that might happen at some point in the future. Anyway, in the meantime, this bill restores the situation as it was before 2020, a procedure that has stood the test of time, and most importantly, one that cannot be challenged in the courts. Remember the autumn of 2019, when 3 times Labour proved that they were frightened of the electorate. They didn't give that two-thirds majority for an election. And indeed, in December 2019, we discovered precisely why they were justified in being frightened of the electorate, because they were brought to book by the electorate for ignoring them since the referendum decision was made. Hence, I very much support the need for the ouster clause in Clause C, which qualifies, which makes sure that the situation, as the Secretary of State referred to, the braces and belts situation. Finally, I have to say, I think there is one improvement I think we should consider, either for this bill or in the forthcoming election bill. Currently, when an election is called after the customary wash-up, we have an election campaign that lasts 25 working days. With weekends and bank holidays, that means that we have more than 35 full days on the campaign trail. That is far too long. My view is that a campaign this long is more likely to turn off voters than motivate them. And I suspect Brenda from Bristol would agree with me. I know the returning officers will come up with all sorts of reasons why they need more time. No doubt the party campaign managers also would say they haven't got time to organise their campaign. And I know that the situation is different with overseas and more postal voters, but surely there are technical solutions to these issues, and maybe once every 4 or 5 years our hard-working council officials could do some overtime at weekends if necessary. Let's have a 25-day election campaign, not a 25-working-day election campaign. Elections never used to be this long. Many people have already decided how they will vote. We should minimise the time that the government is possibly hamstrung during an election, and certainly not able to be scrutinised and challenged by Parliament. So I welcome the repeal of the Fixed Term Parliament's bill, but look forward to provisions to fix the length of the election back to 25 days only. Thank you.
Chris Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first of all say what an utter delight it is to see the Right Honourable Member for Norwich North in her place. Cancer's a bugger, and quite a lot of us have been through this, and at the rate we're going, we're going to have a very large cancer survivors unit here in Parliament, and we shall overcome. Secondly, can I just say, I know the Right Honourable Member for Surrey Heath isn't here. There is nothing more miserable than parts of your private life going through the public domain, and I just wish him and Sarah well. I know, the honourable member for Hazel Grove has come back. I was going to criticise him because he just departed, having said that he was looking forward to hearing what I was going to say, but now he's returned. Can I just say, I'm afraid I dislike this bill from beginning to end. And I know it was in our manifesto that we were going to repeal it. There were lots of things in the last manifesto that I didn't fully agree with. So merely saying that it was in our manifesto, I don't think cuts the mustard. It was in our 2010 manifesto that we wanted to move towards a fixed-term Parliament, and we wanted to hand over significant elements of the prerogative to Parliament. And indeed, I note that the Conservative manifesto in 2010 said that they wanted to make the use of the royal prerogative subject to greater democratic control. So I did support, though there were bits of the bill that I was the Shadow Minister dealing with it at the time in 2010. There were bits of the bill that we criticised, but broadly speaking, we supported it. What I object to in this bill is I think this significantly increases the government's power over Parliament. Indeed, since it was said when the Fixed-Term Parliament's bill was introduced as an act that this was a major transfer of power away from the executive and a major strengthening of Parliament's authority over its own lifetime, by definition, this is exactly the opposite of that. This assumes, if you will just allow me for a moment, this bill assumes that all the players in the so-called Golden Triangle, and why on earth do we resort to such outdated concepts, it assumes that all the players are going to be good guys. I use the word guys advisedly because quite often they are guys, though of course I think there's a danger that this also brings the palace and the monarch, him or herself, directly into party politics. Of course I give way.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way. He's making a strong case that it shouldn't be a question of the government against Parliament. But would he not agree that it shouldn't be a question of Parliament against the people? And this is the situation we were nearly stuck in, because the government, by wanting to be dissolved and have an election, wanted the people to have the final say about Brexit. Parliament did not want the people to have the final say about Brexit. So he needs to be very careful, because there is a lot to be said for government not overruling Parliament, but there's not much to be said for Parliament not overruling government when what government's trying to do is to give the final decision to the people.
Well, my point is simply that you need, in any general election, to have a level playing field. And what this deliberately does, I think, by government is gives the government the upper hand. It places them on the hill surrounding the territory. It means that they determine the territory upon which a general election is going to be contested. I mean, they determine very many other aspects, such as who is able to vote, who's able to register to vote, how the boundaries are constituted, and so on. I just start to ask to myself, how much power does the government want to have? Of course.
He is extremely kindly giving way a second time. I don't think he answered my particular point, which was that the key thing about dissolution is that you're giving power to the people to have the final say. But moving to his other point, where he says that what's happening here is the government is able to choose a time that's to its own advantage, well, the alternative is surely that when you have a fixed date when the election has to be held, the government will still then try and manipulate the situation so that it will coincide to its advantage at that date. So you can't really escape the question of manipulation entirely.
If there is a fixed date for a general election, there are fewer options for the government to manipulate the situation. If the government, and it's a publicly known fact to everybody, so there is a level playing field. And indeed, we have a set of rules in this country now, over the last 20 years or so, that in the 6 months before a general election, the opposition is allowed special access to the civil service. If the government, if the opposition doesn't even know when the general election is going to be, it never has that opportunity. So time and time again, the government gets to set the rules, and there is a significant party political advantage to being able to set the date of a general election. That's why governments never wanted to change it in the past. They only did it in 2010 for 2015 because they wanted to solve a specific problem. And my biggest anxiety is that what we have is, whilst we all love the fluidity of our constitution. The downside of it is that it always becomes the plaything of the government of the day, who want to jig and rejig little bits and pieces of it so as to benefit themselves and keep themselves in power. Just one instance of the kind of behaviour that it is conceivable that a government today might be thinking of, which is either to hold the general election immediately after the new boundaries come in, or immediately before the boundaries come in for their own party political advantage, because that is how they will have assessed it. Alternatively, they could decide we are not going to have a full review, judicial review, producing a report on the lessons learnt from the COVID pandemic until after the date of a next general election. Now, the member is absolutely right. That could be after the 2025. They could decide that that's not going to produce its result until 2027. My point is they could decide that even if a report has been produced or is about to be produced, they could decide that they were going to have a general election. You're right. The Minister herself gave evidence to our joint committee saying that the public would punish nefarious activity of that kind. I'm not convinced by that, because the public is making a whole series of decisions in a general election, and the simple matter of whether the general election should or shouldn't have been called is probably round about number 535 of the list of the issues that are of concern to them. My simple point is, this is about level playing field. We insist on that for other countries and for other democracies. It's a fundamental principle of what constitutes a fair democracy. I'm going to deal with some of the specifics, if I might, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, I think 5 years is far too long for a Parliament. In the main, over the last 200 years, they tend to run about 4 years, including when we had a 7-year term for Parliaments. So I would have thought that it would make far more sense for us to have a 4-year term for Parliament. That would be more in keeping with the whole of the rest of the country. And if the bill goes through to second reading, then I will table an amendment to curtail it to 4 years. But we don't even say that it's 5 years. It's 5 years plus. It's the additional bits, because it's not from the start of one Parliament to the start of the next Parliament that is 5 years. It's the Parliament from the date of its first sitting until the general election. And the government gets to decide the date of a Parliament's first sitting. Not only the date of its first sitting, but its first sitting to transact substantive business, which traditionally starts with the outlawry bill, first reading thereof, and followed by the Queen's speech. But even after the Queen's speech, it's for the government to decide when we actually get into proper business, and during that period to decide whether or not there might or might not be a motion of no confidence. And that means that after a general election, such as when Baldwin lost his general election, there had to be a motion of no confidence in the new Parliament, but it depends on the government bringing Parliament to sit. We are almost unique in the world in not having any provisions in statute or in our standing orders guaranteeing that the House will be able to transact business within a certain number of days after Parliament, let alone the setting up of committees and all the rest. Thirdly, there is... fourthly, sorry, because that was my thirdly, I'm very worried about snap elections, because I think they often mean that parties aren't able to do the duty of care towards potential candidates. I will only mention one, which is Jared Amara. I think if we had had a more a sensible process of a run-up to a general election, we would have done him better. We would have served him better, because we would have gone through a proper process of selecting candidates. And I could look at other instances across the last few years, and as chair of the Committee on Standards, I'm painfully aware that sometimes people become candidates without really being prepared, briefed, given the support they need to be able to enter into what can be a very difficult and painful place. Next, prorogation. We've already seen that the government has phenomenal powers over prorogation. I simply don't understand why we can't have a vote of the House of Commons before prorogation. We would nearly always grant it. But if there were any jiggery-pokery, we might not. And members of the government benches might say, you're only doing this for some party political reason. Now, you could point to the Labour government in the 1940s, bringing forward a special prorogation so that we had 3 sessions of Parliament all running during 1 year, so as to meet the requirements of the Parliaments Act from 1911. But I simply say why this remains a simple act of the executive, I think, is a mistake. And indeed, it would assist the government to be able to simply say that every time there is going to be a prorogation, just as there is before a recess, so there is a vote of the House of Commons. I completely agree with the honourable member from Hazel Grove, though when he's being sarcastic and ironic, it's sometimes slightly difficult to determine which side of his own argument he's on. But I think he was suggesting that the ouster clause may be a bit of an own goal, because it sounds a bit like the lady doth protest too much. It's like we don't have confidence in the Bill of Rights.
I was being enigmatic.
He is the Mona Lisa, in so many ways. Well, I don't know what to make of that. Well, my point is that I think that the government is protesting too much. I think it's counterproductive. I think it will actually lead to the exact opposite of what the government is trying to achieve by it. I think it virtually invites the courts to have a pop at it, and that is a mistake. We should rely on the fact that proceedings in Parliament shall not be impeached or questioned in a court of law or in any other place under the articles from the Bill of Rights. I am concerned about this matter of what constitutes a confidence motion. I think it should be perfectly possible to bring down a government by virtue of refusing to allow the government either money or the basic thrust of its government programme through the Queen's speech, or for that matter, by refusing a major item of foreign policy such as sending troops into war. In 1784, this was one of the first reasons that a government was brought down by a motion in the House. I was, if I'm honest, perplexed when David Cameron and William Hague, neither of them, or Lord Hague as he is now, resigned or even seemed to think it was worthy of comment that they had lost a vote on sending British troops into war. In any other generation of our political history, that would have meant that the government would have fallen. And I think that that is an important principle, that on these big national issues, it shouldn't simply be a matter for the government whether it's a matter of confidence. We all know that money, major policies, and the issue of war and peace, those matters are fundamentally a matter of confidence. Of course.
I'm grateful to you. I hesitate to intervene, but I think the record should show that the particular motion to which he refers from 2013 was not one that committed the country to deploying troops. In fact, it specifically guaranteed that before that happened, the matter would come back before the House.
Well, I think I'm right in saying that the original motion tabled by the government did commit. The version that was carried by the House, which was the opposition amendment, said that it will be brought back to the House. And I think that the government, well, the record will have to find, won't it? I completely agree with all the comments that the Honourable Member for Scarborough made about, Right Honourable Member, sorry, made about elections, the election period being far too long. I have some sympathy, obviously, with the fact that many people now vote by post and there are issues for electoral registration officers and all the rest. But honestly, it cannot be beyond the wit of woman and man in this country to be able to bring a general election in shorter period than we are now sustaining. My bigger point, and I will bring my remarks to a close, but my bigger point is the government already has phenomenal power in this country. In our system, it's most extraordinary, the amount of power that government has in Westminster. They determine every single element of the timetable. And indeed, they do more so now than they did in the time of the Second World War. If you think of one of the big debates, confidence debates, in 1939 was the debate on the summer recess. Because people who were opposed to appeasement were terrified that Neville Chamberlain, as Prime Minister, was going to use the recess to do a deal over Poland with Hitler. There was a chance in those days for another member to table an amendment to the date of the recess. The rules now specify you cannot even table an amendment to the date of the recess that has been tabled by a government minister. The same is true of nearly every element of our expenditure. We can't table from opposition, only a government minister can table a motion changing a tax, increasing a tax, laying a duty or a tax on the people, or increasing expenditure. We barely do a process of expenditure in, in our system at all. We don't really have a budget, not in the sense that any other country would understand that they have a budget. We have a statement by the Chancellor every year. So the power that government holds in this country is phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. And simply to allow a few things, such as a vote on the prorogation, a vote on dissolution, I don't think that that is too much to ask. And I worry about this high, of course.
I'm extremely grateful to him for giving way. And as a Welsh MP, I'm sure he would agree with me that one of the benefits of a fixed-term parliament for this place is that there can't be a clash with Welsh elections. And whilst the bill says that there can't be an election for the Senedd and a general election at the same time, the Library note does note that regulations can be made to hold an extraordinary general election. And really the question for us, if this bill makes it past tonight, is what are those extraordinary circumstances, and how will UK ministers coordinate with Welsh ministers and Welsh Parliament?
Well, my personal view for some time has been that it is probably for the convenience of the people to have a more or less fixed time of the year when we have elections. And the beginning of May seems to work for local elections, and I don't see why it wouldn't work for most other elections. I'm not personally opposed to having several elections on the same day either. I know others are, but I think that that will be for the greater convenience of most people in the country. I just want to say something about what my biggest fear is, that the present government has a very high theology of strong government. It feels to me akin to the Stuarts' divine right of kings, which is not to say that they feel that they have a divine right to rule, but that they think that the government has the divine right to rule. And what makes me think this is the number of times the Leader of the House, and we had it again today from the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, referred to the Addled Parliament of 1614. It was the King who called it the Addled Parliament in 1614 because the King didn't get his way. Now, there are many ways of interpreting what happened in the last Parliament, but the government didn't get its way. We know that. I think that when the government feels that the Constitution has to change because the government hasn't managed to get its way through Parliament, that is a worrying moment. And the truth is that the whole of this system depends on a very, and I mean the word depends deliberately, depends on a very, very thin thread. That thread of confidence in the government. And I just think a better way of understanding politics is that governments govern by consent. And that consent is not just earned at a general election, it's constantly earned, and has to be constantly earned in this arena, in here. And I worry that the government doesn't feel that way. I personally don't trust any government that abrogates more powers to itself. It's even worse when a government then claims to do so in the name of democracy, as we heard in the very first sentence of the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster's contribution earlier. Such abrogation nearly always rapidly descends into the arrogance of office. And I think there's a particular irony that the people who shouted "take back control" again and again and again now ratchet up their own control over the British Constitution. Power is always best spread thin. Even a cabinet minister is only dressed in a little brief authority. Our Constitution must never be a plaything of the government of the day.
Alex Shelbrooke.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a real privilege to follow the Right Honourable Member for Rhondda, and I want to expand upon the closing remarks of his speech, because I think we need to strip this back as to why we're doing this. And I want to start, Madam Deputy Speaker, by talking about faith in democracy. The reality is, in the last 6 months of 2019, or certainly the autumn of 2019, the public did not have faith in this place. That is a simple fact. We only had to look at our inboxes, we only had to look at the comments being made. We weren't doing anything, we weren't getting anywhere. We had a speaker who, quite frankly, acted disgracefully on many an occasion, going way beyond the remit he should have operated within. And all this did, to the public's point of view, was say, you are pointless. We have given you an instruction. We gave an instruction in a referendum. We gave an instruction in a general election. And 2 years after the 2017 general election, we still had achieved nothing. And the reason we didn't achieve anything, because we were gridlocked. We were absolutely gridlocked. The Honourable Lady for Edinburgh West earlier on made a comment which was used so many times in that period, and she said people were looking for us to come to a place to solve the issues. That's what she said. Of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, I heard that phrase and comment used throughout the argument, but what it actually meant is people are looking for you to agree with me and do what I say and ignore what you want to say. And it was a 50-50 parliament, really, in that sense. It kept hitting gridlock. We didn't get anywhere. And as I said in my intervention to the Honourable Lady for Lancaster and Fleetwood, who I have a great deal of respect for, and I'm looking forward to going on to committee stage with this bill. The games that were played at that time did no favours to this place. The fact that 24 hours before we finally dissolved this last Parliament with a one-line bill, that we failed on the Fixed Term Parliament Act to dissolve Parliament, but the one-line bill got the two-thirds majority and got the government to choose the date of the election, I think added to that sense of what are you all playing at? And of course, Albert.
I'm sorry to do this, but I just want to push back against this word game playing. There were very, very passionately held views on both sides of the argument on every single constitutional matter that was going on. I don't think anybody was playing a game. Everybody was in deadly earnest. We just disagreed.
I accept the Right Honourable Gentleman's intervention. I accept the choice of language and will change it. And what I would say to that is, because I think he says that earnestly and I think it's a very well-made observation, I accept that intervention. What I would say is this, it therefore almost said we should have dissolved this Parliament much earlier on. It was going nowhere. Sorry, not this Parliament, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Parliament. I will in a moment. And we created a situation where, say, passions were held high, the constitutional issues and what was going on, but we never made any progress. We just didn't make progress. And yet, for all of the calls of people out saying resign, we couldn't resign. The ultimate act of resignation is for a government to call a general election. It doesn't know whether it's going to be reappointed. And the government literally couldn't resign. I give way to the Right Honourable Gentleman.
I'm grateful to him for giving way, because in fact I think what he does here is he touches on the points raised by the Honourable Member for Rhondda right at the very end of his speech. Because, and I was part of the process of discussion here, eventually we did get an election in 2019 because the government was prepared to talk to other parties and to bring them along with it. And that indeed, I think, ran to the heart of the whole difficulty throughout the 2017 to 19 election. The government decided that it was their position, whatever their position happened to be on that particular day, and it was never the same position all the time. It was their way or the highway. And surely the point is, as the Honourable Member for Rhondda and others have said throughout this debate, it's for Parliament as a whole and not just the government on its own to make these decisions.
I'm grateful for that, and Parliament failed. and it failed day in, day out, week in, week out. It doesn't matter to go back over these arguments of you should have shifted to my position or gone to that position. The now leader of the opposition spent days, hours and hours in number 10 Downing Street, and every time that we thought a deal had been met, came out and scuppered it and moved the goalposts. Parliament didn't work. It's all very well saying that we should have done those positions, but the history book shows it failed at every attempt. And the way that you get out of that situation is to go back to the people and lay that on the table. And it happened far too late. And we undermined this place several attempts along the way. And I honestly believe that we've got to be very careful at the moment. That in many, I do think it's getting better now. But I think we've gone through a period where many democracies have been questioned as to their value of the democratic process. You know, we've just seen a narcissistic, arrogant, quite frankly, quite low political intellectual ability ex-president of the United States, undermine the entire system to the point he literally caused 5 people to die because he didn't accept the result of an election. And used social media and all the other things to stir it up to the point where he said, I won this election. He clearly didn't, but I think most polling shows there's a whole swathe of voters in America who thinks he did. And again, that undermines democracy. And I think we still have some way to go to make sure that we have the ability to dissolve a failing parliament and go back to the people. And it comes back to this point, which I've used in many a speech before, Madam Deputy Speaker, of trust the people. And there has been many comment made today about how government could perhaps abuse a bill, how we might not reform Parliament, we could choose when the date of the election is, we could delay and we could do all these things. I promise you the public will give you a right kicking if you do that. And actually, one of the reasons that the 2017 general election was quite frankly a disaster for my party was because we were looking to cash in. As we saw, the public thought you're just trying to take advantage of a situation. You don't actually need to have this election, and we were punished for it. The public are not stupid, Madam Deputy Speaker. They recognise what goes on, and they have their own concerns, and they ultimately decide at the ballot box what verdicts they cast upon you. And in the leading up to the December 2019 general election, they thought that things had to change. And it was noticeable that whether people were Remainers or Leavers or any of that, that they just wanted the situation resolved. And then that was why the result was very much the way it was. And I don't think what went on over the prorogation helped the situation in any shape or form. Lord Roskill in 1985 had made clear in the Council of Civil Service Unions versus Minister of State for the Civil Service that dissolution of Parliament, Lisbon prerogative powers that in his view were not susceptible to judicial review. And yet that's pretty much exactly what happened and then was applied retrospectively. Precedently there had been longer prorogations, and again it all added to this view that I don't want to use the word establishment, and maybe the Right Honourable Member for Rhondda might once again advise me on better language, but it looked like the establishment were against the view of the people and were trying to thwart clear instructions that had been given. And we just remained powerless in this place to do anything about it. And I think that was the fundamental problem. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been in this place long enough to know that going into committee stage, it's a bit unwise at second reading to take a very fixed position. And I am sure, and I know, that my honourable friend, the Minister, who I just say I am over the moon to see back here today, and she looks in fine health, and it's a source of great joy to us all to see her back in her place today. I know that she will be listening to all of the contributions being made, including from the Right Honourable for Rhondda, who I remember being a new MP when we were doing the Fixed Term Parliament Bill and he and I sparring over this very issue of 4 years or 5 years. 4 years or 5 years. And indeed I did, Right Honourable Jones is quite right, I did indeed vote for that bill, because I think what's been slightly overlooked in these arguments was that the question of stability at a time when the markets were in disarray over what had happened was a very important one. We hadn't been in that parliamentary maths, I believe, for nigh on 70 years. And something had to take place to calm those markets. That's why I think it was worthy at the time. But I do think it is worth listening to the Right Honourable Gentleman's views about years. I still think 5 years is acceptable. He thinks 4 years, but it's worth listening. He may be in committee stage. And indeed, as my Right Honourable friend for Scarborough has outlined, we really do need to shorten these elections. So overall, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the importance of this bill and what we do is an important healing mechanism, a stepping stone to starting to restore faith that if parliaments in the future end up again in the situation we ended up in, where the views were deeply entrenched and would not budge on either side of the argument, then surely we must easily be able to dissolve the Parliament and go back to the people. We must always trust the people, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And now, I know that some people might sometimes feel that this place can be a tad old-fashioned, but this bill does make the system that was abolished in 2011 seem almost progressive. It's not just the restoration of the previous prerogative powers, it's using statute to move to a system where even less accountability for the executive. Another chance is being grabbed by this government, with all its centralising tendencies, to cut the checks and balances of Parliament and abandon any pretence of the separation of powers. In a bill where there will be no role for parliamentarians, no role for the courts and no attempt to set out the kind of circumstances where the Queen could refuse a dissolution request, such as Lascelles principles. Now, as a Democrat, I believe it's right that an unelected monarch should not get involved, but even at that, this is such a bad position to be put in, and it overrules bad decisions of government. But apart from anything else, I'm sure she'll be too busy if she tried to deal with the bad decisions from this current government. But there's no longer a role for MPs, no place for the courts, and the Queen left as a last check and stance. The type of circumstances that this might apply should at least be set out, rather than the business being done by a nod or a wink. Now, I can understand there were clearly problems with the Fixed Term Parliament Act, and I do have some sympathies with the arguments to get rid of it. Most democracies can sensibly manage fixed terms, it has to be said, including the far more modern and more efficient Parliament in Scotland. The approach perhaps makes for less democratic theatre, but better long-term planning and more sensible government decisions, something the public, I'm sure, would welcome. But 5 years is a very long time in this place. The government parties usually chock-a-block with power-hungry schemers, keen to get the knives out on their own side as quickly as possible, and the official opposition, usually far too busy chewing their own tail and don't bother with distractions like, you know what, things like opposing the government. Elections can offer a temporary relief from the pain of listening to the baying mobs on these green benches, and offer a vague hope to the electorate that something better is there on the horizon. Now, it's little wonder that outside wartime, no parliament in the last 100 years has lasted the 5-year distance. But while there may be issues with the fixed-term legislation, it doesn't mean we should simply throw the baby out with the bathwater and give all the power to this Prime Minister to choose when and if it suits. The interests of the nations of this Parliament it's supposed to serve should come before the whim or ego of any one man or woman. It's not so much the principle of the bill, but perhaps the most questionable clauses can even be justified. But I have to say, alarm bells do set off when we look at the bigger picture, as my honourable friend from Argyll and Bute has indicated earlier, and the behaviour about which all Democrats should be concerned. Whether it's the government challenge about its lack of accountability or transparency, the knee-jerk response to strip a power away from those who challenge it. We saw this when the Prime Minister removed the whip from those who simply disagreed with them, and loyal Conservatives, every one of them. We saw it when they illegally prorogued Parliament in the Miller-Cherry case established by the Supreme Court. Now we see it in the ouster clause, making clear that any potential questioning of the executive through the courts will no longer be tolerated. No wonder we on these benches are suspicious of the motives. It comes at a time when there's a systematic weakening of judicial review underway in the public, and as well as having the fundamental rights to protest curbed. We've seen evidence of the same worrying approach to challenge when it comes to the Electoral Commission. The UK Government seems determined to strip powers from the watchdog that oversees elections and ensure the integrity and transparency of party election finance. Given the very real threats to our democracy from systematic disinformation and the election-changing influences of dark money, it's very clear that this independence is needed more now than ever before, not watered down. Yet at this fragile time for our structures, the Government is choosing to remove Electoral Commission powers to prosecute. It might be a coincidence, and I'm certainly willing to hear arguments if that is the case, but it was the case that this was brought forward just shortly after an investigation into donors who helped the current Prime Minister buy wallpaper. Who knows? Might just be chance. It might not be. But when these things are all added together, it leads to a perception that backs up the case to give real suspicion on this side to the motives behind this bill. And then we look at the issues around those who happen to be friends or have donated money, the donors and colleagues. Perhaps they could do a bit more to restore trust and faith in democracy than simply taking more power into the executive. Unanswered questions that still sit and fester and give no confidence to the public. So where we sit just now, it seems this government has given up on democracy altogether. It looks like a stash of cash, invested interests or two, or the right school tie is what you actually need to get the corridors of power, and it stinks. And as an excuse for bypassing democracy, the Prime Minister says he wants to get things done. But so do many people around the world who this place would often have serious challenge with. And getting things right might take a little bit more time, but it stops the cronyism, the corruption and rotting at the heart of any democratic structure. Like a bad work person blaming their tools, the problems that caused the paralysis in 2019 were not the fault of the Fixed Term Parliament Act. They were the fault of an intransigent government. We may have left the EU, but the tricky questions were still there to be dealt with. They were just pushed away for another day because the answers couldn't be found. Brexit was just steamrollered through without a care for the consequences, which continue to manifest in our ordinary lives even today. No doubt when things get too difficult, we'll see a familiar picture from another Tory leader running for the hills, and the wealth of them and their cronies secured, and the important numbers in their pockets in the cases they want to take up expensive lobbying jobs. Meanwhile, we still don't know how to square the circle of having no trade border with the EU. We're securing the right to dump all EU standing trade, nor are we getting the chance to properly scrutinise decisions taken in rushed, desperate-looking trade deals with countries like Australia that will be changing the face of farming in this country. So while I agree there does need to be change to electoral processes, the changes need to be in the opposite direction of this government. We need to gather greater openness, more transparency and more power for Parliament and independent watchdogs, including the judiciary, and more chances to hold the executive to account. It's ironic that this government accuses my party of being obsessed with the Constitution, when in reality they've been endlessly tinkering with the constitutional structures since coming to power. We in the SNP have a cause to improve active participation of all citizens in Scotland, and active engagement with the electorate has got to be a part of that process. So a long campaign I certainly have no issues with, because actually engaging your electorate gives a better understanding and makes sure all can be better informed. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, elements of this bill are just small but symbolic and part of the centralising tendencies of a government that continue to dominate under the opaqueness of its nature. If this is the route that Westminster wishes to take, I and my colleagues in the SNP can't stand by and watch this as the government continues to attack and undermine democracy. I recognise that both the Conservative and Labour manifestos had the intention to repeal the Fixed Term Parliament Act in their manifestos, but repeal doesn't mean at any cost. And as the government travels further from democracy, we'll stand as defenders of that democracy and respecting the democratic decisions of the people we represent. The Scottish Government and the Scottish Parliament have a clear mandate for a referendum on the future of our country to take place during this electoral term, and if the Fixed Term Parliament Act is repealed in this way, that could come quicker than expected.
We now go via video link to Craig Whittaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I just want to say and put on record what an honour it was to be part of the joint committee, which was superbly and ably led by the Right Honourable Lord McLaughlin. And of course, what we were doing was looking at the Fixed Term Parliament Act, which, as history has shown, has become totally unfit for purpose. Now, whilst there was much debate and evidence taken on the committee, it is important to say at this point that the committee's report was an accurate reflection of the general views of the committee. That doesn't mean, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we didn't have a robust debate and discussion on some of the elements of the draft legislation put before us. But the end result was that everyone agreed legislation needs to be the change before us, and putting it back to the status quo from where we were prior to the Fixed Term Parliament Act seems to be the logical thing to do for the majority. But I just wanted to talk today, Madam Deputy Speaker, on two elements of the bill which did draw alternative views and evidence from our panels where we took evidence from. The first one, of course, is the so-called ouster clause. Now, this proposal brought much scrutiny, views and evidence from not just our panel, but for the members of the committee as well. And the committee recognises that the views differ as to whether the government's approach on judiciability is the best one. A minority of members on the committee, as we've already heard today from the member for Hazel Grove, and I will say grunted quite loudly from a sedentary position by the member for Thurrock, but those members believe that a House of Commons vote on a dissolution would be a protection against impeaching and questioning by the courts because of Article 9 of the Bill of Rights of 1688. Such a vote would, in their view, give us better guarantee than an ouster clause against unwarranted judicial involvement, and would avoid setting a precedent for ouster clauses, I should say, in future legislation. That was one view, Madam Deputy Speaker. Some of the committee have expressed doubts as to whether the belt and braces or sledgehammer approach of an ouster clause is really necessary if the courts will not, in practice, entertain legal challenges to dissolution. Provided it is clear that dissolution and calling of parliaments are personal prerogative and that the monarch's veto over requests is real, rather than ceremonial, of course, they are satisfied that the courts would never, almost never, grant an application for judicial review of a decision to dissolve Parliament. The majority view of the committee, however, accepts that, and I'm one of those, that the general presumption is that Parliament does not intend to oust the jurisdiction of the courts. The executive should be accountable to both the courts and indeed to Parliament too. Nonetheless, in principle, the majority believes Parliament should be able to designate certain matters as ones which are to be resolved in the political rather than the judicial sphere, and Parliament should accordingly be able to restrict and in rare cases entirely to exclude the jurisdiction of the courts. This position, of course, is not inherently incompatible with the rule of law, even if ousting the court's jurisdiction will often be at the tension with it, so that a complete ouster would rarely be appropriate. In this case, when the power in question is to enable the electorate to determine who should hold the power, we consider the ouster to be acceptable. It also sends a very clear message to the courts what the spirit of the bill intends. My second point and final point on the bill is around the Electoral Registration and Administration Act of 2013, which extended the length of electoral timetable for UK elections from 17 working days to 25 working days. At the time, it was done to ensure the smooth and effective running of our elections. It also recognised the complexity of elections insofar as the current bill is compatible with ensuring the register is up to date and the proxy and postal votes are possible, including overseas voters as well. This bill retains the 25 working day period between dissolution and polling day to ensure that supposedly continued operability of our electoral system. However, the lengthening of the election period has meant that the time between the dissolution of Parliament and its return is also lengthened. Whilst we consider that the country should be without Parliament for as short a time as possible, this must be balanced with the need to ensure that as many citizens as possible can register to vote and exercise their democratic right to vote in elections. We had, if my memory serves me correctly, Madam Deputy Speaker, a unanimous feeling that we would like to see a significant reduction in the election timetable, as this 25-day period is for the benefit of administrators rather than the electorate. Our proposal in the report that a cross-party working party should be established by government to examine how the general election campaign period can be shortened from 25 days without compromising voter participation, including through the increased use of technology and increased focus on year-round voter registration. This would be a better approach to seeing how we have a robust, transparent approach to democratic elections for those that participate rather for the benefit of those that administer. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do support this bill before us, which genuinely does appear to have taken the plethora of robust debate and evidence from many quarters of this House, and that is before they subject the bill from today before the scrutiny of the House as well. My only request is that the government do look again at my final point around reducing the 25 working day requirement for the electoral timetable, where I do believe that with modern day technology and amended processes, this can be achieved quite easily without compromising voter participation in an open and transparent way. It would also future-proof our electoral system further around technological advances, which in my view should be embraced. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm delighted to have the opportunity to make a contribution further to this debate. I'm sorry that the Minister has just left the chamber, I would just place on record, and I hope she might see it at some point or return, that like so many others in this debate, I'm delighted. It's a matter of genuine delight and joy to see her back in the chamber. There are a lot of members in this House, contrary to what you may read in some parts of the press, who are held in respect. But actually, the Honourable Lady is somebody who's held not just in respect, but affection also. And I think the manner in which she has tackled her illness has been an inspiration to many. So we are delighted to see her back. I hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, you'll indulge me for a minute or two while I pick over some of the history of this and the Fixed Term Parliaments Act, because I'm not quite the last man standing from that period, but I'm one of the last few. And, you know, it's often said, I think, that history is written by the victors. Well, I'm not, even my sense of hyperbole, I think, would not allow me to describe the Liberal Democrats as the victors from that episode in our political history. But I think it is important that we put a few matters on the record. The Right Honourable Gentleman, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, in opening the debate, said that the Fixed Term Parliaments Act was a child of its time. Now, I will quite openly accept that at the start of that quite remarkable political adventure that was the coalition government, the trust that was necessary that you might have had in a single-party government was not there, and yes, the Fixed Term Parliament Act was a necessary safeguard that both parties would have to ensure that the government would last the whole term. Remember what it was like at the start of that government. You know, all the commentators, all the clever people said, this won't last a month, it will not last 2 months, and then it wouldn't last 3 months, and then it wouldn't last 6 months, and then it wouldn't last a year, and then eventually it was accepted that it was going to last the whole term, as indeed it did. It did a lot of things that were very necessary to be done in the interests of economic rebuilding after the crash of 2008. And it was necessary that you had the stability of the 5 years to be able to take these decisions. Of course.
Grateful to the right honourable gentleman, and I agree with the point he's just made. And I think perhaps it's also worth just saying, he will recall that just before the 2010 general election, the then Governor of the Bank of England, Mervyn King, said whoever runs the next government will be out of power for a generation because of the decisions they have to make. And actually, by bringing that stability to the coalition, one of the reasons I backed very happily the Fixed Term Parliament Act then was to bring that stability, because the public actually saw that there were two parties willing to do what needed to be done from different political sphere. And I know we're at different sides of the coin about repealing this act, but I think it's an important point as to why I think we probably both agreed on the importance of that act at the time.
I often say that the spending decisions that were taken, although when they were implemented, they were actually the same as the ones that Alistair Darling had put in his last budget in March 2010, were not decisions that were taken on a whim. They were taken on the advice of the Governor of the Bank of England, and when that advice is given, then any responsible politician or parliamentarian should listen to it. So I fully acknowledge what the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster said about it being a child of its time, but it was more than that. You know, as I think the Honourable Member for the Rhondda said, the reform of the fixing of Parliament's term was something that was in the Labour Manifesto in 2010, and the regulation and the accountability to be brought into the exercise of the royal prerogative was something that the Conservatives had in 2010. For my party, it had long-standing been our policy, and we saw it as a necessary modernisation. And that's a point to which I will return, because I think for all that it was a necessary modernisation, the logical conclusion of getting rid of it in the way that the government seeks to do with this bill suggests that actually, in terms of constitutional integrity and electoral law, we risk taking significant steps backwards. And that is the point to which I shall return later. Of course.
Sorry to interrupt the honourable gentleman, but the point that he's just made, and reading the bill, the last line of section 2.1 is that as if the Fixed Term Parliament Act 2011 had never been enacted. It's the emphasis of those words there in which we are pretending as though we are going back to a point where it had never been enacted. Is that not the point? We're going back to how it was. It's not trying to change how it goes forward.
But the point is that, as I said, it was a necessary modernisation. So we are undoing something that 11 years ago, or 10 years ago, was a necessary modernisation. Now, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster spoke about the Ted Heath government in the 1970s. The world was a very different place in the 1970s. I suspect the honourable gentleman is not old enough to remember it, and I should place on record, Madam Deputy Speaker, that notwithstanding the imminence of my 56th birthday, I only have a child's recollection of it. But the conduct of elections was very, very different. And of course, the general elections in the 1970s were to the only parliament that people could be elected. Now we have a very different situation. We have parliaments in Edinburgh, a Senate in Wales, an Assembly in Northern Ireland, and they operate on fixed terms. And indeed, the Scottish Parliament, as my honourable friend from Edinburgh West reminded me earlier, they changed their terms in order to keep their elections in lockstep, albeit at a different time from the elections to this place. There was also the very different way in which campaigns are financed. And this is one of the most significant and concerning aspects of this bill, is that everybody is in the same position as far as the short regulated period for expenditure is concerned. But when you do not know how long the Parliament is going to be, and you do not know when that general election is going to come, then effectively the setting of the start of the long period is done retrospectively. So you can be caught for expenditure that you didn't know you were going to be caught for, or indeed, as is more likely to be the case, you can ladle money in because every political campaigner will tell you that early money is what buys results. And that is, from my mind, one of the reasons why this was a necessary modernisation in 2011, and to take it away now actually does risk a more substantial unbalancing of the playing field than anybody from the Treasury bench has yet thus far acknowledged. And I would just say gently to all honourable and right honourable members opposite, it might seem like a good idea today while they are in government, but that's not going to last forever. You know, I remember the first election campaign I actively campaigned in was 1983, when we all said that the Labour Party was finished and there would never be another Labour government. And then in 1997 we said exactly the opposite thing, and we said that the Conservatives would never be in government. So, you know, yes, they have the whip hand today, but the day will come when they're sitting over here and they should consider how they would feel or will feel if the government of the day then treats them and their access to the playing field in this way. Of course,
I'm sorry to inform the honourable gentleman that I still wasn't born in 1983 either. But I just might make the point about the ability of, if you don't know when an election is coming, and I think it was to the point that the member for Midlothian said, then you find yourself campaigning more regularly. There is a better form of direct democracy because we are all required to be out there canvassing all the time, and that has its own advantages in the sense of the representatives that the engagement that we give with our constituents.
Let me just say, the pattern of campaigning across the constituencies in this House is rather far from being uniform. I spent a significant amount of time in the seat of Cheshire and Amersham for reasons that will be understood not that long ago. And much though I was a great admirer of the late Cheryl Gillan, and I genuinely, she was another one for whom I held not just respect but affection. But it was apparent that the Conservative machine, campaigning-wise, in that constituency was one that had been left in the garage for a few years longer, perhaps, than was necessarily helpful. So if what we are about is engaging the electorate on an ongoing basis, then I am all for that, and indeed I would suggest to the honourable gentleman that the best way you could achieve that is to get rid of this notion of safe seats, which is a product of the first-past-the-post system. So I will look to enlist the support of the honourable gentleman the next time my party brings forward proposals for the introduction of proportional representation. I can see from your smile, Madam Deputy Speaker, that your smile is becoming increasingly indulgent, so I'm not going to carry on down this route for too long. But it is a very important principle, surely, that we should never hand to one of the runners the starting pistol that is going to start the race. And whatever view you take of the Fixed Term Parliament Act, the principle that Parliament should be in control of its own timetable and its own election is surely something that I would have thought all those who fought so hard to bring back control to Parliament would have found an easy sell. There has been some talk about the Lascelles principles, and my concern about that and the exclusion of any decision to dissolve Parliament from justiciability, as we find in Clause 3, is that the debate we have here is essentially one in constitutional theory. Now, I suspect that if the Prime Minister were to go to the Queen and ask for a dissolution and she were to refuse him, given the standing that the Queen has in the public's affection, that is probably a constitutional crisis that we and the monarchy could survive. I can't honestly imagine it ever actually happening, but given everything else that's happened in the last 6 years in this country, we should perhaps try not just to legislate for those things that we can imagine happening. But the day may come where we have a different monarch, and well, the day will come when we have a different monarch, and perhaps that monarch will need time to establish their standing as monarch in the way that Her Majesty has been able to do. And for that particular future monarch, then the temptation may be not to risk the instability. So essentially, my concern is, and this is what the Lascelles Principles was designed to avoid, that the bill as it's currently constituted risks actually bringing the monarchy into active partisan party politics. And that is something that we should countenance only with the very greatest of caution and the most careful consideration. And give way.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman, but the truth of the matter is that our constitution does behave in a very dignified way. And, you know, we know that the Prime Ministers and the audience of the monarch most of the time are entirely confidential, other than when Prime Ministers choose to leak them. I think we can trust Her Majesty never to utter what has been said to her in the confines of her study on these occasions. So on that basis, can we actually be sure that these discussions have never actually taken place?
No, we can't. I think that's a self-evident answer to the question. And I am fairly confident that conversations will be had, as it were, by the support teams on either side on a highly theoretical and hypothetical question. Well, in the event that this were to be happening, and indeed that was why Lascelles wrote his letter to the Times in the first place. It was to give a bit of necessary transparency and certainty to the whole process, which in truth, because it is rooted in convention, has neither transparency or certainty. I think ultimately what we show here is that the insistence on continuing with an unwritten constitution is something that becomes more and more difficult with every year that passes, and that ultimately that is something that we're going to have to recognise, and it will be the mother and father of all tasks to get the necessary consensus to codify it. But I think in the age when all the constitutional changes that we have had in the last few decades are all there competing with the sovereignty of this House within Parliament in particular, it's actually in everybody's interests that we should find the moment to do that. This is not the moment for the avoidance of doubt. I think Parliament would need some time to be clear of its current concerns before we could undertake that. Finally, I want to just say a word about the conduct of the 2017-19 Parliament. And it's a shame that the Honourable Member for Hazel Grove isn't in his place, because actually he outlined all the various actors in these various dramas and how some might have been seen to have executed their obligations better than others. But it is inevitably the case that where you have a system that relies on checks and balances, then every time somebody takes out a check, then somewhere else you have to adjust a balance. And that was why, although I felt exceptionally uneasy at the way in which former Speaker Bercow made some of his decisions, Actually, at the end of the day, I thought they were necessary because I felt that the government, for their part, were getting close to a place where they were abusing the substantial amounts of power that an unwritten constitution based on convention gave them. That's why I think it's better that instead of relying on nods and winks and checks and balances, we should write it all down, and that way everybody knows where they stand. But I think it is, and I don't think there is any hyperbole here, I think it is overstating the case somewhat to suggest that the political turmoil of the 2017 to 19 Parliament was a consequence of the term of Parliament having been fixed in 2017. There were lots of political reasons for that, most of them to do with the internal splits and divisions within the Conservatives as, after 2017, the minority governing party. The fact that they did have a minority, I think, set the political tone of that whole government. I can't remember who it was that said it, but one of the earlier contributors to the debate said that they... I can't now remember what it was I was going to pick up, but I'm sure it was profound in any event. The basic point, however, is that where simply stating that the fixed term, well, I now remembered what it was. It was when somebody said that it was the election was far too late by November 2019. Now, when would have been the right time? Well, actually, maybe when the Prime Minister became Prime Minister in July. But I don't remember him having any great appetite for having an election at that point. And the truth of the matter is that we did eventually have an election in 2019. At probably the worst time of the year to be campaigning in Orkney and Shetland, let me tell you, and we are never, ever going through that again. But that required the government of the day to work with the opposition, to work with ourselves, to work with the Scottish nationalists. And that's how it should be. And that's how, effectively, the Fixed Term Parliament did its act when the government eventually allowed it to do its job. And that's why I deeply regret the decision that this government has taken to repeal it, and my party will be in the division lobbies this evening opposing them.
We now have 9 more speakers, which means that allowing for the round-ups, I do need speeches to be sort of 10 minutes, just under. Yeah. Okay, lovely. Now, number 11 has withdrawn, so we go straight to Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can assure you I'll take much less than 10 minutes. We have, in the course of this debate, gone over the constitutional law aspects of this bill. We have talked much about the Parliament of 2017 to 2019, and we have talked about the implications of a Fixed Term Parliament Act. I would like to look at one particular aspect which I don't think has been discussed sufficiently, and that is that as a new Member of Parliament in 2017, I came into a situation where there was constant speculation about the possibility of an early election. Almost every week between 2017 and December 2019, we discussed the possibility, when would it be this year, would it be next year, would it be next month? And that causes instability, not just instability within Parliament, for the members of Parliament who are trying to figure out what they should be doing. How does one govern in a situation where it could end at any moment? You could be going to a general election. And that is something which I think the public, we have talked a lot about the public and the public's perception of Parliament today. That is something that I think the public, during 2017 to 2019, was dissatisfied with. The uncertainty about where its government was going and what was going to happen. Business was unhappy with it, and it disrupted much of the personal, the commercial, the industrial life of the country. Certainly.
I'm listening to it intently. Was the problem not between 2017 and 19 precisely the opposite, in that there was no way to have an election so that the government could get on with governing and we could get business transacted in this place? Was it not the exact opposite of what she is describing that actually posed so many of the issues that we face between those years?
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, but I would say it was actually the opposite. If you cast your mind back, if we all cast our minds back to 2017, when the Fixed Parliament Act was in place, we had a snap general election because the government wanted to have a general election. So the Fixed Term Parliament did allow for it. And then between 2017 and 2019, the government chose to behave like a majority government. And it wasn't. One of the honourable members said earlier we had an instruction from the public. That we had an instruction. No, we didn't. We had a divided country. And we had a divided parliament as a result. And we did not have a majority. And we had uncertainty. And a government which didn't accept that in order to get anything done, it had to find a way of working with the other parties. That was the problem between 2017 to 2019. And ironically, in 2019, we were, as my right honourable friend for Orkney and Shetland says, able to come to a general election, even though it was in December. We were able to do that because the government realised that it had to find a way and it had to talk to people. And the Fixed Term Parliament Act, in that respect, did not fail. It actually proved its worth in being able to allow the government to do that, to be flexible enough to do that. And we do actually have, contrary to what the Honourable Member for Argyll and Bute said, the Devolution Act allows for the same possibility in Scotland. If it's not possible for the government to govern, there will be an election. So while I accept that the Fixed Term Parliament Act is not perfect, I do think that it allows for some stability. It allows for a government, it allows for an opposition, it allows for the public to know that there will be a period of stability if there is a majority government, and I'm willing to accept that.
She's being very kind and indulgent of me. But the simple fact is that the reason that we were able to have a snap election in 2017 was because 2/3 of the House of Commons voted for that election. That is a fact. That was never going to be the case at any point between 2017 and 2019. And in fact, we had the farcical scenes of the Prime Minister wanting to dissolve his own government to go to the country, and the Leader of the Opposition agreeing, but just not just yet. And to suggest that the uncertainty was brought about because we were having the threat of an election was hanging over us, when actually it was the exact opposite. It was the case.
I'm afraid I think I'll have to beg to differ with the Honourable Member for West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, because for me and for many people that I know, the instability was because the government did not accept the reality of the situation in which we were and act accordingly. But we could spend the rest of this evening debating what the government did between 2017 to 2019, and we will not change it. The fact of the matter remains we had a general election in 2019. And we are now discussing the Fixed Term Parliament Act, which I believe offers this country the opportunity for the same sort of stability we see in democracies across the world. We see within our own democracy. This is perhaps the only sphere of government, local, national, devolved in the United Kingdom which does not, if this Act is repealed, have a fixed term, where those not just elected to it, but those working for it, those working for the elected representatives, do not have the certainty and the security of knowing what the term of that Parliament will be. That is why, as I said, I do not believe the Fixed Term Parliament Act is perfect, but it was, as my right honourable friend said, a necessary modernisation, a recognition that the way we had done things until 2011 had to be changed. We had to come into the 21st century, a fixed term parliament with the stability, the flexibility to have an election, but the stability that the country needed at that time, but not just at that time, that the country needs right now because of COVID-19. What happened in 2010 was not something which will never happen again. The situation the country faced, the crisis that needed stability, was not something which only happens once in history. It has happened before, it will happen again, and as I said, it is happening now. And what the country needs from us is the certainty and the stability of what their future will be. That is why they elected us. And if we want to engage with them, we shouldn't need the threat of a general election to be out there talking to our constituents and listening to what they say. If we do, then we have failed. The Honourable Member for Argyll and Bute described this bill we have before us as a power grab. And in that I have to agree with them. It is taking power away from Parliament, it is taking power away from the members of Parliament, and in doing so from the elected representatives, and placing it in the hands of the government, and only the government. It is making the timing of a general election the whim, potentially, of one person, based on the scenario of the time. We've talked about lots of decisions about when general elections were and when they weren't. And in 1974, when sadly I was also alive and do remember it. Yes, certainly.
Give it a try.
I mean, and I'm sorry I wasn't there to see the 1974 election, but I think one of the points, and we talk a lot in this place about the precedent and the history of what has gone on before us, but actually there aren't very many examples, with the exception of 1974, of where early elections have been called. So this isn't a precedent that has been abused. It has been done with careful consideration for the government of the day to call an election, not always to their advantage.
Thank you very much. I thank the honourable gentleman, and I'm conscious I'm running out of time. I accept that it hasn't always been abused, but if you look at that thread, you'll see something common in 1974 and 2017. Go for a snap election. The country doesn't necessarily re-elect you, because the country didn't necessarily want a snap election, it wanted stability. Therefore, I return to my original point, that what we have with the Fixed Term Parliament Act is the certainty and the stability that the country demands. Perhaps not the government, but the country. And therefore, I will be voting with my right honourable friend. But if I could just take one more second, Madam Deputy Speaker, it would be to echo the thoughts of my right honourable friend for Orkney and Shetland, now that the Minister is back in her place, and say what a delight it is to have her here.
Yeah.
Gareth Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to start by joining colleagues from across the House in warmly welcoming my honourable friend, the Minister, back to her place. It's a great pleasure to see her back here today. I rise in very strong support of this bill. I think it's a long overdue redress of our constitutional balance and the use of the royal prerogative. The bill reasserts that Parliament is sovereign in our democracy over what are fundamentally political decisions. Now, speaking to Clause 1, the Fixed Term Parliaments Act, which this bill repeals, is a prime example, I believe, of how short-term measures, necessary at the time, can have very hazardous long-term implications for our constitution. Now, I do understand why the coalition government considered it necessary to bring in the Fixed Term Parliament Act, and the right honourable gentleman, the member for Orkney and Shetland, set out those reasons in what I thought was a very thoughtful speech earlier on. There were both political and economic considerations at the time. The reverberations of the financial crisis were still being felt, and the economic mess that was left behind by the outgoing Labour government needed urgent and stable administration. But the election of 2010 did not deliver that, and a clear outcome hadn't been achieved, so there was a need to show that the government would provide stability for a full term. Now, whether the Fixed Term Parliament Act was required to achieve that, or a simple bill fixing the length of a single parliament, is something that we could debate endlessly. However, we have to deal with what is, and the detrimental trade-offs have been shown to be patently obvious. The Joint Committee of both Houses, established under Section 7 to review the Act, found it flawed
in several respects, and there are still unanswered conundrums in key areas which demonstrate why the Act should be repealed. For example, who governs after the 14-day period following the successful passage of a no-confidence vote? Is the Prime Minister still in charge? Should he or she resign immediately? Who takes over and how? What if an agreement is to be reached on the 15th day? Secondly, how do other traditional confidence motions, such as the budget and the Queen's speech, tie into the Act when statutory provisions mean that the government could refuse to put a specific motion before the House? Thirdly, and most crucially, the gridlock, uncertainty and eventually the utter paralysis which became the hallmarks of the bitter disputes of 2019 meant that the country was faced with the absurd situation in which the government could neither legislate nor go to the country. Now, this massively undermined the status of government and Parliament in the eyes of the general public. And speaking as somebody who was a member of the general public and not a member of this House at the time, I can testify to that. Every single person I spoke to was tearing their hair out at what they saw as self-indulgent paralysis in this House. Now, in his opening speech, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, outlined the important elements contained in clauses 2 and 4 of the bill, but I'd like to focus at the moment on clause 3, which I believe is extraordinarily important because it safeguards the due political process from interference. Events during the last Parliament showed that the judiciary can be used and abused by activists to wage political wars through the courts. One of the most dangerous aspects of the Miller and Cherry case was not only that a group of largely unelected elites sought to thwart the democratic will of the British people, and I hasten to add, of course, that the 2016 referendum result was finally vindicated when we eventually had an election in 2019, but that it drew the sovereign into a partisan dispute. It is paramount for our constitutional democracy that the sovereign must be, and must be seen to be, above party political battles. And this bill will help to prevent such a situation from ever arising again by making the revived prerogative powers non-justiciable, and I think that that is wholly welcome. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is for these reasons that I will be supporting the bill, and I congratulate the Government on delivering another of its manifesto commitments.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I say, first of all, as others have said, but I mean it very sincerely, what a pleasure and joy it is to see the Honourable Lady in her place for Norwich West, and to say on behalf of myself and my party, we're very pleased to see you and back to health and strength and back in your position of control as well, so we wish you well. Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Speaker, well, you have control as Minister, we'll do that. But we're very pleased. You've been much in our thoughts, by the way, and much in our prayers as well. I leave it at that. It's always a pleasure to speak in this House, and whatever the issue may be, but whilst my constituency staff may have a very different opinion, it is incredibly exhausting for them to work their full-time hours during the day and canvass for hours in the evening and then subsequently long for a 5-year fixed term. It is my belief that it is right that we have a flexibility to match the requirements of Parliament and the nation, and to find a balance and perhaps peace of mind for myself and for staff as well. I'm a great believer in the democratic process. It's the reason why I've been elected by the people to say that in this House. And coming as I do from Northern Ireland, and having endured or been involved at least involved in the terrorist campaign that was directed against us, I think it underlines why it's very important to have a democratic process, because I've always encouraged people to follow the democratic process as a way of expressing themselves. I'm a great believer in it, and I believe it has to deliver. The Honourable Member for Totnes in an intervention there, he was very active in the interventions, referred to about elections, and I remember every election I've done, and there's been a brave few over the years, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've told that those who, the night of the count, I've always told my workers and my voters that the campaign for the next election starts tonight. So anyone that doubts that the campaign only starts as you run into the election are very much mistaken. it starts the 5 years, the 4 years, or the 3 years, whatever it may be that you're involved in this process. So again, it's always good to put that on record. It's also, I believe, important, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this House, this Mother of Parliaments, this seat of democracy, that sent the democratic process and the methodology for that across the whole of the world, and how privileged we are to be here, to be part of that. I do, however, and I've just one real issue which concerns me, Madam Deputy Speaker. Others have spoken of it, and I just want to put it in writing. Indeed, the honourable gentleman who spoke just before me for Orpington referred to it in his last comment as well. And we must ensure that Her Majesty is not put in a position which is untenable, and would ask that the Minister, I look to the Minister, and we're going to ask the Minister to respond to us as well, to elaborate what steps there are to protect the institution from allegations of affronts to the position of our constitutional monarchy. I'm unashamedly a fan of the royalty and a fan of the Queen, and it goes without saying that I just love the institutions and the traditions and the history that we have. Boy, the whole world wants to have it, but we have got it here, and our history, and I love it. But I was incredibly dismayed, I have to say this in record, I was terribly dismayed over the suspension of Parliament in 2019, which saw our head of state receiving backlash for doing what she is supposed to do as our head of state and follow the lead of the PM. In the background notes, I just took one sentence out of it, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it was, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister should choose to advise the Queen to set a polling date 6 months in the future or later, or could delay giving the advice on the subject to the Queen at all. Wow, I mean, how disrespectful would that be for our Queen and our Majesty, and the high respect that we have for her and for the institution that she has, and upholding the democratic process, in every way, in our moral stance as well. I just think that we really need to have that clarified. In any of these changes, we must ensure that the position of the monarch in her role as sovereign over Parliament must be crystal clear and not once again debated and challenged. It should never be in doubt, it should never be a question mark and unnecessarily highlighted. I have read one opinion which states that the Fixed Term Parliament Act was designed to prop up a weak government. We have no need for this. We have a democratic process which we all believe in, and the result of this is majority rules. This is something. This is sometimes a difficult pill to swallow, especially in scenarios such as the Northern Ireland Withdrawal Agreement, in which my party and I foresaw the dreadful position that Northern Ireland would be put in. We had a very awkward hokey-cokey of in the EU and then out of the EU as it suits the EU, and has been incredibly detrimental to small independent businesses who can't import the products that they once did, and I have numerous companies stretched and prevented from their normal business. Farmers who can't get machinery in, and those in nurseries as well who can't get the products that they've had for years. Democracy has not been easy to accept, but when I look at an alternative, I'm again drawn to the wisdom of Churchill. In my first speech, my maiden speech in this House, Mr Deputy Speaker, I referred to Churchill. I'm a fan of the Queen and the royalty, but I'm also a great fan of Winston Churchill, because Winston Churchill had an incredible ability to say with words which I would just wish I'd even a small piece of his ability. And he was one of my heroes. And I quote what he said: "It has been said that democracy is the worst form of government, except for all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. But there is a broad feeling in our country that the people should rule, and that public opinion expressed by all constitutional means should shape, guide and control the actions of ministers who are their servants and not their masters." What wise words from Winston Churchill. Not here anymore, but he walked in this House of Commons where we are. He probably maybe sat in these seats because he was apt to sit on both sides of the chamber with government and with opposition. But a great man and a great leader at the time that we needed him. Perhaps all of us in this House need this reminder that we are here to serve the people and not to rule them. If we get that servitude into our minds, I believe we have the right mindset. And what a privilege, Mr Deputy Speaker, to be here in the Mother of Parliaments and to be the MP for Strangford. Mr Deputy Speaker, I support the changes in principle, and tonight we will vote with government on this. But I would rather ask for further information as to the protection of our Queen and her role as a sovereign in conjunction with her position as head of the constitutional monarchy, which we hold so dear and love deeply in our hearts and enjoy it every day. This information will, of course, determine the form of where we are. So I look very much to the Minister and seek the value, and would value from the Minister the clarification and the assurance on the impact on the monarchy, on Her Majesty, and that government and Parliament must avoid a constitutional crisis, but always, Mr Deputy Speaker, be respectful to our Queen and to the monarchy. Thanks very much.
Jackie Doyle Price.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I join with colleagues across the House in welcoming my honourable friend back to her place at Dispatch Box. I have to say she has fought her battle with the characteristic grace that she always displays, and it's great to have her back. I've really enjoyed this debate actually because I'm a complete constitutional nerd, so bear with me if I get if I get a bit tedious. But we've heard a lot about the Fixed Term Parliament Act today, and your view of it tends to be informed by where you were in the debate in 2019, and some of us are perhaps more charitable about it than others. But I think it's very difficult to view our constitutional settlement through the prism of what happened in 2019, because those circumstances were unprecedented and they would have tested the constitutional arrangements whatever they were, because fundamentally we had a government that was governing without a majority in Parliament, always testing, and it was trying to implement a policy which was not supported by a majority in Parliament, equally testing. And within that there was much dispute within the political parties, which meant the usual ways of sorting out issues were difficult. Added to that this was an issue of major constitutional significance and overlaid by a public referendum, it was a powder keg of its making. And I have to say, everyone was badly behaved, because everyone, recognising that there was not a majority for their particular position, did what they could to pursue their own opinions. So that was not Parliament's finest hour. But it wasn't the fault of the Fixed Term Parliament Act that was the case. It was the outcome of the 2017 general election. Now we could have a debate as to why that came about. And maybe it came about because of the Fixed Term Parliament Act, and maybe it's a moot point whether consent to an election might have actually happened at all, given that the Prime Minister went to the country with a majority in the House of Commons and having not lost any votes on any significant matter of policy. But that's a question, I think, for another day, because we have before us the government's own proposals for reform to the Fixed Term Parliament Act. And I am supportive of the proposal to return to the status quo which prevailed in 2010. But I do rather think that, again, the prism of seeing these events through what happened in 2019 has led to a draft of the bill which perhaps needs a little improvements. And I'm pleased the government have already accepted some of the recommendations of the Joint Committee on the Fixed Term Parliament Act in that regard. And I think it's important that the government continues to act in that way, because these constitutional issues need to be able to stand the test of time. And if there's one lesson we can take from the Fixed Term Parliament Act, is that did not, because it was a creature of its time. And we can understand why the coalition government wished to bake in some stability at that time. I think with hindsight we'd all agree that perhaps messing around with the constitutional settlement in this country was perhaps not the best way of going about it, but that's easy with hindsight. But we have to recognise that there may be future coalitions, and any coalition agreement, I think perhaps we could, as a House, forcibly put on record that any attempt at baking in a coalition agreement into legislation should not be interfering with our constitutional arrangements. And I think we also need to acknowledge that in delivering 5 years of stability in government, the fixed-term Parliament was a success. You know, again, we come back to, and the Honourable Member for Orkney and Shettle reminded us of the political circumstances in which that government came into being. We really did need, for any long-term stability, following a financial crisis, for that to happen. So the fixed-term Parliament wasn't all bad, but what we have to replace it, I think, is better, because it does give the flexibility within a reasonable amount of certainty, actually, because this bill does establish a 5-year maximum as opposed to a fixed term, and the expectation will be, as previously, that governments will choose the date of an election. That's not to say we encourage snap elections without any good reason. And I think history tells us that the public doesn't like people who cheat. The public expect everyone to play fair. I think if there was any perception that any government was abusing its powers in this regard, it would take a dim view, and we can look at perhaps 2017 as an example of that. But if I could just look at some of the issues that I would like for the government to really think about. As I mentioned in my intervention on my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, very pleased that the government have acknowledged that actually the Prime Minister requests a dissolution of the Queen and doesn't seek advice. But in accepting that, then actually it does render the ouster clause irrelevant, because in the Queen actually making a decision to grant a dissolution is the Queen acting in Parliament, and that is covered by the Bill of Rights. The issues we had in 2019 were about advice. And I appreciate the point that we've made that, well, let's do belt and braces and be absolutely certain and put this on the bill. But again, if we're going back to and establishing what the status quo was in 2010, then the existence of this ouster clause goes beyond that. Now, it's fair to say the Joint Committee, we had very vigorous debates, actually, on these things. There was a strong minority opinion that actually the ouster clause was not the best way of doing it. But my real point is that it's superfluous. And the fact it's on the bill, perhaps as belt and braces, that's fair enough. But in so doing, that almost becomes an article of bad faith, because I think we should put the events of 2019 well and truly behind us. Because, as I said earlier, that was not Parliament's finest hour. And what happened then, and it's the beauty of our unwritten constitution, is that our unwritten constitution finds a way of flexing to actually get to the right outcome. And again, that was very uncomfortable for the government at the time to have its actions thwarted. But it was actually, when it comes to the outcome, the right thing to happen. And I really concerned, and again the Fixed Term Parliament Act is a very good example of this. You know, as a romantic who believes in our unwritten constitution, I am someone who believes that the fewer rules there are, the more reliant we are on honourable behaviour by all the players in the system. And in many ways, having too much prescription in the Fixed Term Parliament Act, that enabled people to be compliant with the detail in the law, but not in the interest of good governance. And I think as we pass this act, this bill rather, which I have to say does enjoy considerable support across the House in terms of returning to status quo, I would not like to see it undermined by quick fixes to address a situation that happened in 2019 and that really shouldn't be informing how we look after our fantastic constitution going forward.
William Miller.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a great pleasure to take part in this debate and to join many other honourable and right honourable friends in hailing the good health of my right honourable friend. I don't, however, join them in welcoming her back, because I don't think she's actually ever been away. Whether it's texts or telephone message, Teams calls or ministerial meetings, she's always had her hand on the tiller, even if it's sometimes behind the scenes. But it is a great pleasure to see her in her place, because democracy is a fragile thing. And we are custodians of our democracy, and we should never, ever forget that. And having my right honourable friend at the centre of these discussions fills me with a great deal of confidence that they're being dealt with diligently. And that is very important indeed, because elections are pivotal to our democracy. The process of dissolving Parliament and calling a new Parliament was changed back in 2011 to help make the coalition government more stable, and it did that. And this bill is designed to return us to the tried and tested process following what had been a bumpy few years. Now, I was reflecting on what the Right Honourable Member for Edinburgh, Orkney and Shetland, and the Honourable Member for Edinburgh West were talking about in their contributions, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I referred back to my notes, because I felt maybe they were falling into rose-tinted glasses territory in terms of where the Fixed Term Parliament Act came from. And we took in the Scrutiny Committee, of which I was a member, some really important evidence from Oliver Letwin, who was, after all, one of the architects of the coalition agreement. And he said, and I'm not quite quoting verbatim, but something along the lines of, the Fixed Term Parliament Act was entirely a result of coalition discussions. Any notion that it was something which was in the backs of the minds of the Conservative Party couldn't be further from the truth. Indeed, he went as far as to say that the coalition wouldn't have worked as well if either side knew that they could, and his word, not mine, crater the government. So this was something which was a piece of legislation of convenience, perhaps, as others have said, that maybe that wasn't something we should have done. Maybe it should have been very time limited, but it was, in the eyes of those that put it together, very much a piece of legislation of convenience. And so it feels entirely appropriate now that we are rethinking that and looking for a different way forward. I believe, like I think the Honourable Lady for Thurrock said and others, it's highly probable that the bumps in the road that we experienced between 2017 and 2019 would have happened anyway, regardless of this particular piece of legislation, because our exiting from the EU was a challenging process for this place. And I recognise some of the criticisms that some other honourable members have made of the way we behaved over that time. But it's clear that, I think as well, that the Fixed Term Parliament Act did cause some delay at a time when we should have had a much slicker process for dealing with what was a constitutional crisis around the middle of 2019. Having heard all of the evidence from the academics and lawyers that we had as part of the work of the Joint Scrutiny Committee, it's clear that the bill before us can be argued to return us to the position before the Fixed Term Parliament Act was enacted. And that on balance, whilst the Fixed Term Parliament Act did do a job for the coalition government, to put it colloquially perhaps, there won't be too many people crying into their beers if it was repealed. And I think at times we felt we were having a constitutional seminar on a very grand scale when we have people like Lady Hale and Lord Sumption come before us. But ultimately, when it comes to it, Mr Deputy Speaker, we have to make the decision on the way forward, because the views are mixed at best. I think it's very good to see that some of the drafting that has been reconsidered within the bill, particularly the name of the bill, much more apposite now, but also the redrafting in other areas as a result of the very hard work of the Scrutiny Committee, very ably chaired by the Noble Lord McLaughlin, who did a superb job. Suggestions earlier that the bill might bring the sovereign into politics. I think the evidence that the Joint Committee took did not overwhelmingly support that position, and suggestions that non-justiciability clause was unnecessary also really did not receive overwhelming support in the Joint Committee based on the evidence we received. Although there was a wonderful quote from Lord Sumption saying there's many things that academics look at in great detail which are not worthy of great scrutiny. And I think that maybe sometimes we're running down some rabbit holes we don't need to in these discussions. And there were really, I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, as many views expressed as academics and lawyers in the room at some stages, and we as elected representatives, I think, do need to decide on the way forward, and I think the government has taken some very sensible decisions here. This is the Dissolution and Calling of Parliament Bill, which is entirely silent on where it is decided who actually comes to Parliament, and which is the election campaign itself. Something that my right honourable friend, the member for Scarborough, and others have raised in the debate already. And if we're to consider dissolution, should we also be considering, if we're considering the calling of Parliament, should we also be considering the election itself and how that fits in? Now, the government has a further piece of legislation coming in our way soon, and it may be that the government's going to be looking at this in more detail at that point. And I really hope that they are, because we need to be able to look at the whole of this process, the whole of the way that our democracy works. And at the moment, we're at risk of looking at it in a very piecemeal way. Since I was elected, there's been a profound change in the way our election campaigns run. Back in 2015, general election campaigns were around 25 days, Mr Deputy Speaker, and in fact, dare I say, maybe even shorter when you were elected, which was a little way before I was. Yet, Mr Deputy Speaker, you may well be interested to know that in 2019, the general election was 36 days. And that's despite incredible advancements in technology and the ways that we work. And despite the legislation clearly stating that elections should take 25 days, and perhaps this is because it's hidden in the mice type, as it were, that it's 25 days minus bank holidays and weekends. Now, I have to say there's nobody who's run an election or fought an election that recognises bank holidays or weekends. So what a nonsense to draft the legislation that way in hindsight. Lengthening campaigns has real consequences for our democracy. For the engagement of voters, for the period of uncertainty for our economy and our politics, and this is a point borne out by academic research. It wasn't an issue we were able to take evidence on in any great detail in the Scrutiny Committee. It isn't an issue covered in the Cabinet Office Democratic Engagement Plan, and I hope that we can rectify that omission in the progress of this bill, perhaps as the Scrutiny Committee suggested, through a review of this issue, either through a cross-party committee or in other ways, because I think this is long overdue. So to be absolutely clear, the actual length of elections and the trade-offs that we make in increasing the length of elections is something which we have not really debated, I think, in this place, at least not for quite a while. And whilst I welcome the return to a much clearer and I think much more transparent system in terms of the calling of elections, the opaqueness of the election timetable itself, the increased use of postal votes and overseas voters may well be very important, but how that trades off against the length of campaigns is something that we need to consider. Mr Deputy Speaker, I really welcome this bill. I really welcome a return to the transparency and the feeling of control that this gives to the way Parliament works. But I do join my honourable friends and right honourable friends for Calder Valley and Scarborough in urging for this issue of shorter elections to be looked at as well.
Video link. Sir David Evans.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to participate in this important debate this afternoon. I'd like to begin by congratulating my right honourable friend, the Chancellor Duchy of Lancaster, on his excellent speech on the reasons why we need this bill. And I'm also delighted to be able to say welcome back to my right honourable friend, the Minister. It's so good to see her on the front bench again. And I'm proud to call her a personal friend as well as a political colleague. So that's really good news. I start off by saying I strongly support this bill and the approach presented by the government. I reluctantly voted for the Fixed Term Parliament Act in 2011 due to the political and economic consequences at that time. The result of the 2010 general election necessitated a coalition government between the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats, and I was pleased to serve in that government under the premiership of David Cameron. However, contrary to the comments of some this afternoon, the Fixed Term Parliament Act was not brought in to reform Parliament. Our country desperately needed both political and economic stability to sort out the mess left by the previous Labour government. Therefore, we needed everyone to know that the 2010 Parliament would run until May 2015, when a general election would be held, in order to give confidence to the people, the country, businesses, and of course the government itself. Long-term stability was provided, and therefore the fixed-term Parliament was a success. It was only a pity that it didn't have a sunset clause, that it would end after that 5-year period. But hindsight is a wonderful thing. As such, the bill did serve its purpose for the time. However, the political and economic landscape has changed significantly over the last decade and rendered the Fixed Term Parliament Act unfit for purpose and redundant. Whilst the 2010 Parliament continued to term, the two subsequent parliaments concluded early. It was never meant to be an indefinite situation, and the paralysis of Parliament in 2017 to 19 shows how unsatisfactory the situation had become by that time. In fact, it was ludicrous, unsatisfactory and undemocratic prior to the general election in 2019 and did damage, I think, to our parliamentary system. While we've passed that now and we have to move on, the government, we have to remember, failed on 3 separate occasions, the 4th of September, 9th of September and the 28th of October 2019, to get an election called. We do, therefore, we need to have the status quo returned so that there doesn't need a 2/3 majority in Parliament to trigger an early election. The Prime Minister must, as colleagues have said, ask Her Majesty the Queen to dissolve Parliament and call an election, as was always the constitutional right prior to the introduction of the 2011 Act. The Dissolution and Calling of Parliament Bill is a good name for the bill. It is a constitutional change and it says what it means. It makes provisions for the dissolution prerogative to be revived, and in doing so ensures legal, constitutional and political certainty around the process for dissolving Parliament in the future. It is a return to the tried and tested traditions that worked so well in the past before the 2011 Act. I welcome the fact that the bill retains provision for a maximum length of Parliament to remain at 5 years. I do not agree with the Honourable Gentleman from Rhondda, who spoke an awful lot of sense, but I think a 4-year Parliament is too short. We don't want to have a Parliament which is constantly electioneering. 5 years seems to me the right time. I do hope that the government will look carefully, though, and I share the views of my honourable friend, the member for Scarborough and Whitby, and my right honourable friend, and my right honourable friend, the member for Basingstoke, that the length of time of general election campaign, 25 working days between dissolution and polling day, is too long, in my opinion. A short, sharp and effective campaign, I think, will get the electorate more engaged and will get a better turnout and greater interest. The 2017 general election campaign was far, far too long. And I have had, as you know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, many election campaigns, and I have never felt one that was as long, and people were right. By the time the election day came, they had had enough of the campaign because it had just been too elongated. Our constituents wanted to vote, and boredom begins to set in over a long period. Therefore, I think this could be looked at, and I hope my honourable friend, the Minister, when she takes this through committee stage, will look seriously at reducing the number of days between the dissolution and polling day. I personally strongly support Clause 3, which will not allow the courts to intervene in the prorogation process. This is a vital clause, I think, and safeguarded, because it is quite the case that it should be the Prime Minister and the government deciding when, with the Queen's permission, to call an election, and it shouldn't be intervened by the courts. On this side of the House, I believe, and across the House, we believe in trusting the people. They will have their say at the polls and make their judgment on the government, the policies and the approach. They will also make their judgment on whether they feel an election is needed. or not, and will vote accordingly. I'm old enough to have been around in the 1974 general election, not a candidate, just a worker and a campaigner for the cause, and it was ridiculous. One, that the people did not understand why the government was calling an election when they still had 18 months to run of their term. And that was one of the reasons, I think, that that particular government of Ted Heath lost. If the people will decide whether they think the general election is justified and vote accordingly. And people did believe in December 2019 that an election was necessary so we could get past Brexit and go to looking towards global Britain and the future for our country, and a successful future, I think, is going to be as well. It's interesting too that both the Labour and Conservative parties had in their manifestos a pledge to repeal the Fixed Parliament Act, and I think that is indicative of how even the difficulties we had at that time, people thought its time had come and is gone. Now, I believe this is a minor electoral change, but important bill for the good of our democracy. I share quite a lot of the views that the Right Honourable Lady, my honourable friend, the member for Basingstoke, said about other things that need to be discussed as well to do with our electoral system. And I know the government is looking at another bill that will be presented, which hopefully will deal with a lot of these different issues. However, the pledge of our 2019 Conservative Party manifesto is being implemented. I look forward to discussing in committee some of the finer points, because I think it's important that we get this right. But I strongly support this measure. I welcome the government bringing it forward now, and I think it will bring back to Parliament the traditions and the tried and tested ways that have succeeded for so long and been the way that we run our affairs. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think this is an opportunity for us to start on the path, and with another bill another day to discuss other issues to do with elections, but I strongly support this measure.
Darren Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Pleasure to follow my honourable friend from Bexley and Crayford. And as others have said, it's an absolute pleasure to see the Minister, the member for Norwich North, in her place. I think we all welcome her back. As the right honourable friend from Basingstoke said, she hasn't really been away. But it's good to have the Smith versus Smith show back live here in the House of Commons. Now, this is a very important bill. It's a constitutional bill, which means it's not necessarily box office. I don't know how many people are tuned into BBC Parliament at the moment, but I'm very glad that we're having this debate. We've had a full debate today in the best traditions of the House, and praise be, no time limit either, though I will make sure that my honourable friends here get their space at the end of the debate as well. And could I also say what a privilege it was to serve on the Joint Committee with so many distinguished members, 5 of whom have already spoken in this debate, some of whom are still in their places. Very eminent witnesses that we had, including former clerks of this House, former cabinet secretaries, for example, and the noble lordships, most of whom also served in this House in their time, who led so much expertise to the proceedings, not least, of course, our chair, the noble Lord McLaughlin, a fellow Staffordshire MP in his day. The case for change, I should say, pay tribute to the clerks of that committee, who did an absolutely superb job in both arranging the witnesses but getting us all to a report that we could all support, which I think is incredibly important, because I think that when legislating in this area, we should strive to be as bipartisan as possible. And I think the case for change that has been made by the government, was made by the opposition in their manifesto, is well made. The 2011 Act, which we are repealing, was indeed a product of its time, as we've discussed, and actually served reasonably well from 2011 through to 2015, when it was supposed to. But the period from 2015 to 2019 clearly showed its flaws. A constitutional innovation that didn't really survive its first contact with any sort of difficulty. And that is perhaps also because of the fact of the referendum. Referendums are also a relatively recent constitutional innovation, and when a referendum asked this House to do something it did not want to do, previous referendums had usually been doing things that the House already had a will for example, giving the devolution to Scotland and to Wales. But when the referendum came back with an instruction from the people that the majority of members in this House did not support, we ended up with a situation that we had in the 2017 to 19 Parliament that I, along with other members of the 2019 intake, watched with horror from home. It wasn't just us, it was people who weren't even interested in politics, didn't know what was going on. Norms had broken down, and we need to restore those norms, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As I said when intervening on the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster in his opening remark, any constitutional arrangement needs to be equally suitable for any parliamentary arithmetic. And what we have under the Fixed Term Parliament Act blatantly was not the case. I accept that Brexit exacerbated those tensions, but those tensions would have been there anyway in any minority government situation. Now, I understand that future coalitions may need the similar security that the Liberal Democrats sought in the Fixed Term Parliament Act, but I'd suggest perhaps in the future a simple bill prohibiting the Prime Minister from requesting, which again is something that we said, requesting a dissolution until a given date. A simple bill that will only last for that Parliament, and then after that Parliament we can then move back to the tried and tested, which is what we're trying to do today. Conclusion number 7 of our report was that a supermajority in this House, a requirement for a supermajority, simply cannot really be enforced. It has been said sometimes the constitution of this country is whatever commands a majority of the House of Commons. And the only way you could enforce the supermajority requirement is perhaps through the House of Lords. But the idea that the House of Lords could prevent an election is not, in my opinion, credible, or would ultimately damage the credibility of the House of Lords to such an extent they wouldn't consider it. Turning to other recommendations the Joint Committee made, I'm pleased the Government has listened to the point that we made about the Prime Minister requesting, not advising. The name change, as others have said, is appropriate. This bill will hopefully be part of our constitutional settlement for decades, perhaps even centuries to come. And the idea that it should have been called the repeal of the Fixed Term Parliament Act is simply not befitting. We've had some constitutional oddities in our time. The reason we have elections every 5 years was under the Septennial Act, which means 7 years. But we can move on. I think this is the right title, a dissolution and summoning of Parliament. That is precisely what the bill has on its, has on its name, and that is what it does. The point about the 25-day or 25-working-day election period has been well expounded by my right honourable friends and members for Scarborough, for Basingstoke, and my friend from Bexley Heath just now. We do need to find a way to reduce that. We do need to press the Electoral Commission further. They've been very resistant, both in their evidence to our committee and answers they've given to questions in this House as well. But with technology, it surely should not be insurmountable to find a way to reduce that, to reduce the period in which Parliament is absent, and to reduce the overlong campaign, which I don't think serves anyone, doesn't serve us, and it doesn't serve our constituents either. I will give way.
I think, my friend, would you agree with me that the principle ought to be that the electoral timetable should be fixed at the convenience of the public and the participants in the election, not the Electoral Commission?
I couldn't put it any better than that. My honourable friend is absolutely correct. I understand the desire to make sure things are done properly, but there has to be a way to do things more quickly, and we have to embrace technology, which ought to make things more possible, rather than making it more difficult and putting in extra time for this, that and the other to come in from overseas or get people's proxy votes set up. We must be able to do things far more quickly than we have done in the past. I also think, looking at our recommendations, the government needs to look at, we ought to all look at, actually, because this is probably a conventional point, the period after the election, because we have been lucky in many cases that we've been able to form governments quickly, but it's not necessarily always the case, and we need to look at the conventions around that. And in fact, looking at the conventions, turning to our conclusions 31 to 33, by definition, we are not going to vote on these conventions because they are conventions. But as the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster said, discussion in the Committee of the Whole House may help to establish conventions. But it was our committee's opinion that the original dissolution principles document was inadequate. We proposed a 20-point list of conventions relating not just to dissolution, but also the period of time in which Parliament is dissolved, the calling and forming of governments. I do hope that we can all consider that in committee and come to a common understanding, because I think honourable behaviour and common understanding is the way that we need to proceed in these matters. But overall, this bill does strengthen the democratic process by restoring this overriding principle that the government should have the confidence of the House of Commons. That was the norm that was distorted over and over again in 2019. We have to reaffirm this, fundamental to the operation of Parliament. Once again, parliamentary votes can be designated as matters of confidence, because that was the essential problem, that the government, their absolute flagship policy, it was possible for a number of members to vote against it one day and the next day to vote that they had confidence in the government. And that is no government at all, Mr Deputy Speaker. We need to find a way for things to function so that the government has to have confidence in its flagship policies, its budget, its Queen's speech. Otherwise, it is no longer the government. That is how things need to proceed in this place. It would also provide greater legal, constitutional, political certainty around the processes for dissolving Parliament and holding a general election, with the flexibility we need for exceptional circumstances. Because the one thing that contributed to the general sense of chaos that I saw watching from home, and I know others did, was the lack of certainty about how things should be operating, and particularly that 14-day lacuna. Nobody seemed to know what was supposed to happen in those 14 days, whether the Prime Minister was supposed to resign on day 1 or day 14, whether the Leader of the Opposition would become the Prime Minister even if they couldn't command a majority. It was a ridiculous position for our country to have got ourselves into, and we will get ourselves out of that by passing this bill, Mr Deputy Speaker. Turning to Clause 3, the ouster clause, I accept that opinions differ and they differed on committee, but I certainly have no problem putting into statute the very clear precedent that the exercise of prerogative powers relating to dissolution is non-justiciable and cannot be reviewed by the courts. I think this is a long-standing, generally accepted convention that existed, and of course I would personally take any dim view of a court seeking to intervene in the timing of an election. There is nothing more inherently political in an election, and involving the courts, what's called lawfare, in the timing of an election would be incredibly uncomfortable for the public, everyone in the political sphere, and I think indeed for the courts as well. How could the image of a Supreme Court trying to override the wishes of the Prime Minister, as enacted by the Sovereign, be tolerable to the public? I can't see any circumstance where that is better than actually having the election, or potentially the Sovereign refusing to dissolve Parliament. But on that point, Mr Deputy Speaker, we heard repeatedly that the Sovereign wouldn't refuse, because if the Sovereign was going to refuse, it would be communicated to the Prime Minister beforehand that the Sovereign would refuse, and so the request would never be made. Yeah. That's how our unwritten constitution should work, through those sorts of understandings, Mr Deputy Speaker. That's what we need to get back to. The ultimate arbiter of all these matters should be the voters, or in the exceptional circumstances, the Sovereign, and if they're unhappy with how a government's behaved, with the calling of an election or the timing of an election, it's in their hands that can determine the consequences of that, for that government, what those punishment or electoral punishment should be. And I do ultimately take issue with the idea we've heard a few times today that this legislation is about putting power in the hands of the government. Yes, it takes power away from Parliament, certainly, but it vests that power in the public, in the electorate, and that is where power should truly lie.
Yay. Mr Magnol.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it is always a pleasure to follow the Honourable Gentleman from Newcastle under Lyme. And can I start, as so many colleagues have done, by welcoming the Minister back to her rightful place. It's wonderful to see her. And it's been a very entertaining and interesting debate, and thought-provoking, if I may say so, and it is, as ever, good to see Parliament on form with cross-party consensus as to what needs to be achieved. And I think there has been a great deal of thought and consideration about what further steps this House might take. And I certainly know that the member for Thurrock will be able to hold me up on anything I get wrong as a constitutional geek as I make my thoughts. But I just wanted to start by agreeing with what the Honourable Gentleman said from Newcastle under Lyme, which is actually that when the 2011 Fixed Parliament Term Act came in, the idea that it was there for political expediency was perfectly obvious. It should have been introduced with a sunset clause, so that we didn't have to endure it beyond 2015. But I just want to make a few remarks, because there is nothing new I can say at this point in the debate. But with the exception of the 1974 election, in which we saw one in February and one in October, and while I was not able to remember either of those, I am acutely aware of the fact that that is the exception. Government takes very seriously the idea of holding general elections. It is not a power to be abused. It is not a system in which governments think that they can instantly call it and find the public on their side. And it takes great consideration to be able to make that decision. And I think we have to be clear about this, because many of the arguments that have been made by the opposition seem to be confusing personality with the politics. And that is not acceptable in the course of this debate, because the reality is that it hasn't been done since 2010, apart from in the case of 2017, and I would argue because of the Fixed Term Parliament Act. So, in that case, the point that the member for Strangford made, which is that elections are won not at elections but in between elections, is in our interest in making sure that we run as close to the full term of a parliament. And certainly history would suggest that that is what we've done. Now, the excellent report produced by the Joint Committee and the PACAC report suggests in its recommendations that any replacement to this Act should support a majority, a coalition or a minority government, and that could include a confidence and supply point. And I think that's exactly what happens now. Because as far as I can understand it, and I will take any interventions if I am getting this wrong, as far as I can understand, the Lascelles principles are there to allow the opportunity for the opposition to come forward, or another grouping to come forward with an alternative if it can supply the numbers in the House. And the point that the member from, I think it was Argyll and Bute, was making at the point, he was saying that the Lascelles principles no longer stand, that this convention is overwritten by this Act. That is not true. That is not the case in this bill, and the fact that the convention is unwritten means that the point for the sovereign still stands, and that if someone were to approach the sovereign with the alternative model, it would therefore work. I would be delighted.
I think my honourable friend is articulating this very well, and I think again this comes back to one of the biggest issues with the Fixed Term Parliament Act was the way it interfered with votes of confidence and had that very prescriptive set of rules which actually stopped the Lascelles principles from being implemented at that stage. But now that we go back to status quo, they absolutely come back.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was worried that the Honourable Lady was going to tell me that I was wrong. So it's a delightful intervention and one I entirely agree with, and I thank you for that point, because in the bill itself, the wording also makes the point that the Fixed Term Parliament Act 2011, this bill is to make sure that it looks as though that had never been enacted. So it is going back to the status quo before this bill, rather than trying to change things forward. And I think it is important that that be understood. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Parliament should be flexible and agile and able to respond to the needs of the public. And by removing this Act, we go back to a stage in which we can respond to the issues of the day, the concerns and problems that must be addressed. And government should be able to be held account by the opposition, by backbenchers, to fear votes of no confidence where necessary, and for elections to be called if required because their legislative agenda cannot be pursued. After all, we are here because we set a legislative agenda that we need to see through. If we are unable to do that, it is only right and sensible that we either go back to the people or we offer an alternative, and that is something that I think this bill will do. As far as I can make out, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the only benefit of the Fixed Term Parliament Act was that it embraced the Liberal Democrats into an embrace of death, for which they have not recovered 5 years on. And however their recovery goes, that seems to be it. They didn't learn from the 1920s and they haven't learned from 2010 to 2015. But this offers us the opportunity to reassure our constituents that we can be on their doorsteps 365 days of the year. We can make the case about knocking on their doors and ensuring that they have the democracy that they deserve and that they have the representation that they have. And the last point I would just like to make is on Clause 3, the ouster clause, which has been referenced by so many in this House, which does remind this place of the fact that the courts must not involve themselves in the way in which we call elections. The point has been made time and time again about the damage that that will do. So I welcome the government's bill, I welcome the fact that it is fulfilling a manifesto commitment, and I welcome the fact that this is a return to a good piece of legislation that will ensure that democracy is secured for many years to come.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's always a pleasure to follow my honourable friend, the member for Totnes, and even more so to know that we're going to be in the same lobby this evening, which isn't always the case. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to join with everybody across the House in welcoming my right honourable friend, the member for Norwich North, back to the Chamber. It has been a lesser place without her, and although she's been joining us through the wonders of Zoom, it is absolutely brilliant to have her back on the front bench, doing her job so ably, and the thoughts expressed by everybody in the House today I echo wholeheartedly. It would also be remiss of me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, not to mention that today, the 6th of July, a day that's all is clouded by tragedy in the northeast of Scotland, because today we remember the 167 men who lost their lives in the Piper Alpha disaster 33 years ago. There are many people still grieving over their lost ones, and it still very much causes many of us in the northeast to pause and think about the sacrifices made on our behalf by those people working to ensure that we continue to receive our energy in the way that we do. We thank them and we remember them. I am not a constitutional geek by any stretch, certainly not to the extent of my honourable friend, the member for Thurrock. But I mean, I thought I was, but listening to the arguments today, I'm but a rank amateur when it comes to constitutional history and the details of how this country got to the place it was and how our constitution was created and how we run this country. But I do have a very, very strong view, and that is that the Fixed Term Parliament Act of 2011 was a piece of, frankly, constitutional vandalism that I cannot wait to see repealed. Governments must have the confidence of this House. Governments must be able to govern. And as we saw, and as most of us in this House lived through in between 2017 and 2019. Neither was the case in that Parliament. 2019 is a year that I still shudder to remember. It's a year where, you won't believe this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I started with no grey hairs and ended with plenty, and where my hairline actually, I think, was 2 centimetres further down my forehead than it remains to this day. It is vitally important that this action we are taking today actually goes ahead. In the autumn of 2019, the British people had confidence in this government, and the British people had confidence in the Prime Minister. Most wanted us to deliver on the referendum result, others just wanted to move the country on. Neither was possible. And who can forget the utter farce of the indicative votes process, when this Parliament literally voted to do nothing. To do nothing. It was frankly a shambles. And what arrogance for politicians to deprive the people of their will, when it was so clear that in the national interest we needed to go to the country and expunge what was a dead and dying Parliament. And who can forget the frankly absurd spectacle of the Prime Minister almost on bended knee seeking the permission of the leader of the opposition, then the member for Islington North, a man who claimed that he wanted an election, just not quite yet. 3 times he used that line. Indeed, you know, we could still be in that awful holding pattern of wanting to go to the country but failing to get the 2/3 required by the Fixed Term Parliament Act if Joe Swinson and Liberal Democrats had not come graciously to the aid of the country and the government. And for her and their sacrifice, we, and indeed the entire country, will remain eternally grateful. We laugh now. And I remember the debates back then, the debates of when maybe the member for Islington North, would decide that it was right for us to go to the country. Maybe it was after Christmas, maybe it was in spring, when the weather would be better. Can you imagine, knowing what we know now, if we had still been in that position, with that Parliament, coinciding with the coronavirus pandemic and all that wrought on this country? Aren't we so very glad that we went to the country when we did? But it is a genuinely frightening thought. It is hard, right now, in this new Parliament, with a functioning government majority, to imagine returning to such a scenario. But then, in 2010, we were told by very clever people on TV that coalitions would be the future. And in 2015, we were told that government by a single party majority had returned. And I remember in 2017 being told that the country was braced for an era of minority government. And now, of course, we're told that we have returned to large one-party governments that command control of the House. It's very, very, very bad to try and predict the future. I think in this game, it's hard to predict what will happen in 3 weeks, let alone what will happen in 3 years. The greatest asset this country has is the flexibility of its famously uncodified constitution, to dignified, but to bend and adapt to circumstance and event. It has been the habit of recent governments since the late 1990s to meddle with that, and we have learnt the hard way in many instances that we do so at our peril. The old adage, as my right honourable friend, the member for Scarborough and Whitby, said, of if it ain't broke, don't fix it, should be every government's mantra. The joy, the brilliance of the previous system, where a House of Commons could boot out a government if it lost confidence, or where a Prime Minister could, in the national interest, go to the country, was flexible and enduring. And it worked. It did not need fixing. Ultimately, though, the fixed-term Parliament failed. It expressly failed to ensure that we had fixed-term parliaments. If it had succeeded, I would not be standing here today. Now, some people might think that would be a very good thing, but from my perspective, I am very glad that the Fixed-Term Parliament Act failed. Therefore, the Fixed-Term Parliament Act is bad law. It was ill-conceived, ill thought through, and with awful consequences. And my honourable friend, the member for Orpington, already spoke about the confusing situation that would arise in the 2-week gap between a government falling and the creation of a new government. I'm very glad the government is seeking to overturn this bill today, and I support this bill as it comes in, and I look forward to voting for it this evening. But I will also finish by echoing the comments of my honourable friend, the member for Newcastle-under-Lyme, when he wondered if many people were tuning in to BBC Parliament to watch this debate today. Shame on them if they aren't, because today I genuinely think we have seen Parliament at its best. A dignified, in-depth, serious debate with no time limit. So the only cry I would make to finish my contribution today is more of this sort of thing, please.
Wind-ups. Cat Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And with the leave of the House, I will make some closing remarks on behalf of the opposition. I just want to begin by, as the Minister is now at the dispatch box, welcoming her back. And I'm sure she's sat and heard all the comments made by colleagues this afternoon, and I hope she feels appreciated. But I would agree with the member for Basingstoke when she said it almost feels like she's never been away. I can say honestly, as her opposite number, she has never been more than a text message or Microsoft Teams call away, and for that I know that it must have been quite challenging at times, but it's a credit to her and her strength of character that she has continued to do her job in the way that she has through what's been an incredibly personally challenging time. But I know that now she's back, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's not going to be easing her way back into it, as we have this chunky piece of legislation before us this afternoon, but also an elections bill to come. It's probably a good opportunity for me to welcome the new SNP spokesperson on elections matters, the member for Argyll and Bute, who I thought made an incredibly passionate speech this afternoon, but also paid tribute to his predecessor, the member for Glasgow East, who was a pleasure to work with and a fully signed-up constitutional geek, unlike apparently the member for West Aberdeenshire, who claims not to be, but I'm sure we can convince him otherwise. The comments, I thought this was a very good debate, Mr Deputy Speaker, and if I might make a few comments about what's been said, and I referred to it just a moment ago, the member for Argyll and Bute, I thought made a very strong case for the fact that this piece of legislation is a huge power grab by the executive. And indeed, I would agree with him that in the clause 3 of the bill, it does look very much like this is a smarting from the 2019 court judgment on prorogation, of course, that never was. And I would suggest to the government benches, but also reach out to my SNP colleague there, that perhaps one way of solving the perceived problem that government has and the reason for clause 3 being inserted in the bill could be solved perhaps by a parliamentary vote on dissolution, which would pave a way forward. The member for Scarborough and Whitby, alongside many other members, raised the issue about shortening the election period. Indeed, election periods have got much longer, although let's argue it, in the last election, of course, the days were much shorter. I would say that some of the challenges to do with the running of elections, and I would urge us all to listen to our elected administrators, because the challenge of actually running the elections for those who are behind the scenes, not those who are out campaigning, is significant. And one of the biggest challenges that we have, of course, is processing electoral enrolments. And I would suggest to the Minister that we could look perhaps it could be included in the elections bill, about a process of automatic voter registration, which would include everybody who is entitled to vote on the electoral roll and save an awful lot of time, and perhaps then give us the freedom to shorten that election period without putting additional pressure on electoral administrators. My friend for the Ronda, of course, made many salient points in this debate, but ultimately was calling for a level playing field. And I think that's something that runs right across those of us that have some concerns about this bill. I would agree actually with the member for Elmont and Rothwell, who I know I've sparred with on many other constitutional and electoral matters over the years, and it's always a pleasure. But I would agree with him very much when he was talking about the threats to democracy and democratic systems globally, and he raised the point from the United States of America there. But I would disagree with his analysis of the 2017-19 Parliament, which was something that was echoed actually by some of his colleagues. I do think that we are unfairly blaming the Fixed Term Parliament Act as the sole cause for the difficulties that the government had at that time. If we can all sort of close our eyes and imagine almost that that act was not in place in the 2017-19 Parliament, I don't foresee that the political path would have been very much smoother for the government. So therefore I do think it's unfair to blame the Fixed Term Parliament Act solely for the difficulties that the Prime Minister had at that time. And we should certainly be careful when we're legislating not to just base everything on the recent political experience. Indeed, what we are legislating for is constitutional matters that should have consensus across, as broad as we can, across the House, but also stand the test of time and not just base it on very specific and unique circumstances that we had in that Parliament. I'd like to thank the member for Orkney and Shetland for reminding us that he is, of course, one of the remaining veterans of the coalition government. And he referred to the Fixed Term Parliament Act as a necessary modernisation, and I would agree with him, and certainly it bears out true if we look across similar parliamentary democracies across Europe and the Western world. We would be out of step by reverting to the old way of doing things. Indeed, I think it's arguably a very regressive step. And his warnings that, of course, the party that is in government today is not necessarily going to be in government forever, and that those on the opposition benches might be in government. We should all be careful what we wish for and consider perhaps the fair and level playing field that we all seek to achieve. I really enjoyed the contributions made by many members of the House today, and I know the member for Newcastle-under-Lyme had an awful lot to say, but his takedown of the ridiculous situation of having a supermajority in the Fixed Term Parliament Act I thought was very succinct, and indeed it was a total nonsense that there was any supermajority in legislation in the first place. And I certainly don't think that the member for Totnes has built any bridges with his Liberal Democrat colleagues in his contribution. But in short, the bill that we have before us does two things. It's repealing the Fixed Term Parliament Act of 2011 and reinstating a status quo as if the last 10 years didn't happen at all. On the first of those matters, the official opposition absolutely agrees with the government that the Fixed Term Parliament Act of 2011 should be repealed. I think the government has some way to go to have our confidence that the legislation that is before us is worthy of our support. We certainly cannot risk dragging our monarch into politics. We should ensure that Parliament has a central role to play in the process, as is right in any modern democracy, and certainly have a say over dissolution. I would just say to the Minister that if this was a bill in isolation, that would be one matter, but there is a pattern of behaviour and a pattern of legislation coming out of this government when it comes to constitutional and election matters. The attacks that we've seen from members of our party on the Electoral Commission, the attacks on judicial review, making it harder to vote and requiring ID at polling stations when there's very little problem to solve there, is a pattern of behaviour that does cause concern. And indeed, so much of our politics and parliamentary procedures do rely on people being, I think as the member for Rhondda put it, good guys, and women, of course, as well. And if that is to be broken, then everything else will fray at the edges. But ultimately, this bill is about where power lies. And I would certainly argue that power should lie with the people, but this is a power grab from the executive of the legislature. And as it currently stands, I believe this bill needs an awful lot of work if it is to have our confidence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You've already had many messages from within the chamber welcoming you back to the place where you rightfully belong. Can I say on behalf of every member of Parliament, it brings us great joy to see you here back in Parliament. Minister.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and to all my very many friends and friends across the House who've said such nice things to me today. It makes me blush, but it makes me pleased and happy to rejoin you in person and to be able to lead the closing of the debate on this very important bill. I'd like to thank, of course, everybody who has spoken, my colleagues and well-known sparring partners on the opposition front bench, and a new one to join. So I look forward to many times on constitutional matters with the honourable gentleman for the SNP. Can I also thank the chairman of the Select Committee, who is nearly in his place, and the very many members of the Joint Committee who have also spoken today, as well as many others from across the House. I will turn to the specific points that have been made and cover as many of them as I can, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But let me start by outlining how I think the comments in today's debate underline how our former and our fundamental constitutional arrangements work, that flexibility is essential to our parliamentary democracy, that this bill restores that constitutional balance. First of all, how do we restore former arrangements? And here I turn briefly to comments made by the Honourable Member for Argyll and Bute. And it's very important, actually, to be clear about how this bill does this puzzle of reviving the prerogative power. There are two aspects to this: whether it can be revived, and critically importantly, the practical effect of doing so. And I'll cover both very, very rapidly. Our view is that a prerogative power can be revived, but that express provision is needed, and our Clause 2 does exactly that. It delivers on its intended purpose to firmly reset the clock with as much clarity as possible. Now, in preparing the bill, we engaged a wide range of stakeholders, including very many academics, some of whom have been quoted, but many more of whom also agreed with the government's approach, including, indeed, Professor Mark Elliott. The drafting, therefore, is sufficiently clear, as the Joint Committee agreed. And going on to the practical effect, the former First Parliamentary Council, Mr Deputy Speaker, also agrees with the government's approach, talking about this question almost as a red herring, because it's plain that the intention of the Act is to restore what went before, and the law will therefore be indistinguishable. So let me turn from there into how does this power work? What is being restored? And of course, here we talk about the role of the sovereign. And I note that the Honourable Lady from the front bench opposite was, if I heard her correctly, arguing or concerned that it perhaps wasn't clear what the role of the sovereign might be in the returning system. And indeed, I think the Honourable Member for Midlothian made the same point. And I want to be absolutely clear that there remains a role for the sovereign in exceptional circumstances to refuse a dissolution request. Now, I'm not going to be able to speculate on that from the dispatch box. It wouldn't be sensible for me to do so. But indeed, other members of this House have already offered some examples this afternoon. Like, for example, if an opposition were already to be able to have the numbers to form a government and could demonstrate confidence and viability. That was a point made by the Honourable Member for Rhondda, but who unfortunately isn't here to enjoy me joining with him in making it. Let me turn then to, thirdly, how the conventions endure, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Select Committee Chairman for bringing this point out very well, and indeed Joint Committee members as well, such as my honourable friend for Scarborough and Whitby, who reminded us of the Lascelles principles. And what I'll say here is just a point about how we see the principles that accompany the prerogative power, the convention principles, if you like, the dissolution principles, as we named them in a document that we published alongside the bill. I want to just make a point about how we see that going forward. That document was published to facilitate Parliament's discussion and consideration of these very important accompanying points. We also provided a very full response to the Joint Committee, which was a further opportunity to go further in outlining the conventions as commonly understood. And I think that the place for further discussion and debate on these is here in Parliament, Mr Deputy Speaker, in this chamber and the other. And I think that that will provide us with a shared understanding, with the commanding of confidence, I should say agreement in that sentence, shouldn't I? That risks being misunderstood in the context of our debate this afternoon. The commanding of agreement on what provides conventions, and therefore those conventions may be able to endure. Let me go from here then to how we intend to, on what we intend to restore, and some elements that we're maintaining, although the grander scheme here is to return to a former set of arrangements. Now, the purpose of the bill, as I say, is to restore the long-standing arrangements that existed before the 2011 Act, but there are some exceptions, and those are where changes had already been made to enable the smooth running of elections. And this brings me on to, for example, retaining the 25-day working day period between dissolution and polling day. And this is to ensure the continued operability of our electoral system. And I'll just dwell on this for a few minutes, Mr Deputy Speaker, because a number of honourable and right honourable members raised it. I think there's 3 points to be made here, and each of these is about the benefit for voters, which was a point that rang out loud and clear, that we should have such arrangements for the benefit of voters, not for administrators, and not indeed for politicians. The first of these points is that actually the timetable as it stands gives enough time for nominations to be received, 6 days, and then 19 days for those nominations to be decided upon. And of course, let's remember that in our constitution, we have a constituency-based decision going on each time. So any voter in any constituency does, quite rightly, need to have time to decide upon the candidates in the constituency once nominated. The second point to make is how much change has occurred, actually, in electoral delivery since the arrangements that we're otherwise seeking to restore. And this is to say that the system of delivering elections is more complex than at any other point in our history. Before 2014, there was no online individual electoral registration. That is a point of fundamental change that has enabled increasingly higher numbers of last-minute applications. That, I think, is of benefit to voters, and I would argue very strongly so. Secondly, postal voting on demand was only allowed in 2000. Again, a subject of debate, Mr Deputy Speaker, but I would argue something that is very strongly of benefit to voters. Finally, the third point in this section I think to make is that in the written evidence to the Joint Committee, the Association of Electoral Administrators argued strongly that, and I quote, "It would be catastrophic for everyone involved if the period were to be shortened. It would create a significant risk of the election failing and not being delivered, and increase the risk of disenfranchising potential electors, particularly those voting from overseas." Now, that fundamentally is a point, I think, about which we should be concerned, that is in favour of the benefit to voters. Let me move on from that and to acknowledge what it is that we are leaving behind if we are moving to restore a different system. And at this point, I do acknowledge the words of the Right Honourable Member for Orkney and Shetland and thank him again for his kind words towards me. But fundamentally, his argument here is one for statute and one for codification. And fundamentally, my argument is not. We will have to agree to differ on that. We will do so across the divisions tonight. But what we mean by moving away from a statutory system is that we think it's not possible to define everything, and that all the scenarios that could occur at the point at which a dissolution might be needed could not possibly be codified, Mr Deputy Speaker. So we think statute is not adequate in this case. What we do think, though, is that there is a very important role, nonetheless, for the House of Commons. And I want to make this point because it came up across several honourable members' remarks. There is, of course, a crucial voting role for the House of Commons in confidence, in having and indicating confidence in the government or the opposite of it. And this is no small role at all. To swap a statutorily defined role for the House of Commons for that role is no small swap, I would argue, Mr Deputy Speaker. And fundamentally, of course, having confidence is what defines the government. You could not ask for a more powerful role for the House of Commons in our Constitution. That gives also the point of certainty that the Honourable Member for Newcastle under Lyme very wisely added. The certainty comes then in that the people will know that they then have their role. If there has not been confidence in the House of Commons, or confidence has not been possible to be found in the House of Commons in a formation of a government, then the power flows to people, and that is a certain understanding of what will happen. I haven't a great deal of time, but I'll take away briefly.
Surely all parties are entitled to certainty about the date on which the long period for electoral expenses starts to run. Under the current arrangements from the government, only the governing party will have that certainty. Is that fair?
The Right Honourable Gentleman returns to that point. It was something I was going to address in just a moment because he raised it at the very outset, and I'll come back to it. But I think the preceding point to make is, let's be realistic. What is the prerogative power here for? It's a little bit more like break glass in case of an emergency, Mr Deputy Speaker, than it is the kind of scheme that I think the Liberal Democrats are looking for. Now, people do not welcome needless upheaval. I think we can all agree on that, and Brenda from Bristol put it pretty well. But they do want their role in resolving a crisis. And Vernon Bogdanor, in evidence to committees along the journey of this, made the point very well that essentially unsuccessful governments have attempted to get on to 5 years, successful governments have gone to the people at 4 years, and anything short of that is a national emergency. So what we're talking about actually today is what needs to happen in the cases of emergency or crisis. I note the arguments made today for fixed terms, particularly by the Honourable Lady for Edinburgh West, but I would note that we've tried designing those and it hasn't worked. So what we're returning to here is arrangements that did work. I want to just reassure the point that the House then on a couple of points, as I said I would to the Honourable Member, Right Honourable Member for Orkney and Shetland, and that is as follows: that the long campaign expenditure controls are not changed by this repeal, Mr Deputy Speaker. And those arrangements are that if Parliament is not dissolved 55 months from its first meeting, then the long campaign controls apply. That situation continues. That is not changed. I would also point out that there is a measure in the schedule to this bill that adds to that in respect of third-party donations. And finally, can I also make clear that the schedule also provides that the trigger for the election timetable in the case of a general election is the dissolution of Parliament. And that is an important safeguard that we have built into the bill, acknowledging arguments made on that note from the Joint Committee. So let me conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, by thanking honourable members once again for their contributions this afternoon. It's been a very good debate, and I'm absolutely delighted to be back and to be part of it. It is my priority in this bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, to encourage consensus, because that is what will give us the most effective operation of the conventions that need to endure once again. I would close then with the points made by the Select Committee about the nature of our constitution. And they mentioned that the heart of the UK's constitutional arrangements is a fine but constantly shifting balance of convention, principle and law that provides clear guidance but also flexibility. In areas of prerogative power, the sovereign remains the constitutional backstop. I couldn't have put it better, but nonetheless the Honourable Member for Strangford, in his inimitable style, did put it better. And he said that our institutions are often the envy of the world, and I couldn't agree more. It is those that I want to uphold. This bill will return our country to successful constitutional arrangements which have stood the test of time and will continue to serve the people, Mr Deputy Speaker, with the choice ultimately in their hands.
Before I put the question, can I say I am anticipating a division, so could people please follow COVID regulations as they go to vote. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. The question is, order, no, hold on. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, David Ratley, Maggie Throop. Tell us for the noes, Marion Fellows and Alistair Carmichael. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The eyes to the right, 367. The nose to the left, 65.
The eyes to the right, 367. The nose to the left, 65. So the eyes have it. The eyes have it. Unlock. We now come to the programme motion to be moved formally.
Move formally.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 4 on Consumer Protection. Minister, to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 5 on financial assistance to industry, and I call the Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 6 on pensions, and I call the Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And finally, we come to motion number 7 on Northern Ireland, and I call the Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Petition. Felicity Buchan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to present a petition on behalf of the residents of Kensington to save a physical police presence in the north of Kensington. The petitioners declare that it is imperative that a physical police presence is retained in the north of the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea. This position, alongside the corresponding online petition, has accumulated 1,208 signatures. I would also like to bring the House's attention to the fact that there are 2 similar independent petitions which have also garnered 684 signatures. Therefore, the petitioners urge the House of Commons to urge the government to take immediate action to ensure that a physical police presence is retained in the north of Kensington, and the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition, police presence in Kensington.
Thank you very much, Felicity. And it now being 6:59, it means that as we go into the adjournment debate and the Minister moves slowly to his place, the dispatch box has been sanitised, Minister, so we don't need to suspend for that. And also, the fact that I'm rabbiting on a little bit also means that we do not have to suspend twice or adjourn twice during this particular debate. So we will only, once the Minister moves the House to adjourn, we will only do that once. And I do apologise, as it is a very limited debate, that other people will not be able to make separate speeches in this debate, but they will be able to at least ask the Minister if they can intervene on him. And of course, it's up to the Minister whether he accepts that intervention.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn, and on the video link we have Mr. Virendra Sharma.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for selecting this debate to close proceedings today, and to all the honourable members who, for restraints of time and virtual participation, are unable to intervene on me today. I want to especially thank my honourable friends, the members for Feltham and Heston and Stockport, and the Right Honourable Member for Basingstoke for their support and interest in this debate. As the chair of the Nepal All-Party Parliamentary Group, I have spoken about the country here many times. I say much the same every time. Nepal is a great ally and friend of the UK and has been for more than 2 centuries. The Nepali diaspora and Gorkhas have contributed to the safety of this country, our economy and our cultural life all that time. I talk about the wonderful country I have visited many times, the friendly and welcoming people. I speak about its place in the world, pressed between India and China at the top of the world on the Himalayan plateau. And it is development into a democracy with government scrutiny and elections since 2008. I was honored to host Prime Minister Oli here only a few years ago when he met Prime Minister May and the leader of the opposition. No one knew of COVID-19 then. Discussions were about strengthening parliament, development, trade and climate change. Everyone promised to help. They committed support and proclaimed friendship in 2019. But now, when Nepal is in dire need of vaccines, we hide behind international efforts, behind global schemes and platitudes. The situation in Nepal is severe, indeed a crisis. Amnesty International said, the country's healthcare system is teetering with hospitals reaching capacity, and overstretched, hopelessly under-resourced staff are unable to keep up with overwhelming demand. And UNICEF's staff on the grounds reported that within a short time, cases were just climbing up and up. We were stretched to the very limit, trying to do the best with the resources we had. Over 600,000 people have officially been infected from COVID-19, and more than 9,000 people have died, following a major surge in infections similar to that in India, just less reported on. More than 50% of deaths have been of over 60s. In May, the country had the highest positivity rate in the world at 47%. Despite that, the situation is even worse because a lack of tests and serious underreporting hide the real figures. But what we do know is that the country's weak and fragile health system has been totally overwhelmed. Patients are unable to access care, and desperate shortages of oxygen across the country claim lives. Health experts have warned of an imminent third wave that would cause further havoc on an acutely under-vaccinated population. For less than 3% of Nepalese have been fully vaccinated, and a further 6.3% have received only 1 dose. The lack of a second dose puts 1.4 million vulnerable Nepalis at high risk of COVID once again and risks invalidating their first dose. Partial immunization also increases the risk of mutations emerging. This is not just a problem for Nepal, but for everyone in the world. We saw the damage the Delta variant did and continues to do. New mutations are a risk to everyone, vaccinated or not. Most older people or those in vulnerable categories received their first dose of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine in March, but there are no supplies available to provide their second dose. They were due their second dose between 28th of June and 5th of July. The clock on time to administer the second dose has not just started ticking. It has almost run out, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The supply shortage happened because of severe problems in global supply due in part to the crisis in India, problems with COVAX and an over-dependency on a small number of vaccine producers whose supplies had been purchased by richer countries. In response to the COVID crisis in India, the export of vaccines from India largely ceased, affecting both a deal that Nepal had agreed to purchase vaccines directly and also severely impacting supply available to COVAX. While COVAX had forecast to deliver nearly 2 million vaccines between March and May, it was able to deliver only 348,000. But the crisis has happened and the causes, while sad, are now a fact. It is what we can do that matter. So I pose 3 questions to the Minister, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Firstly, we know the UK has a large supply of Oxford AstraZeneca vaccines and could donate the 1.4 million vaccines needed. This would represent 0.3% of all the vaccines ordered by the UK and represent just 3 days of the UK's rollout. We can act unilaterally. We know the Prime Minister is proud of global Britain. Will he put the medicine where his mouth is? Secondly, the Prime Minister at the beginning of last month committed to 5 million doses being sent in the coming weeks. His phrase, Mr. Deputy Speaker, not mine. Nepal is a prime candidate to receive some of these. Will the Minister commit to Nepal receiving some of these and offers us an actual date for delivery? Thirdly, COVAX is welcome. It is a good initiative. It is the right thing to do. But today, it is not delivering because it does not have enough supply. What steps and on what timetable will the government much more rapidly donate the promised vaccines to reach vulnerable people across the world? And how will we use our power overseas to encourage other countries to do the same and meet their international obligations? Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wrote to the Foreign Secretary at the end of May about this pressing need for vaccines, about the millions of lives at risk, about the crisis in Nepal. I wrote with other members across the House and from the other place. The response from his department continues to talk about COVAX, facing all the problems I have already outlined. Followed by this line, this will be sufficient to vaccinate 70% of the population of Nepal once supplies allow. Once supplies allow, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That is the heart of the problem. Supplies do not allow. 1.4 million older and vulnerable people need their second dose and supplies do not allow. We can change that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But will the Minister and government have the courage to live up to a Global Britain brand? Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma. Minister.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I'm incredibly grateful to the Honourable Member for Ealing Southall, for securing this debate, and I'm sure everyone in this House will pay tribute to his work as Chairman of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Nepal. And it is absolutely right, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to debate vaccine access as Nepal recovers from a devastating second wave of COVID-19. And it is also vital that the country has a clear route to a comprehensive vaccine programme. Now, as the Honourable Member knows, the United Kingdom and Nepal share a very deep relationship, which, as he has alluded to, has lasted over 2 centuries. In fact, it was Nepal's first formal diplomatic relationship, which was established in 1816. Nepal holds a very special place in our hearts ever since, not least through the distinguished service of Gurkhas in the British Army, through the bravery and excellence of Nepal's Sherpas, who have, Mr. Deputy Speaker, inspired thousands of British mountaineers over the decades, and also through the kindness, the warmth of Nepal's people, and because of Nepal's spectacular natural beauty. Sadly, in May, the Delta variant of COVID-19 spread to Nepal and quickly took hold in a devastating second wave of infections. And as the Honourable Member has alluded to in his speech, this overwhelmed Nepal's healthcare system, and the people of Nepal suffered immensely. So while I speak for all of the United Kingdom government when I offer my deepest condolences to the people of Nepal for the hardships they have endured in recent months. I would. Very happy to give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Speaker, can I thank first of all the member for Ealing Southall for bringing this forward, and I really appreciate his very significant contribution at the beginning. Can also say it's a pleasure to see the Minister in his place, and I look forward to his response. In my role as chair of the APPG for International Freedom of Religion and Belief, I recently had a privilege to meet with the new Nepalese High Commissioner in the UK. We had a very productive meeting, and His Excellency Mr. Lord Kishan Regmi shared with us the details of the extreme difficult situation Nepal faces with regards to the COVID-19 pandemic. So can I ask the Minister this question? What help can we in this government in the United Kingdom give to Nepal and to Christians in particular, and also Muslim ethnic religious minorities who are just not getting the vaccine and just are not getting the help? Thank you.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Member for Strangford for his intervention, and he's right to mention the interaction he has had with His Excellency. What I can tell him, we have used existing programmes to support Nepal since the second wave. We have financed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, 2 COVID treatment centres in hotspots in Pokhara and Bhaktapur. Excuse me. We've fielded our own experts to help Nepal's Ministry of Health and Population with epidemiological analysis and data. And in addition, we've provided medical equipment, PPE to local governments in those hotspots, concentrators, oxygen concentrators, ventilators, and much more, which I will come on to in my speech. I'm not sure I had advance notice of the intervention, but I'm very happy to take the Honourable Ladies.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I'm sure the Minister will appreciate our concern with the stories of what is going on in Nepal. And the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office has said that the UK does stand shoulder to shoulder with Nepal, but many of my constituents, including our first Gurkha Nepalese Mayor of Hounslow, Councillor Bishnu Gurung, are deeply concerned that what is being provided is not nearly enough and not nearly fast enough for the situation that there is in Nepal. And we also know that an estimated 63 retired Gurkha soldiers who served in the British Army have died of COVID-19 in Nepalese villages. I also just want to just ask the Minister then, following the very powerful speech by my honourable friend, the member for Ealing Southall, what more the Minister can perhaps say then that will give some confidence to our constituents that enough is being done practically on the ground and in relation to vaccines to support the situation in Nepal. Thank you.
Well, I thank the honourable lady, and she's absolutely right to speak up for the Nepalese diaspora in her constituency and elsewhere. What I can add to the response I gave to the honourable member for Strangford is the United Kingdom is stepping up. We were first out of the blocks delivering equipment, for example, to India when the second wave hit in India. Of course, whatever we do will never be enough. It is a really, really challenging situation, and I know the honourable lady will appreciate that. But 260 ventilator machines have been donated, thousands of pieces of PPE. We're constructing an oxygen plant in Kathmandu with an additional plant in Pokhara. This will be completed by August. We are stepping up. We're also working with the Gurkha Welfare Trust to ensure that those Gurkhas who have served this country so brilliantly through the UK-funded Welfare Trust, we're ensuring that life-saving support and supplies to Gurkha veterans and communities are getting through. This includes free medical clinics and also subsidised hospital treatment. If I can sort of get back to my remarks, Mr Deputy Speaker, in the time we have left, I understand that of last week, just 8.8% of Nepal's population have received a first vaccine dose, and 2.6% have received both doses. And I understand that some will accuse us of failing Nepal in its time of need, but I can tell honourable members that could be not further from the truth. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the UK government has reprioritised over £40 million of foreign aid through the British Embassy in Kathmandu to help Nepal respond to the challenges of COVID-19. And at each phase of the pandemic, as it changes and as waves come along, we've tailored our support to Nepal's needs. I certainly would.
The Minister for giving way. In my experience, I've always found him to be open to dialogue, and I congratulate my good friend, the member for Ealing Southall. The Minister is right to point out early on in his speech that the UK and Nepal have a long relationship going back over 200 years. And the Nepali community in Britain makes a significant contribution, a positive contribution to this country. Now, there was I appreciate that the Minister will be aware of the problems with COVAX, particularly when it comes to delivery of vaccines. But there was a proposal from India and South Africa at the World Trade Organization regarding a TRIPS waiver that would have facilitated vaccines, COVID vaccines, medicines and equipment to low and middle income countries, which unfortunately the British government blocked. I've noticed that the Biden administration has changed its position and is now supporting that TRIPS waiver. So does the Minister agree with me that the UK government should also amend its position when it comes to the TRIPS waiver to help countries like India, like Nepal and so many others?
What I can tell the honourable gentleman is we're aware, of course, we're acutely aware of the challenge, whether that's getting first or in the 1.4 million cases scenario, the second doses. We have supported the government of Nepal in liaising with and approaching the Secretariat about the issue. As he will know, because it was announced recently, the majority of our over 100 million shared doses will go through the facility which has been referred to, the COVAX facility. That will help lower and middle income countries enormously when that rollout begins. Well, it is beginning, and it has begun. But, of course, we're working constantly with governments who are in need of these vaccines. If I can just get back to Nepal, if that's okay, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We've targeted our support at both the immediate health response as well as the economic consequences of lockdown, as we're acutely aware in our own country. We've funded water, sanitation and hygiene facilities for 400,000 people, safe spaces for women in isolation centres, cash and voucher assistance for the most vulnerable, and nutritional support for pregnant and women who are breastfeeding. And in response to the second wave in Nepal, we've provided additional medical support through our embassy in Kathmandu. We've funded experts to support the federal government response. We've helped establish temporary treatment centres in hotspots, and as I referred to the Honourable Lady, we've constructed an oxygen plant in Kathmandu, with another one coming on in Pokhara next month. We've delivered medical equipment, PPE to local governments in the worst affected areas. This has included providing oxygen concentrators and ventilators for hospitals in Banke and Muga. Throughout the pandemic, the Welfare Trust, which I referred to in answer to the Honourable Member for Strangford, which is UK funded, we've also ensured access to life-saving support and supplies to veterans and their communities. My colleague and the Minister responsible for Nepal in his portfolio, Lord Ahmed of Wimbledon, he's the Minister for South Asia, has spoken to Foreign Minister Gyarwa Lee in May to discuss what further support the UK can provide. And in response to that conversation, a military flight from Bryce Norton arrived in Kathmandu a week later. As I said, that was carrying the 260 ventilators and many thousands of pieces of PPE. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, make no mistake, those pieces of equipment and that assistance is saving lives in Nepal as I speak. But I recognise, however, that medical supplies are only part of the solution. Vaccines are also crucial. This is a point that's been made in the other place on several occasions by the noble Lord Lancaster, who takes a very keen interest in Nepal also. So that's why we're playing a leading role in ensuring equitable access to vaccines for countries like Nepal. The COVAX initiative sits at the centre of this effort, and the United Kingdom was integral to building COVAX from scratch. Our early commitment of over £500 million, 548 million, Mrs. Deputy Speaker, which in turn leveraged $1 billion worth of funding from other donors, allowed COVAX to arrange supply deals with vaccine manufacturers. And despite supply challenges, COVAX has started to make significant progress on delivering vaccines around the world, with almost 348,000 doses already delivered to Nepal and another tranche on the way in the next few weeks. 96% of vaccines distributed by COVAX to date have been the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, including in Nepal. Clearly, the United Kingdom was crucial to the development of that vaccine. We provided £90 million to support the initial research and development and the subsequent manufacturing required to produce the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine. What is more, we made it clear as part of that funding that the vaccine should be affordable around the world. In total, over 500 million doses of the AstraZeneca vaccine have already been delivered at a non-profit price globally, with 2/3 going to lower and middle-income countries. So with United Kingdom support, a global licensing deal was also struck to transfer AstraZeneca's technology to other manufacturers and establish 20 supply chains across the world, taking it to even more people. We've also been at the forefront of efforts around the world to boost confidence in COVID-19 vaccines. Unfortunately, Mr. Deputy Speaker, misinformation about vaccines, which can spread quickly, as we all know, on social media, and with no respect for borders, has the potential to undermine trust and confidence in vaccines, which ultimately and sadly can cost lives. At the G7 Global Vaccine Summit earlier this month, the UK government and Google Cloud announced they would work with some of the world's leading tech companies on new digital solutions to tackle this information around vaccines. Furthermore, the United Kingdom has supported the World Bank and Asian Development Bank to provide special finance to Nepal to tackle the consequences of COVID-19, including to purchase those vaccines. The World Bank has already released $75 million, and the Asian Development Bank will shortly agree an additional $165 million financing deal with the government of Nepal. Now, the United Kingdom, supported these contributions as a shareholder in both of those banks. So with this finance and COVAX allocations, the government of Nepal will be able to vaccinate 7 out of every 10 Nepalese when clearly supplies allow. We've also used our presidency of the G7 to spearhead a commitment from G7 members to share 1 billion vaccine doses by June 2022. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, at least 100 million of those vaccines will come from the United Kingdom. The majority, as the House knows, of our shared doses will go to COVAX, but I'm sure the Honourable Member for Ealing Southall will understand we're not yet able to announce the detailed allocations of those, but we will endeavour to share with him and the House that information regarding the distribution as soon as possible. But do let me emphasise that the United Kingdom remains committed to supporting Nepal's development and recovery from COVID-19, and I hope some of the measures that I've outlined in answer to some of honourable members' interventions put some clarity in terms of what we've actually delivered for the people of Nepal. And as I say, we've reprioritised over £40 million of foreign aid to help Nepal respond to this awful pandemic. We sent scores of life-saving equipment to help Nepal respond to the country's second wave, and we have played a leading role in establishing COVAX and ensuring access to vaccines for Nepal, not just Nepal, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but all developing countries.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many of that can say aye. If you know, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.